The realm was celebrate banners and beautiful ribbons fluttered in the summer winds, with people drinking ale and butchering the livestock before afternoon, all in preparation for the grand celebration. Hoist up, good, a man with stocky muscles shouted as they raised a huge wooden pillar with congratulations to their Duchess on it. Long live the Duchess, an ever-healthy child. Praise be to Athilet, her light guide our realm. Everyone was in good spirits as the day passed. Everyone in the entire duchy was present, from the distant farmers to the frontier guards, and village folk had flocked to the great city of Drakthar. This ancient fortress had protected the kingdom of Silvara for 6,000 years. The great city was covered in huge gray walls with stones thicker than buildings and higher than small mountains. It was the pride of the kingdom of Silvara and helped them defend against the demon hordes of the frozen north. After a long period of strife, the war was at a close while the Duchess of Drakthar celebrated her conception with her husband. My lord, the Duchess is busy dealing with distant visitors and will soon be ready. Should I prepare you some refreshments? A maid looked at the handsome male with black hair with a slightly odd look, her eyes almost seeming to contain mockery. The man was an Earl and the husband of the Duchess of Drakthar. Usra Phoenix was a man who could not use magic, but excelled in tactics and intellect, earning the Duchess' affection during their time at the Royal Academy together as students more than 20 years ago. However, it was strange that the pair did not share a bedroom. Not only that, but the Duchess spent many a night drinking wine until the early hours with an Eastern delegate from the nation of warriors Kuzeng for the past 6 months, leading to rumors. Untoward rumors that the kind Usra smiled and ignored completely. How could I doubt my wife, who accepted me, when I lack even the core to create magic and the power to carry a sword? He thought, knowing the gaze the maid was showing, as he replied with a bitter smile. Usra stood from his seat, the worn wooden chair creaking as it neared the end of its durability, while the Earl opened a small drawer containing a strange piece of black stone and a blood-red sword embedded into it. I do not know what magic exists in this small token, but I am certain it is a special artifact that will empower our child. Usra began to change his clothes with growing excitement. He was used to the maids and servants seeming to forget him despite his title as an Earl. He was old enough to see past their antics and knew that part was due to his inferior physique and lack of ability to use magic. Usra didn't like to cause trouble for Varana and thus let most of it go because he trusted her, and his mind was more helpful to the realm than a mere fireball or blizzard spell. Forget it, today is our big day. Although I cannot quite remember the night we conceived her, my daughter is now growing in Varana's stomach. What an auspicious day. I hope the lady and her child live for 1,000 lifetimes so we may prosper under her warm gaze. He never considered it strange that his name was never mentioned because they were married. Usra believed that the realm's benefit came before his ego and desires for recognition. It is all right, as long as Varana knows my worth, haha. All the hallways were filled with celebratory flowers, representing a good birth, a healthy birth, and a long life. Usra enjoyed the calming and sweet scent while walking towards the grand entrance hall before noticing that the ceremony had begun. Why has it begun when the father isn't present? And why is Shang Luo sitting so close to my wife? Usra wasn't stupid or clueless, felt the same doubts and jealousy that all men would, but he was powerless without magic. Shang Luo was a high-level warrior from the east and could easily cause tension between the kingdoms by causing problems unwisely. However, something was wrong with this situation, as people around him began to whisper and make rumors. The Earl's face became ugly as he stepped forward, only to be stopped by the guards in heavy-plated armor. These stupid guards, why are you stopping me? I am the husband of the Duchess. Usra growled in a deep voice, but the guards just scoffed and pushed his shoulder back, causing him to feel a painful ache in his bones. They parted, allowing Usra to step past, but the Archbishop and many other priests were already blessing the two sitting on the seat that should have been for the Earl himself as he slowly made his way up the steps. His eyes were calm, like two ruby jewels looking at the two who ignored his presence and instead focused on the priest and bishop's words. Yet the inside of his chest raged with jealousy and anger. Why is the Earl only coming now? He left the Duchess waiting so long. A female farmer in simple clothes whispered, exactly compared to the weak and pale Earl, barely able to walk up some steps, unlike Prince Shang. He is so handsome and a wonderful gentleman towards the Duchess. They are a true match in heaven. The beautiful white walls of the fortress city's grand castle caused the words of these people to echo during the low humming and prayers of the Church of Light, which served Athia, the goddess of light. My holy lady, bless the child, granting everlasting courage and magic to your future daughter of light. The old man with white hair and a golden staff tapped the ground twice as the building shone warmly. The brightest light wrapped around Shang Luo and Duchess Varana Drakthar, though, and Usra did not glow. This action caused his eyes to widen. Usra was less than 10 meters from his wife, and the man who killed his entire family 10 years ago in the Battle of Valkarol in the north disguised as a noble sacrifice to defeat the demon queen and her armies. However, even the crowd and visitors began to gasp, looking at the trio on the elevated throne in shock. The golden light would only envelop the children's parents most strongly while sharing luck with all who visit. The fact it glowed so bright for Shang Luo, and not Asura, spelt out the truth that everyone in the castle knew. Or rather, he chose to ignore or believe in her. "Varana, what does this mean?" said Asura. Asura's fists began to bleed from his tight grasp, his lips trembling as he bit them, tasking the sour copper blood seeping down the corner, trying to hold his anger and avoid a scene. "I will kill them. How could she do this to me after everything I have done for her?" Varana looked at him with cold ice. There was no change in her gaze, even seeing his current state of anger or isolation, or rather her lips curled into a mocking smile as she leaned against the arm of Shang Luo. "It is as you see, Asura. I never considered you my future partner, and only upheld our family rules and oath. The Duke of Drakkar and Earl of Phoenix shall be bound in blood until an heir is born." That oath? Asura stepped back, his heart racing to understand the logical reason. He wanted to deny everything and say that maybe he fell asleep in the waiting room, and the bad rumors of the servants made him dream of this despicable and heart-rending plot. "Did you think someone as talented as me could love a weak fool like you with no core?" Varana's words were like poisoned daggers, striking Asura where he was weak. All the stupid ideals and thoughts he had in his mind were lies. This woman had never valued his efforts, and mind she drained him of ideas, claiming they were hers. "What use am I now, haha?" As he was feeling lost with an empty void in his chest, a loud voice sounded. It was Shang Luo. "Greetings, everyone who visited from afar. As you have heard, the poor and hopeless Duchess you all love was forced to marry due to the oath of her beloved father and elders of the destroyed Phoenix family. What grace and love she must have for this kingdom and her father up above. To sacrifice her happiness to marry a waste, someone unable to protect her or her lands, a man who stood and watched without power as his entire family was eradicated." The handsome Shang Luo looked back at Asura, who listened with a dark face, his hands covered in blood as it dripped down onto the black wooden artifact. "Now, we may have committed a vile sin, but what kind of sin is true love? As a student, I met Varana many years ago and fell in love before the so-called oath happened." He spread his arms like a puppet master, guiding their thoughts and opinions and painting them as the victims of a tragic love. Most of the females and romantics in the crowd now supporting the new couple. Even the bishop and archbishop lowered their angered faces and looked at Asura in condemnation instead, like it's all a play. They are just here to make Shang Luo shine. Thus, when we met again, she was married. I knew she was. But I love her more than the sky loves the sun and moon, and we made an unforgivable mistake. That mistake was creating our beloved miracle of a daughter, the very daughter you honor today. The visiting commoners were fools for romantic stories. Somehow, the ones who had committed a grave sin were now supported by a standing ovation and cheers from almost the entire crowd. Asura's mind broke and his heart shattered into pieces. "Why are you cheering? What is this madness? Didn't my invention that purified the water save your young and families? Why, why? He urged his weak body, gritted his teeth, and tensed his muscles, desperate to cast magic. If he could just cast magic once, wouldn't everything be fine? "Why won't you collect? Fire spirit salamander, grant me your blessing. Let me show my worth and take back my beloved wife." Not even a gust of wind, the spirit ignored his plea. "Spirit of wind, Sylphie, please bestow on me a speck of your boundless grace." A pitiful speck of green aura danced around his fingertip before it dispersed like a cruel joke to mock him further. Varana was watching, her divine eyes able to see the mana in the air like one would see a person. Her lips once again curled into a sneer. "Don't look at me like that. Did nothing we had ever mean anything to you? How dare you judge me after all I have done?" Asura's tears now drowned his cheeks, and his trembling lips were all but embarrassing as he stumbled forward with all the power his weak, crippled body could muster. Stepped forward and punched at Shang Luo. Weak, feeble, lacking in power and grace, the martial genius snapped his arm, crushing the bones of Asura's arm with a single swipe and then with a single palm to his chest. "Arg!" He sent Asura flying across the room, smashing into the stone chair he used to sit on like it was natural. Instead of warm eyes, he now had cold, judgmental eyes. "How, Kyuha?" Blood oozed from the mouth of Asura as he flopped onto the throne without power, his dull blue eyes slowly turning a dull crimson while watching as Shang Luo stepped towards him, swaggering with pride in a victorious face. Asura felt his bones breaking and couldn't move an inch. Intense pain in his abdomen was unbearable as he held down the urge to scream and tremble in agony, not wanting to humiliate himself anymore. Shang Luo leaned close to his ear with a smirk before he whispered, "Your wife's body was so sweet and ripe. Imagine you hadn't tasted her and thought the child was yours. Foolish cuckold." As his life faded, those were the last words Asura heard, a final insult to his devastating injury. In his last moments, Asura thought of the thing in his life that caused him the most pain. The deaths of his family and his twin sister, and not using the artifact he discovered, made his heart teem with regret, and he wished he never met that woman who betrayed him or trusted Shang Luo as a friend. I should have tried harder, looked for better ways to replace my core. Who am I kidding? I walked until I bled. I studied until I became sickly. Do I have to suffer when all I did was try until my body fell apart, to match everyone else without magic? I curse you all. Those who insulted me pushed me around. You bitch, I gave everything to you and you slept with this bastard. Ha ha ha, I swear to the heavens that if I get another chance I will destroy everything you hold dear, no matter how evil or depraved I become. A strange whisper sounded in the darkness. Asura believed himself dead and ignored it before it repeated as if waiting for his acknowledgement. Do you mean that, no matter how despicable others might see your methods? If I can get revenge, save my sister, and kill the entire Shang clan's 9 generations, ho ho ho, then I shall take something of equal value in return. Do not blame me, young boy. Now go. Go and ravage them with your depraved retribution. Asura Phoenix, a man who would always remain a secondary character in the world's future due to the discrimination that lingered with his name. Could he change this disgrace in his next life? Like a golden orb of warmth and radiance, the morning sun burned brightly in the skies and cast its gentle fingers through the forest, with animals and insects making their morning calls and songs as the day began. The soft breeze stirred the heavy, red velvet curtains that shielded the room from the world beyond. As the sunlight flickered, revealing a wonderful room adorned with expensive tapestries and antique furniture, it was silent as if holding its breath in the early morning light. A sudden wind blew open the heavy red curtains, revealing a breathtaking view of the sun-drenched forest beyond. Asura's awakening was accompanied by the dramatic flourish of these curtains, which billowed open with a graceful, almost theatrical flair. Asura stirred on his luxurious bed, bathed in the warm glow. The forest stretched endlessly, its lush canopy glistening with dewdrops, while the gentle sounds of a nearby stream and birdsong filled the air. You damn. Filled with sweat, he sat up from his sleep, throwing his body up with enough power to send the quilt flying across the room, slipping down the wall without power. What the? Asura lay still for a moment, his senses slowly coming to life. Confusion swirled within Asura's mind as he tried to make sense of his surroundings. His memories were chaotic, a kaleidoscope of fragmented images and sensations. It was as though he had been thrust into a labyrinth of time, and only now had he begun to find his way. Pushing the silk sheets aside, Asura rose from the sumptuous bed, his movements deliberate and graceful. Where is this? I deed for sure, that detestable devil killed me. He glanced down at himself, noting that he was clothed in attire befitting a gentleman of noble birth. His garments were made of the finest fabrics, their deep blue hue adorned with intricate embroidery that spoke of exquisite craftsmanship. I know these clothes. Asura stepped onto the plush carpet that covered the room's marble floor, its patterns a testament to the weaver's skill. He moved towards an ornate mirror lining the walls, studying his reflection with awe and disbelief. This face, it's me from 20 years ago, so young, smooth, and handsome. He had the appearance of youth, no more than 18 years of age, with a countenance that bore the mark of noble lineage. Was that voice not a lie? His features were chiseled and refined, his hair a cascade of ebony silk that fell to his shoulders, and he had ruby eyes that should have been sky blue, but the face was his original handsome and refined self from the past. But it wasn't just his appearance that left him stunned. Have I come back, or is this some cruel dream after death? Memories surged through his mind, fragments of a future life that felt distant and vivid. Asura's gaze drifted from the mirror to the room around him. He had been sent back in time, that much was clear. But why and to what purpose? The answer remained elusive, buried beneath layers of temporal mystery. Suddenly, information and strange runes appeared inside his mind. They spelt the words devour, devil, and dragon, but the rest were blurry and hurt his mind to focus on. Damn, it hurts, Asura complained as he dropped to his knees, grasping the silky quilt for comfort, trying to stop himself from screaming out in pain. Knock, knock. A gentle knock sounded twice before. Master Asura, please wake up, a voice called out. It was a nostalgic voice. She spread warmth through his heart and soul from her gentle tone like a songbird's morning melody. The voice of his deceased maid, Muzu, someone who died to save him and asked nothing in return. Master, it's time to enroll at the Royal Academy. Royal Academy. That place was destroyed a decade ago. Is this truly a fleeting dream or second chance? I see. It's that time. He tried to pull himself up, feeling a sense of pleasure as some strange force flowed through his entire body, until it encountered strange blockades, and returned to the intense pain as before when it was inside his heart. Ah, what is this pain? It's like fluid traveling through all my organs, veins, and blood. Asura whispered, his eyes tightly closed, before the door slowly opened. Now isn't the time I should not make Zar worry. Muzu entered the room and gasped lightly as she saw Asura collapse on his knees. She rushed over, her footsteps echoing in the spacious room. Master Asura, are you all right? She asked, concern etched on her delicate features. Asura slowly raised his head, meeting Muzu's gaze. Zuer, I'm fine, don't worry. Usra replied with a smile. Muzu's beauty was divine. She possessed a natural elegance and grace that belied her age. Her long black hair was decorated with a simple purple flower ribbon that contrasted against her creamy skin. Her violet eyes held a hint of surprise as Usra addressed her by her given name. Muzu stood there, slightly taken aback, her cheeks flushed with color as she lowered her gaze. She still is beautiful and gentle. To think this girl hid her skill as a magic knight to protect my pitiful pride, her quiet affection to remain my maid until her last moment. I must serve you, master. Muzu was startled by his words and actions. Master Usra, did you sleep well? Your mind must be confused, she replied, her voice tinged with worry. Usra chuckled, shaking his head. No, I slept very well, Zuer. Now let's get ready. Muzu nodded, helping him up. Master Usra, your luggage is packed and ready. Breakfast has already been prepared, so we should hurry and eat. Traveling to the Royal Academy will take several hours, so we must leave promptly. Young Miss ate earlier and went back to her room. Master, did something happen to your eyes? She asked. Usra was surprised. I see she's already gone back. Zuer, is there something wrong with them? Can you see something unusual? They were not this piercing, sexy, or filled with life. Ahem, they are a beautiful crimson, but I thought they were blue. Was Zu mistaken? Muzu seemed confused with her fingertip on her lips. She watched from the corner of her eyes as Usra quickly pulled off his shirt, not caring for Muzu's reaction as the strange sensation wasn't wrong. He was reborn and the artifact was embedded in his chest. Rather, it had replaced his weakened heart. Usra had been reborn before meeting the Duchess and Shang Luo. A sense of clarity and warmth filled his body, and the strange feeling of fluid traveling around his body, also no longer hitting strange blockages, began to rapidly swirl around his body, making him feel stronger and more focused with each cycle it did. Zuer. Immediately as he called her name, his arms wrapped around the maid, and he kissed her deeply, shocking Muzu as she was pressed against the bed, his tongue dominating hers. Master Usra, what are you doing? Zu is a maid. Muzu struggled, her muffled moans and grunts ignored as his tongue continued to entwine Hurst's sweet taste, shared saliva, and passionate embrace made her legs feel weak, her mind dizzy, and her struggling weak as her tongue and body reacted strangely. A strange feeling of power entered Usra, the taste of her saliva becoming sweeter with each moment. Something from within Muzu was entering his body and mixing with the strange fluid that traveled through his body, the black fluid seeming to increase in volume each moment they kissed. At the same time, he felt the magical power of Muzu also growing ever so slightly as the ice began to flutter around her body as she moaned into his mouth. The moment they kissed, Usra followed the words and instructions in his mind. This was the one the devil's scripture gave, but the entire thing was still hazy. He only knew his body was becoming stronger, and even Muzu was sharing the process with him. Master Usra, MMMNPH. Muzu continued to struggle and moan. Her resistance seemed to show as her tongue coiled his wet, sticky kiss lasting several minutes, her struggles slowing and her eyes misted with lust. I know your true feelings. Zuer, how long will you hide them because of feeling unworthy? Usra ended the passionate kiss, the strings of shared saliva connecting their mouths. Muzu stared at him, her breath ragged and her body trembling. Master, I am. Zuer, the poor maid, was shocked as the door opened with a loud bang before suddenly a fierce male who looked similar to Usra entered with a bitter face. Usra, if you want to molest the maids, please wait until after enrollment. It's time to have breakfast. We are all waiting for you. Dad, Usra was stunned. Usra, hurry and wash yourself, then join us downstairs for breakfast. The little princess has already finished and is getting impatient to leave, the man snorted, closing the door behind him. Understood, I'll be there in a minute, father. However, the red-haired male gave a thumbs up to his son and smiled out of Muzu's sight, writing, nice job, my son, in his fiery mana, which danced for 2 seconds before fading into smoke, just as Muzu turned around to see. Dad, I never saw you give me praise like that before. Usra felt a sense of warmth in his heart and decided he'd treasure his parents and friends in this timeline better than the previous. Muzu looked conflicted and blushed. Master Usra, let me assist you with a bath and change of clothes after breakfast, Muzu offered shyly. Usra grinned. Okay, Zuer, will you let me kiss you again too? HMPH. Don't be cheeky, I will beat you. Zuer, did you not enjoy that? Usra teased. Muzu's expression softened as her cheeks reddened. Master Usra, kissing and cuddling should only be done between married couples. Kissing maids is improper. Muzu pouted cutely. Usra hugged her waist. Zuer, in the future, will you marry me? Master Usra, are you teasing me because Zu has an ice spirit affinity? Don't joke with girls. Muzu pouted, walking away. Zuer, would you accept a marriage contract even if I became the trash and disgrace of the empire? He didn't need to wait for the answer because the beautiful violet eyes turned to face him, fluttering with light that seemed to sparkle. Even if Master became a beggar, Zu would still accompany him forever, Muzu said, the blush deepening before rushing away like a rabbit. To think such a proud girl would not care about my status instead of staying beside me feels amazing. How could I choose the pretentious and materialistic woman and even accuse Zuer of being a traitor? I was such a fool, never again. Then don't expect your master to let such a cute woman go. Master. Asura shook his head and followed Muzu downstairs, but his mind was constantly trying to decipher what he could from the strange words, and each one had a huge monolith in his mind. There were 5. Asura. Devouring. Devil. Dragons, then a final one with unreadable letters. What was more worrying was that his energy was not mana, but something different. It was more pure, refined, and powerful. Asura didn't know what this was called, but thought it might be similar to the power the Eastern warriors used to fuel their power instead of mana. However, I can become stronger with this devil, and dragon monoliths both said so. He looked at the face of Muzu with a body that fluttered with beautiful ice-blue magic particles and seemed to be shining with brilliance. His desire to become stronger formed in his heart, growing stronger each moment. Asura, stop being weird and sit down, quick, before your mother scolds me for being too cruel to you. His dad smiled, playing while pulling out Asura's chair. Ah, sorry, Dad and Mother. His dad seemed shocked, but quickly changed his frown to a smile, eating breakfast with his son. Asura felt a sense of nostalgia, slowly melting his self-hatred as he felt happiness fill his chest when he sat down. Asura sat comfortably in his expensive carriage, the red velvet seats cushioning the bumpy ride as the interior was painted in navy blue and white with clear windows on either side. Slowly breathing the crisp morning air beside him, the beautiful Muzu quietly looked out the opposite window with a pout, a reflection of her lips shimmering both glossy and wet from their previous kiss. Master, can we stop kissing? Oh, are you sure you want to stop? He looked at Muzu, so red in the cheeks that she might explode at any moment, tapping his cheek for a moment before leaning forward so close she could feel his warm breath blowing against her cheeks. Really, do you want to stop because you dislike it? A charming smile came to his face, seeing how radiant she looked as the gentle flickers of ice danced around her body with a beautiful shimmer of azure frost. What if people see your fiancé? Even if I like it, they might. Muzu lowered her head shyly, her eyes looking down while he gently grabbed her chin to lift her gaze to meet his own. So, people will know how much I love my fiancé. Don't. How can Zuer say no to that? Asura parted his lips before kissing Muzu again, tasting her lips' sweetness as the carriage rocked back and forth while they continued traveling towards the capital city. Then don't say no, accept it. Zuer. NNN. Her heart raced, feeling Asura's tongue sliding against her own as the sensation of warmth spread throughout her chest. Muzu blushed, wrapping her arms around Asura's neck as she pressed her breasts against his chest, melting into his embrace while he pulled her into his lap, one hand caressing her slender waist while the other tenderly massaged the softness of her supple rear. Her thoughts were hazy, only wanting to indulge in Asura's passionate embrace as he slowly pulled away, licking Muzu's moistened lips with a seductive grin. You're too cute, he said, resting his forehead against hers while he felt the cold chill of her breath softly tickling his cheeks. Muzu blushed even more, hiding her face in Asura's neck while he wrapped his arms around her waist, tightly holding her in his lap. Asura's thumb gently pressed against her soft pink lips, wiping their excess drool away as he felt the small amount of energy gathering inside his body. Like a dehydrated man in a desert being given a water bottle, his body began to awaken. The frosty mana of Muzu entered his body through their lips before being transformed into blissful energy that warmed his body and veins, pumping around after being injected into his heart, improving his physical and mental capabilities. Master, we shouldn't. Silly girl, I speak of you when the word fiancé is mentioned. I won't marry that selfish Dracker woman. Dracker woman. Asura chuckled, nibbling Muzu's ear as she squealed in surprise, almost jumping off his lap before being caught by the waist, hugging her tightly with a mischievous grin. But master, aren't we just servant and master? Muzu questioned, resting her head against Asura's broad chest as her ears burned red in embarrassment. Why not? I like you. Do you dislike me? Asura replied, gently stroking Muzu's waist as the carriage continued rocking them back and forth while the driver navigated the bumpy road ahead. No, I don't dislike master. But, Muzu mumbled, burying her head in Asura's shoulder while her entire body tensed nervously, unsure if this was real or a dream. Then be my fiancé, silly girl. I will handle everything, including helping you become a third circle magic knight. Asura grinned, lifting Muzu's chin as he planted another kiss on her pink lips, making her heart race with indescribable joy. She had no idea why, but every time she kissed Asura, her mind would turn fuzzy as if she was drunk, unable to think clearly until she calmed down after a short rest. Yet after that rest, she felt her entire body was energized and filled with vitality and power. Muzu smiled, nuzzling Asura's neck while he gently rubbed her back, soothing the tense nerves in her stomach before relaxing her entire body as she melted in his embrace. After enjoying the peaceful silence together for a few hours, Muzu suddenly lifted her head as Asura curiously raised an eyebrow, wondering why she had such a serious expression. Master, there are bandits ahead. Muzu whispered, opening the carriage door to leap out as Usura watched her jump high into the sky, using her icy mana to create glistening wings of ice before flying several meters above the ground and taking out a longsword from the air like magic. He looked on. The group were just like in his memory, but there should be 3 others that would attack from the other side. Usura's eyes narrowed before he stood up, a strange change in his atmosphere as if the man with Muzu was a gentle mirage, a soothing dream. And the current him a fearsome nightmare. How do I fight? Which monolith will guide me? His thoughts were arrogant, questioning the monoliths as he unlocked the opposite door and stepped down slowly. His black tunic, wrapped in a black and red noble coat made of fine leather and velvet, draping down to his knees, the symbol of Phoenix on his chest, a flaming bird with a crown atop a castle. Usura didn't falter. Although weak, he was no coward. Listening to the sound of blades and magic clashing on the other side, his eyes watched the 3 normal men with a quiet gaze. Oh, the target shows his face while the guards are away. What's wrong, young master? Did you get frightened by the fierce men? How about you come with us and you won't get that pretty girl hurt? Maybe we can return her to working conditions after some fun. Jaya haha. Ha ha ha, no Wakeptin loves breaking the cute girls. Answer me, which of you will teach me how to use this sword and kill these fat, burly vermin? Devour and Devil glowed with a dark glimmer, the sword slowly forming a realistic blade as it faded from his mind. The blade formed in his hand. A black greatsword over 120 centimeters with a bloody blade as if it drank the blood of 100 men. Countless words entered his mind, but Usura rejected them. Teach me the basics and one good sword art for learning. I do not wish to be a paper tiger or a tinfoil knight. My mind could compete with those using magic to boost theirs in my last life, and with this wonderful power I will surpass them again. Somehow, hearing his arrogant voice filled with pride, the glow brightened around all monoliths, but the Devil and Devour were the brightest as the information he asked for began to flood his mind, etching strange runes that he should never dream of understanding in his brain, and he knew every single word. A whole language gifted in an instant. Upon seeing the eerie and dark sword, the 3 bandits looked at each other before drawing their cheap, crude weapons. Look at that expensive sword, it screams spoilt noble. Get him, hee, and let's make him watch us make that girl scream before killing him. Devil arts. Soulfire blade. A surge of red and black flames emerged from the tip of his fingers, wrapping the handle and dancing along his guard before enveloping his crimson greatsword. The flames weren't hot instead, they were cold yet gave off the illusion of fire, creating a mesmerizing effect as the bandits froze momentarily, entranced by the beautiful flames before Usura rushed forward. He was not a mage nor a true warrior. His moves and body didn't fully match, but the large sword gave him a reach advantage as he swiped at the leading tubby bandit with a mace. The first swipe missed, almost sending Usura spinning off course, exposing his back as he desperately used the sword to stop his advance. The tubby bandit had dodged, but he too was shocked by the cut that opened across his face, a line of blood seeping down. Devour arts. Blood Reaper. An invisible wave of black energy erupted from Usura's palm, pulsing like an eerie claw. It spread outwards as it surrounded the bandits before sinking into their skin, like a vampiric grasp sucking a minuscule amount of health and vitality, increasing Usura's strength and stamina. Seeing Usura charge, the bandits shook themselves awake, raising their weapons to clash against his crimson sword, sparks of fiery black flame igniting. His crimson blade flickered, leaving afterimages as the 3 bandits stared blankly at the blurry figure, watching Usura swing his greatsword easily as if it were a feather. Phew! An arc of black flames burst from Usura's blade, cutting across the chests of 2 bandits, burning their clothes as if acidic, eating away at the cloth as they screamed in shock, dropping their weapons. Usura quickly followed up with another slashed. Bandits were affected by the fear caused by the devil arts because they were normal men. Mages would never have been tricked. Time to die. Like an executioner wielding a heavy axe, Usura's greatsword swung down a second time, splitting the screaming bandit's head in half before falling silent. Blood splattered across the road, painting the dry dirt path with a layer of scarlet red. Usura turned to the other 2 men, frozen in place, staring at the bloody-faced Usura, who had a twisted smile despite killing a man so easily. Aren't you going to run? Usura asked, stepping forward as the bandits finally snapped out of their daze before trying to run into the woods, screaming and crying. Whoosh. The sound of the grim blade cutting through the air sliced their legs off, causing them to fall onto the ground, bouncing and screaming from the bad angle as Usura approached calmly, lifting his sword. Another pulse of eerie energy erupted from his palm, draining their life force as the 2 men cried loudly, begging for mercy as Usura looked at them, floundering on the ground helplessly as if they were already dead men. Raising his sword, Usura stabbed the first bandit's head, piercing his skull before kicking the corpse off his blade. The heavy feeling in my arms, the ache of my muscles. I might never forget these 3 bandits in my first kill. Yet my lips show no fear or anxiety. Asura sighed, approaching the remaining bandit as tears rolled down his cheeks, sobbing pathetically. I'm sorry, please, spare me, die. Asura stabbed the bandit's chest, twisting his blade as his victim struggled and spat blood before laying still. Looking at the corpses, he found a strange calmness, as if his soul had ascended from his body, floating above himself as he witnessed his actions from a third-person perspective. Asura cleaned his blade using their clothes, wiping the blood off before a sudden suction force began to surge from his chest. The bodies of the three men trembled before a strange blue orb, small to view like an egg, ripped from their stomachs and floated towards Asura. Suddenly, the orb cracked into a beautiful storm of tiny blue stones and powder and shot into his body. When it happened, his lips released a groan of pain as he knelt to the ground, veins bulging under his flesh as the black sword vanished, replaced by a regular iron greatsword. Asura. A moment later, Muzu appeared to see the state of the corpses and her master. She rushed to his side and hugged him tight, seeing his body trembling, blood oozing from his nose. He convulsed in her arms. Muzu copied his actions in the carriage, remembering how it felt warm and soothing to her, kissing his lips before sharing her icy mana between their breaths, hoping to relieve his pain. After 10 minutes, Asura stopped trembling before collapsing into Muzu's arms, his eyes closed as she panicked, checking his pulse before sighing with relief. He was alive, albeit exhausted. Master, you can use magic. Muzu hugged him tight, with tears in her eyes, feeling that his long years of suffering were finally ending, as she watched his sleeping face with a smile. I will keep your secret until you wish to share it. Monarch's one small crystallized orbs containing pure mana used to increase mages and knights' cultivation. Yet when he killed them, Asura absorbed the three men's mana cores like delicious candies. When this happened, the minds of the dead men passed with the cores, entered Asura's head, and began to cause havoc in his spirit palace. Asura was not protected against mental or spiritual attacks because he was not a mage or knight. In the warm embrace of Muzu, his body became energized as she kissed him and filled his body desperately, like before. Her warm stream of mana slowly formed droplets of purified mana and began to quench the thirst of his dehydrated husk of a body. Yet his mind was trapped in chaos. Asura was forced to slaughter those three men repeatedly before devouring their bodies, a disgusting and twisted scene. Each time his blade reaped their lives, and his fangs devoured their essence, their bodies grew dimmer, and with each murder the monoliths marked Devour and Devil started glowing the dark light now close to the first indentation. With the words he could now read, Stage 1. With a violent slash, Asura cut down the chubby bandit for the last time in his mind. He could now feel that he was back in the carriage and resting his head on Muzu's soft lap. I should return, Muzu is worried. The slightly brighter spirit form of Asura, made of red light, faded instantly upon that thought, although he never wondered why his spirit was crimson and theirs was blue. Unknown Knight's POV. The carriage was covered in the blood of the bandits, and many of the men were surprised that their young lord had killed enemies alone despite having no core. He was the leading knight on this journey, and was especially proud because he had watched the growth of the young lord for many years and felt that his will and desire had vanished. Our young lord seems motivated to surpass himself. No matter his path, I feel happy to see him finally taking a step forward. Glade Eston, a tall male with short gray hair and a slight beard wearing dull silver armor bearing the Phoenix family emblem, rode beside the blue carriage with a focused look. It seems there is still a chance for our land to recover. Everyone knew about Lord Asura's excellent mind, but because he was lethargic and didn't care about his physical state, many of the retainers and knights were anxious. Glade's eyes turned towards the distant capital of Silvara, as they were now only a few hours' ride away. His eyes were filled with determination. Let's spread the news and hope to form a supportive net for the young lord. He was not optimistic because he killed those men. The men were unranked warriors. Nevertheless, Glade felt something when he watched the second-ranked Blade Knight kiss her lord. There was a strange but definite power. It was weak, but it was real. Lord Asura was emitting a strange pulsing power that was different from magic, something that made Knight Glade believe in him. Glade POV end. Muzu's beautiful eyes sparkled with blue icicles as she peeked at the sleeping face of her master, stroking his cheeks with a gentle touch, a warm smile on her face as she pinched him. Silly Asura, why ask to marry me then go do such dangerous things? I was so worried. Seeing you covered in blood and weak made my heart almost explode. Muzu poked Asura's cheek, listening to him groan as he shifted uncomfortably, turning in his sleep while she laughed before continuing to pinch his cheeks. You better marry me now, kissing me so many times. My brother will be so angry if you abandon me. Status cannot be your true wife. But you promised. Muzu pouted, puffing her cheeks while Asura slept, unaware of her teasing as she began to poke his nose, pressing the tip while he squirmed again. Ugh, stop poking me. Asura groaned, grasping her delicate wrist as Muzu gasped before blushing as his eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of dark red pupils gleaming like crystals in the sunlight. "You're awake," she smiled, cupping Usura's cheeks as he leaned up, rubbing his eyes while glancing out the carriage window to see the passing scenery of the lush green forest. "Did something happen?" Usura yawned, stretching his arms, pulling Muzu to his side and hugging her tight, resting his head against her soft bosom as she blushed, looking away shyly. "Master killed bandits, then collapsed in my arms." Muzu muttered, playing with Usura's hair before grabbing his chin and tilting his face upwards as she inspected his face. Seeing her pouting was a novel sight. "I'll marry you. I promised, haha, I don't care, HMMPH. Don't get hurt, that's all I ask, master." Muzu hid her face, resting her chin on Usura's head as he felt the rapid heartbeat thumping in her chest, giggling while hugging her tight. "I won't promise, but I will try." The carriage bumped up and down along the uneven road as Usura enjoyed Muzu's embrace, closing his eyes again and listening to the sound of her beating heart as his consciousness drifted in and out of his mind, reading the monoliths to understand what the usage of his unranked devour and devil choices gave him. A strange black tablet around 1 meter high and half the width with strange runes written. At first, he thought it was a tomb or grave. However, the black marble tablet had his name, age, and something like numbers linked with physical and mental attributes a person might have. It gave him a strange title like Muzu was a second-ranked Blade Knight. He was currently an unranked Devouring Devil. "Zur, if I can become stronger, it might be a dark and harsh path. Would you still help me, no matter what it takes?" Usura asked quietly, opening his eyes as Muzu gazed into his ruby-red pupils, nodding without hesitation. "Of course. I don't want you to accept because you are my knight, Zur." "Stupid," Muzu teased. "You saved me when my body was filled with scars. My core was damaged almost beyond repair after being sent to fight a losing war. When your family rejected me because I was a member of a defeated Eastern warrior tribe, only you accepted me, nurtured me to health." Muzu held Usura's face in her hands, gazing into his eyes as the carriage bumped up and down along the rocky road, jostling them around while he listened carefully. "Even when you could barely move after their harsh training on your body, I was desperate for them to accept you and to complete their tests and trials. For an entire year you endured, sharing your meals and warm bedding with me, a strange woman 10 years older than you. Master is stupid, naive, and kind. That's why I am loyal and fell in love with you. Not because you are handsome and a noble who saved me from death, but because you never changed." Muzu smiled, leaning forward to kiss Usura's forehead as he blushed, unable to reply before she rested her forehead against his own. "So I don't care, use me as much as you need. Whether for mana or anything else, I will give you everything." Muzu spoke with a powerful voice. Then, playfully sticking her tongue out and kissing Usura's lips, she sealed them as he closed his eyes, melting in her warm embrace while she hugged him tight. Usura wasn't sure why, but he felt comfortable and relaxed, enjoying Muzu's soft lips as he pulled her closer, parting his lips to allow her sweet tongue to slide against his own, intertwined in a passionate dance. Muzu's azure frost mana entered his body again, his warm flames melting it slowly before pumping around it, returning his vitality as Usura felt his strength surging through his weakened limbs, embracing her tighter. "I will use and love you until our deaths, Muzu." Usura parted his lips, kissing Muzu more passionately as she moaned softly, squeezing her thighs together before biting his lower lip, pulling it gently with a playful smile. "Naughty master." "Naughty fiancé." Their lips locked again as Usura enjoyed the sweetness of Muzu's breath, his hand moving behind her back as she squealed in surprise, kissing her neck and stroking his hair gently, giggling softly. "Master, I won't let that woman have you. Even if she is a duchess, any other woman is fine, even your twin sister. But not her." Muzu's eyes were radiant blue, with ice dancing around their bodies. "She looks at you like garbage and dirt. Nothing about her gaze saw my wonderful master." Usura chuckled, kissing Muzu's neck as she chuckled before pushing him back and pinching his cheeks with a mischievous grin. "If she dares approach you, I will freeze her legs and chop them off, feed her to my snow wolves." The carriage slowed to a halt as they were outside Silvara City. Inside the carriage, Muzu was guarding him. As their kiss ended, she began to slap his hand away and insisted they remained serious. Although she adored Usura, she needed to ensure she didn't become too loose. His life wasn't always safe, and the territory wasn't as prosperous as it was several years ago. However, he insisted she let him lean against her while they continued their journey to the capital. Usura sat to the side, leaning on Muzu's shoulder. The pair seemed to have taken a short nap due to the long journey as his fingertips stroked through her hair, waking her from her slumber. "We are here, master, I shouldn't have slept. Forgive me." Muzu rubbed her eyes, sitting up before fixing her hair, as Usura reached into his spatial ring, taking out a comb before helping fix her messy hair. "Don't worry about it, nobody saw." A gust of crisp morning air blew inside as the huge silver walls and glorious battlements of Silvara came into view of the couple. Muzu entered night mode, stepping from the carriage, held the door open and bowed lightly to Usura. "Young lord, please exit." Asura chuckled, stepping down before stretching his arms and legs as Muzu closed the door and knocked on the roof twice, alerting the driver to prepare their entrance. Ahead were the massive gates of Silvara City, guarded by hundreds of armored soldiers and knights, their eyes looking curiously at Asura and Muzu, recognizing them both. Many people whispered to each other, pointing at the pair with gazes of pity and scorn. Look, isn't that the failure of the Phoenix family? Haha, despite being so handsome, he's useless and cannot use magic. Isn't he very smart, though? I heard that his paper was ranked first. It looks like things won't change so rapidly. I need to get stronger before the first term ends. Asura smiled with a slight bitterness. His handsome face and raven hair danced in the strong afternoon wind, ignoring the whispers as Muzu looked angered by them, walking closely to Asura with an icy expression. Don't worry, I am used to their words and gazes. Asura smiled while whispering as they approached the gate. Oh, he didn't expect Glade Eston, a third-grade shield knight, to kneel before him with a respectful gaze in his past life. He was distant and always seemed to be filled with regrets, even in the last moments of Asura's death. Eston's voice was the only one shouting for justice. It surprised him, who was never valued as more than a hindrance in the background before. Asura held Muzu's hand tightly as they walked along the road leading towards the Royal Academy, admiring the beautiful stone architecture and looking at the luxurious villas and various buildings on either side. However, this was not open to anyone. It was a special treaty only for the nobles of Silvara. On their chests was the symbol of Silvara, a silver moon with a beautiful mounted female knight holding a lance as if to penetrate the moon. Based on the first queen of the country, Athia Silvara, a former slave who fought her way to freedom and defeated all in her path to form the beautiful capital named Ethos, which held the meaning of the Argent Moon. My lord, did you know the sparkling of the walls is supposed to represent the founding queen Athia? An excited Muzu chirped as she stood beside him with a radiant smile. Oh. Asura humored her, knowing she loved to tell him things like this because his grades were so high, and she could barely teach him anything growing up. Thus, after hearing his response, she clenched her fist in a victory pose. Honestly, I did know the lore, but there was no time to appreciate this in my last life. It is a very accepting and tolerant kingdom with a wide history. It shares lineage with the elves and the ancient phoenix. Who would not love being a member of this kingdom? It was said her ashes were mixed with crushed moonlight ore and used to create the city walls as per her wishes. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something that he didn't know. Maybe Muzu was a fan of Athia, the way her eyes sparkle and she holds her knight emblem. Do you respect her? I do. Even in death, as she did during her life, Athia requested to protect her people, even though it's known that one's ashes must be thrown in the sea or sky to reach the gods above. Muzu held onto his arm with a cautious gaze, looking around. This caused many of the nobles to start gossiping. Her beautiful eyes and the way she spoke vibrantly about their first queen charmed Asura. This girl was too good for my stupid ass. How much did this shining star suffer for my safety, hide her love and despair? Such a wonderful woman and a noble sacrifice for her beloved people and the walls. They shine so beautifully even 2,000 years later. Muzu realized her body was pressing him against the stone walls she so adored before letting out a slight cough, covering her beet-red face with her hands and walking faster. Come, master, we have to go enroll. The pair approached the academy's tall and intimidating gates in awe, watching the thick wood slowly open with a shimmer of magical light and a loud rumbling noise as huge cogs turned the 10-meter-tall doors thicker than a stone slab. Inside was a mystical land where magic was flowing in great concentration. A special barrier was placed around the academy that increased the density of mana by 50 times. A slight sour memory for Asura, who could barely move in this density, suffering from mana poisoning almost the entire year as people mocked him. Halt, please show your enrollment details and credentials. Stop, may we see your enrollment details and documents, miss? There were 2 queues, one for the higher class nobles, those of the Earl or Count rank and above. The other was for foreign nobles barely better than commoners and the heirs of barons and viscounts. Second and third children would use the right counter no matter how high their nobility, with the exception of the children of duke families. Muzu stepped forward, saluting the knight as Asura stood elegantly and gave a noble greeting. Asura Phoenix, heir to the Phoenix earldom, is here to attend the academy. Please see my documents and seal. However, he did not bow. As an upper noble, he would only bow to his parents or the queen herself. Muzu, second-rank blade knight, protector and maid of the Phoenix family heir. The 2 knights looked bitter or rather pitiful at Muzu, probably because the entire kingdom's noble and knightly circles knew that the Phoenix heir was a no-mag. Welcome, young lord. Remember, in the Royal Academy, everyone is equal. Your title will do little but earn a mocking look from the knights and instructors. Asura didn't care for the strange looks or their words indicating he couldn't fight his own battles. A noble must never take out his anger needlessly. He stepped forward, taking the box that appeared from a blue and white magic circle with his and Muzu's names written in golden ink. This box held their uniform and various items for his studies. "Come on, Zuer," Usra spoke gently, but his eyes became sharper. "You meet your revenge after careful planning and with a cool, collected mind." When he began to leave the huge archway to enroll in their course, his feet suddenly stopped as a strange ruckus started due to a woman in the queue who lined up on the left. Despite being a foreign noble, "Master, are you interested?" Usra turned around only for his gaze to freeze momentarily as he saw a world surrounded by a burning wasteland. A woman with countless blades penetrating her body, blood pouring down as she refused to fall to her knees. A dark memory of his past, he found his feet walking back towards the gates in a daze. "Miss Bahamut, you are not a noble of Silvara, so you must take the right desk to enroll." The snarky knight said it mockingly, and the other stood behind him as a backup. The woman named Bahamut stayed silent, her cold purple eyes glancing at the man before she slammed her documents down and showed no sign of moving. When the knight was about to speak, the woman touched her lips with the sign to silence someone, her white robes billowing gently in the afternoon winds. "Shhh." Her voice carried pressure that made the guard step back, but it also contained a beautiful melody that allured those without fear. A moment later, a colossal purple mana storm erupted from her body, forming a huge purple dragon with white scales encircling her slender figure before a beautiful blade coated in violent purple energies landed in her grasp, a rapier sparkling with divine beauty. Immediately, these two knights turned pale as ghosts, prostrating onto the ground on both knees, causing Muzu to try stepping in front of Usura but find her body and mana unstable, stopping her movement. "I shall never let the prince take this moment a second time." Zavada, Usura. She watched in terror as Usura approached the raging storm, facing the woman without fear. Usura flicked his hand at Muzu to tell her to stay back, as he walked closer to this gorgeous creature with terrifying power, unfazed by its pressure. This destructive force did not affect him rather. The magic she emitted was now being devoured and filling his dragon and devour monoliths. Zavada Bahamut looked at Usura for a moment, a fleeting gaze as she found no mana core and no threat, ignoring him as her sword was about to point towards the two knights, now half crushed on the ground from the magical pressure. This pressure was commonly known as Maki. "Do not be angered, beautiful dragoness." Usura's voice was calm, piercing, and clear as he pressed his palm against the hilt of her blade. Instantly absorbing more of her aura and mana, he caused the female's eyes to dilate in shock. "Who are you?" Zavada's long purple hair danced through the fierce magical storm like raging waterfalls beside her ivory-white skin, and her angry and dangerous eyes now focused on Usura alone. His crimson eyes contained a strange shimmer of black and red streaks, emitting an oppressive feeling towards her. Yet her instincts told her that Usura was a dangerous male, that he was not a man to be underestimated. On the other hand, Usura smiled and leaned close-lithe further into the storm, the more he devoured. "Demon Queen Zavada, do not cause a fuss here. If Astron finds out, even a dragon trapped inside a cage cannot fly, you know." His whisper caused her face to show emotion for the first time since arriving in Silvara, displaying disbelief and hesitation. "You dare threaten a queen." Usura remained silent as her powerful Maki blasted around him as she pushed her sharp, glowing nail against his neck, clearly in pain because of his treatment earlier. Her beautiful nails shone with luminescent purple light as her lips curled into a smirk, happy she got her revenge for earlier. Usura remained silent and unaffected by the Maki around him, placed a hand on his chest, and gave an odd salute. Curling his index finger and thumb while pointing his fingers to the west and holding them at his heart, this scene caused her Maki to shatter as she suddenly shuddered, mouth wide open. That salute, Zavada was shocked. Someone only used her family's most respectful salute when she wished to seek peace with the other side or greet her family. "Why do you know that salute?" The woman snarled, letting the guards recover. Phoenix ignored her, instead turning away as the slight red mark seeped blood down his neck and palm from her rapier's fierce reiki. Looking at the two guard knights, he gave a salute. "The Phoenix house shall vouch for her bloodline. Please allow her to take the correct path one of her standings should. I will bear all responsibility and consequence in this matter." Usura stepped past the trembling knights, who sweat profusely under their helmets, still bowing to him. Muzu rushed over and began tapping Phoenix on the shoulder with a frown before turning away as she noticed people seeing their interaction. After that, they walked towards the academy, with Usura pulling the stunned Zavada, who dragged her box behind her. A tall woman stood atop the entrance gates. Her hair was crimson red, dancing in the air, and her face was beautiful apart from the long scar across her right cheek. She donned an instructor's garb with golden threads around the outside, but underneath them was a black plated armor worn only by knights or warriors. On her chest was a lion's crest. Interesting, the useless waist without a mana core made a connection with the newly crowned demon queen. She observed the three people like a hawk, smiling as they entered the academy, wondering if staying here might lead to a more interesting situation. As she looked towards the dark horizon, a smile formed on her pretty lips. A storm was brewing in the distant east. This year seems to have been so much fun, and to think I was going to skip this year. Let's see, the principal, she owes me several favors. Ha ha ha, the old woman from the Phoenix family. Your son is quite the natural playboy. The woman's crimson hair danced wildly before her figure vanished as she leapt from the huge 20-meter battlement with a wide smile on her chapped lips. The Dracker family might not get their hands on the Phoenix land after all. Fufu, this is so interesting. Usra knew where their classroom would be, dragging Zuer and Zavada with him, rushing towards the third floor to avoid the annoying instructor of their class. He was quite a strict man who judged everything by time and punctuality. Hurry, what's the matter, Usra? Muzu asked. I just want to enjoy this life. His whispered voice absorbed by the wind. She wondered why he was rushing to get to class. Although they would have a lesson today, it wasn't that important and would likely be an introduction class. Zavada was silent as she looked towards Usra's delicate fingers tightly wrapped around hers, her desire to peel them off fading as she felt a strange tingle. She felt somehow relieved of her constant pain the longer he held her hand, as the thick, black miasma from her uncle and his traitor's curse began to ooze from her body into his, giving both relief from the pain and immense pleasure. Usra wasn't doing this by accident because her curse and cause of death were a huge thing after she died, and it was revealed. He believed his devouring ability might work as it could absorb blood, corpses, and mana to transform them into purified mana. So a curse created by the putrid blood of a dead dragon flooding Zavada's body should be the same. This way, she will feel interested in me and won't need to search for a treasure that doesn't even exist. However, a strange sight greeted the trio as they approached the classroom, causing Usra to become momentarily confused. Reality began to diverge from his memory, because the person standing at the door wasn't the teacher he expected, but a tall beauty with a shapely figure, alluringly round bell-shaped breasts, and crimson hair that shone in the sunlight. Look at the cute trio coming to class while holding hands, ha ha ha, let go of my hand. Zavada's eyes widened as she realized the stupidity of letting a strange male touch her body and holding her hand for so long, quickly pulling back and stepping forward with a snort. More than 20 other students stood quietly to the walls right as if scared of the woman and her prestige. Students attend class first to avoid students who might be lazy or use the grants given by the Royal Academy to pay for things other than their education, forcing them to attend or receive nothing. This woman feels familiar, her long crimson hair, that scar across her cheek, muscles filling her body, and an aura rejecting anything she dislikes. Line up, ha, all the students intimidated by her aura lined up together. It had to be her. Usra remembered who she was and quickly lined up without any backchat or arrogance. Although she sounded rough, this woman was one of the strongest beings in the kingdom, sworn to protect it from danger, as one of the rare supreme knights should a disaster arise for the realm. There wasn't a single person who didn't line up against the wall. Even Zavada stood against the wall obediently with a sigh as she felt the attention from others. Ha, annoying. She's so cute, who is she? Zavada's cold aura made people avoid her. Yet in the same breath, her beauty seemed to charm several guys, who were now unable to keep their eyes away from her attractive body as she watched the instructor quietly. Usra could only smile bitterly at these guys, all acting like monkeys in the zoo. Ah, there he is, the one who tricked and killed Zavada in the end. Suddenly, a male with tanned skin, curly blonde hair, and glistening blue eyes stepped towards the instructor, wearing a special uniform. Normal students wore a black uniform with the color of their year as a small tie or ribbon. In contrast, the royal family of Silvara had a pristine white uniform with a golden tie or ribbon to symbolize Princess Vila and Prince Valos. He was the person who originally helped Zavada through the gates in Usra's past life and began to form a strong bond with her. Usra found it strange that they singled her out as she was still technically royalty despite her uncle's betrayal, meaning she was exempt from being checked in the first place. Whatever, right now, it's nothing to do with me, he's still the nation's crown prince. What was more interesting for Usra was the ashen-haired girl with crimson eyes and a long eastern sword on her back, who stood quietly despite her brother, wearing the white royal robe. The heroic princess of Silvara was wearing a red cape over her shoulders. Now, enter the classroom and sit at the desk with your names. Everyone entered quickly to avoid upsetting their new instructor, because her gaze was quite fearsome as Usra rushed to his seat, wanting Muzu to have some space, hoping she might make friends in this life. Muzu was important to him, that was a fact. However, that didn't mean she needed to dedicate her whole life to him and do nothing when he was absent, losing the precious chance to finally attend the academy because Usra knew she never got the chance before. Young master, she called to him with a soft voice. Don't worry, Zuer, just enjoy your first chance at academy life. But master, Usra found his desk and sat down before leaning back on his chair and smiling at the beautiful eastern night. She looked at him, stunned because her age was considerably older than most students, and she felt it was wrong for her to pretend to be a student. The slight blush on her cheeks showed her true feelings as she bowed to him with a smile and sat down quietly before several girls quickly approached Miu and greeted her happily, seeming to find her likable. It seems my maid has made friends before I could. Asura leaned back, watching Miu converse with them and smiling, noticing her scolding them as the girls peeked towards him several times. He turned around to see Zavida sitting beside him, her face looking at him with a strange, scowling look, which annoyed him before he realized what he was doing. So Asura leaned over, whispering into her ear, "Hey, why are you being so strange? I just want to become friends with you." HMPH, using my family's salute and pretending to be kind. Who knows if my wretch of an uncle hired you? As if that fat man could hire me, don't be stupid. Asura shrugged his shoulders, not bothering to speak because words wouldn't get through to her completely right now as they just met. All he could do was slowly convince her. Who wants to be friends with a sweaty old man over a beautiful woman? He thought as the instructor entered the room with the prince and princess following after her. They probably asked her questions before entering while everyone returned to their desks. Even if it makes her beat me into a pulp, I must unlock these stages. Something great should happen, I am sure of it. Asura was filled with excitement and anticipation, not just from touching a beautiful woman like Zavida so freely, rather, because soon his first monolith would unlock and grant him new knowledge or something greater. Let go. Zavida pouted, her hands clenching tightly despite her having the power to crush my bones completely, yet he only felt a slight twang of pain before it faded completely. Nope, this woman isn't as thorny as she seems. Why does she not just use her cone of cold spell to force my hand apart from her? Why not? It feels good, right? He smiled with a cheeky grin, watching as the dragoness looked away, sulking, but her fingers started to move along his palm on her own, writing the words idiot and let go several times. Stupid. Yeah, I am, unlike Miu, who hadn't advanced mana detection abilities. Zavida was closer to a mage and could feel the changes in her body, not just the pleasant feeling of his touch sending a warm, tingling feeling through her body. But the poison in her bodish could feel it slowly being sucked from her body and flowing into the body of this annoyingly handsome human. What annoyed her was rather than becoming sick and weakened, he became stronger and more charming. His raven hair seemed to grow glossier and softer the longer he held her hand, and the scent of a dragon began to seep from his pores, causing her to feel a strange attraction of the same kind. Zavida bit her soft pink lips, trying her best to avoid letting out a whimper of pleasure as the feeling of bliss caused by the decreased size of her curse. This allowed her mana being able to circulate through her body like normal. Something that hadn't happened for over 2 months caused her to endure a pleasure close to masturbation, so she hid her red cheeks using her magic and pretended to be just fine. Sadly, their sweet moment didn't last long as a strange white robe billowed. The prince approached the pair, walking down the aisle where they held hands, his eyes briefly looking at Asura with a rather unpleasant gaze. However, the person in question continued to stroke the dragon's soft palm, enjoying her reactions too much. In an end, Zavida's beautiful purple eyes glowed as she shuddered, a light burst of magic leaving her body as she reached a strange climax and felt a chunk of the curse dissolving into the idiot's body. For a moment she felt a sense of guilt, worried that he might eventually become sick the more he absorbed, but her thoughts were interrupted by the sudden stranger. I think you should stop that because the lady dislikes you touching her. She seems pretty content to me. The prince seemed to have an issue with Asura and Zavida holding hands. As a gentleman, you should know not to touch women needlessly. This prince is such a hypocrite. Asura whispered enough for the prince to hear, causing his face to sour. While his reasons for doing this were unknown to most, Asura knew this prince was an ambitious snake that had already joined hands with many dark forces to deal with his genius sister. Whatever, it's not like I need to care about this womanizing bastard, because Asura was no longer holding her hand, but she was grasping his. Zavida POV. Now Zavida grasped his fingers as her supple fingers slid along his long, delicate digits. She listened to the two arguing before finally speaking as the prince became hostile. Who asked? Zavida's cold voice sounded as her purple tail tapped the ground while she scowled at the prince instead of feeling annoyed, because the scent of a dragon now oozed from Asura's body as if he were a true dragon. His scent was weak, something like a brand new dragon who didn't awaken fully, but she could smell him, which caused his touch to become more acceptable, not to mention he didn't do anything other than benefit her. Excuse me, fair maiden, but this man touched your hand, so I thought, don't care, go away. Why does this male come to me now? She peeked at his face but found he was ignoring her completely, but the eyes he stared at the prince with were ice cold. There was no anger, kindness, or desire to curry favor. They were just empty. Those eyes are just like the ones I see in the mirror every morning. Zavida felt a strange feeling, a cold chill down her spine. The words from the prince's mouth sounded positive and like he was seeking to become friendly with her, yet in his eyes there was no such feeling. Prince, go sit down, you're making a fool of yourself. Bad guy, don't taunt, Zavada scolded Asura. To him, she was nothing but an object, something to use. Very well. If you need assistance, please come to me anytime. Showing a fake display of reluctance, the prince moved away, casting a fleeting look at Asura, showing momentarily anger before it vanished. This also made her doubt his intentions, as Asura did not do anything worth such fierce eyes. Strange man. Zavada felt her first day was a little irritating, but somehow enjoyed it and began to look forward to her academy life. She looked towards Asura, wondering why this man was fine and felt strange. This male could absorb a curse that would kill any living existence it touched. Maybe life in this place won't be so boring. Let's hope he isn't someone working with my uncle. A loud bang sounded the next moment as the instructor finished writing on the blackboard with magic and an annoyingly proud face while the rest of the class turned away from the prince to ignore the situation. Are you done with your stupid romantic comedy? If this happens again, I will crush your bones, understood. Now, my new students, I am your instructor for this year. My name is Lorem Regius, Lady of Crimson Steel. The lesson was short, as Lorem said. She checked everyone was in attendance, gave a short speech about the academy, and then just left, leaving the helpless princess to hand out everyone's dorm documents and magi key that allowed you to enter. Asura was looking at his sheet of paper when Zavada pulled her fingers apart. Nevertheless, he already gained what he needed before a sharp pain exploded in the back of his head, causing him to curl down onto his desk, crumpling his dormitory sheet. It hurts. It hurts like my brain is being boiled in lava. Dragon Monolith Stage 1 Awakening. His body began to feel hot and moist from a strange sweat caused by this pain that started to travel around his entire body, words and runes engraved into his brain as blood oozed from his nose. Damn it, something is crawling under my skin. Asura covered his face to hide the situation from others, while the taste of iron and copper filled his nose and mouth. Zavada POV. Ba-dum. Zavada's slit pupils narrowed as she snapped towards Asura's body the moment he curled up as she watched the mana and strange patterns swirling from his head. Her eyes were special due to her race, able to see the movement of mana and the strange runes that each race emitted when using or generating magic. She felt stunned, once told that dragons were all but extinct except the apocalyptic dragons that slept in the 7 pillars of the world. Why, an extinct black dragon? Her voice was quiet as the other classmates were all happy about their future. Even Muzu was smiling and having an enjoyable conversation with the girls, sitting at her seat blushing as she showed her dorm number and partner. Zavada stepped closer, almost instinctively reaching out as her heart raced at the scene before her. In NGH, Asura's voice was muffled, but it looked like he was sleepy or resting to others. To Zavada, who saw the black scales pulsing and forming on the back of his neck, blood seeping down before rapidly healing to hide there was ever an issue in the first place. The moment her fingers touched his neck, stroking ever so lightly, feeling his sleek, still soft raven black scales, causing her to feel something akin to static electricity shooting down her arm as she bit her lower lip. A feeling of kinship. This idiot is so annoying, but why is he the one who turns out to be trustworthy? She didn't know but wanted to help his suffering as she remembered her first awakening. Under her fingers, his skin continued to split and tear as more scales formed around his neckline and upper back while her purple mana began to seep into his body. Her eyes were gentle and nothing like before when he was teasing her. HMPH, see when I make you help me in exchange for this. Zavada wasn't a bad girl, but she was alone and lacked supporters thus, before she felt his changes, there was never a chance she could trust him. Because her bloodline was one of the thickest of her family, or rather she was more dragon than demon compared to her uncle, who barely had specks of dragon blood in his veins, but this was why she felt Asura was trustworthy, due to her uncle's pride, a foolish man who seeks to impregnate his niece. Only with the desire to have her birth him, a male heir with thick dragon blood, could he carry the prestige of their clan as the next northern demon king. How could such a foolish male accept a true male dragon appearing at my side? I bet the jealousy would kill him. Ha 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 ha. Zavada looked over to Muzu, who was still busy chatting but sometimes checked Asura. Seeing him resting, she felt relieved and turned back, giving Zavada a chance to stroke the pained Asura's cheek gently. Sorry, but I need him for my own life to be safer. I hope you can forgive me for meddling in your little relationship. After sorting her thoughts, seeming to have psyched herself up, Zavada leaned close to Asura's ears, which were slightly more pointed due to his changes. There was a pretty raven black scale on the tip of his ear. Asura POV. I will help you deal with the pain, so please remember you owe me one idiot. The soft but teasing voice of Zavada entered Asura's hazy ears, as he was engulfed in pain as if his entire body was being burned from the insides. Zavada. Immediately after her words, a cool breeze filled his body and helped him regain his focus so that he could read the monolith prompt on the huge screen for the first time. That pain was like my organs and muscles were melting, and my bones burned to ash. Choose your evolution. Claws: you can unleash your dragon bloodline using sharp claws in battle. Wings: black wings allow short flight and combat agility. Breath: a high damage non-elemental black flame attack from the mouth. Scales: increases the natural defense of your body, boosting magic resistance. Heart: evolve your heart to control and manage your anima and magic more efficiently. Wow, what's anima? Asura stopped feeling his body, became immersed in the monolith, and wondered which to choose as he saw a small movie of each skill on the screen with his name and the strange runes and numbers that didn't make sense yet. What is this information tab about? He pressed the button, hoping for feedback and information on the best choice. Suddenly, a hologram with the same image as himself formed from the ground, flickering with a blue light and looking at him with a strange smile. Hello there, I am the interface for the Monolith Type Evolution System from planet XG4666 Na, also known as Neo-Earth of the Beatrice Galaxy. This system is designed to evolve the subject to the very limits of their genes. Because you are of a strange, inhuman race, we could only match it with fantastical creatures that were but myths or fiction on Neo-Earth. Do forgive the lack of complete information. Asura stood listening to his voice with a slight mechanical twinge before wondering if this projection could understand him, or if it was just a recorded message like memory stones sold in the central continent for dying family members or special events. What is strange about me, also Neo-Earth, I have never heard of such a realm or planet as you call them. Interestingly, there was another planet with only the human race. One moment, please, master. The hologram's eyes flickered rapidly with strange runic numbers and green lights before it stopped and looked at Asura again. Confirmed destruction of Neo-Earth over 10,000 years have passed since the extinction of the human race from Earth. Oh, Asura's interest died instantly as the planet was destroyed due to a huge blast from the dark skies, and breaking apart was shown on the monitor. I guess I will never need to care about this then. But the monolith system they built, how does it have other races if their planet was only human, deleting irrelevant data and formatting to suit this world and your needs better? The projection began to flash green, like before countless strange runes now traveled around its body and made Asura feel a little nauseous due to the speed. Beep boop. Formatting complete. Asura Phoenix, digital companion, now configured. Forgive me, Lord Phoenix. Asura nodded but still felt overwhelmed and had many questions to ask, but the main one was how this could help him. What can you do to help me? The hologram's image changed instead, taking on the form of an older male in a lab coat. It seemed to understand I was uncomfortable speaking to myself. First, I can help you understand the large monolith that carries your name, and all the language written on the slab will be given to you mentally. But since you are evolving, would advice on which part to take first be better? I just worried that I might be unable to pick the others if I chose one. Suddenly, the male nodded and hammered his fist onto his palm with a smile. Do not worry before you reach the true levels of evolution. You must build all the blocks and links that form that race. The first 5 levels of the monolith will change your body and genetics so you can reach the important 6th stage and achieve a true transformation. However, why your system has 5 choices, and they are all somehow working in sync is beyond me. I will try to learn during your daily life if possible. Asura was taken aback by his words, wondering if this meant he was special, but he wouldn't let it go to his head for a lifetime as someone who could not use magic and be weak could never be forgot. He needed to cool his head. I would like to inform and congratulate you on becoming a 1st stage dragon. Now you can convert the purified mana in your body that was devoured into a special magic unique to dragons and yourself. What is that special magic? The eyes of the image flickered several times before it continued. Anima, a special type of energy, the purest source with double the power and effect of mana and chi, but volatile and only usable by those with the correct constitution. 1 unit of anima would be 5 units of mana or 3 units of chi. Do I have to call on those selfish spirits that betrayed me when I was lost in despair? No need for spirits or the worship of gods. You can channel the elements themselves, and how to do so will be slowly taught over the next few days while you sleep. Thank God. I held grudges against them and didn't think I could honestly channel their chants and praise except for Sylphir, who tried to help me. By the way, what's your name? BR1ANZ662359, Model 2. You can just call me Brian, as it's easier. Okay, Brian. Then what would you suggest as my first evolution? He looked towards the eager Asura. The blue light fluttering as a beam seemed to trace over the entire body of the young male from his eyes to his feet before the image flickered. I have analyzed that your body lacks too greatly despite the physical improvements to fight this world, knights and warriors. Ask your wife to help you train vigorously and take the scale evolution. The scales aren't as bland as they seem, offering a passive increase to your physical and magical resistance, but also increased muscle and bone durability, while you can summon the black dragon scales for a short time as an extremely strong defensive ability. Summon them. Well, they are yours, right? Then why can't I use them all the time? As if mocking Asura, the old man image shook his head and played a strange, jarring laughing sound before turning back to the young male. Can a baby wear full plate and chainmail armor? No, they would be crushed under the weight. There is your answer just because you reached the first stage. You are a true dragon in blood and name, not physically. I see. Let's not rush things. I was too excited. Asura took a deep breath before looking at the monolith, choosing the scale's evolution and hoping this strange ghost-like thing wasn't tricking him. The moment he did, his mind returned to the real world, where a true, painful baptism awaited him. In the dark space with 5 monoliths, the image of the old man transformed into a beautiful woman with black wings fluttering from her back and a long plume from her hair as she looked at the screen with his details. She was no longer an image or hologram, but a living woman with beautiful fair skin and dark feathers covering most of her voluptuous figure. For a moment, the monolith began to vibrate and resound with the strange cries of an excited bird. So you were here on a strange little planet in the middle of nowhere, born without your memories and in such a poor body, a strange glint flashing in her golden eyes. Asura returned to the classroom, feeling a strange sense of comfort around his body and perfume lingering in the air. However, everyone except Muzu had already left the room, and she didn't use this scent. Are you all right, Asura? I was just a little sleepy, don't worry, I am fine. There aren't many people that would linger close to me, so I guess it was that knife-mouthed yet tofu-heart dragon. He stood up, feeling a sense of power in his limbs that never existed before. If fighting those bandits was mostly bravado and overworking himself, he felt now that even without his sword, they would be easy to kill. Asura, why are you so close to that girl? I don't like her. I was right, but why does Muzu dislike her? Zavada, did she do something wrong or are you just jealous of her? Muzu's mouth opened and closed before she looked to the ground. Why wouldn't I? She is young, powerful, and seems to be royalty while I... Before Muzu could fall deeper into self-pity, Asura's arms wrapped around her body, slowly stroking her back with his newly found strength. He could finally massage and tease her without becoming exhausted. Asura, don't grope my ass. Her arm swiped to move his arms away with her usual speed, but Asura's body leaned back, his fingers slipping along her forearm and up to her cheek with fluid movements before he pulled her chin close. He enjoyed her shocked look, big widened eyes and open mouth as he kissed her, his tongue slowly meeting hers. His left arm caught her as she lost her balance when his leg suddenly slipped between hers, causing her to fall against him while one of his hands slid down the curve of her back and under the hem of her shirt. Her back is so smooth and silky, I want to keep teasing her longer. It amused him. It looked like she had grown bold enough not to hide the desire shining in those lust-drowned eyes, but her little white teeth bit his tongue and lips as if to show her defiance and mood for him molesting her. The feeling of her mana being devoured is clearer to me now, even the taste of her saliva and tongue, such a sweet taste. This is due to your dragon heritage. From the documents, a male dragon will find females' sweat, spit, and other fluids more tasteful, while the same is true for your partners. What an envious race, not having to worry about morning breath. Asura thought it was stupid for an old man's hologram to care about something like that as his lips and tongue became icy cool. He noticed that Muzu was now covered in mana, her body shimmering light blue from the icicles forming around her like a mini snowstorm. Their tongues entangled before slowly parting. Both people kissed each other with one last peck, almost reluctant to stop their kiss before their hands slipped together, intertwining their fingers. A thin thread of saliva stretched out while their breathing was short and heavy after ending the kiss, and then her head hid in the nape of his neck as his other hand returned to petting her long black hair, which now shone slightly blue due to their dual cultivation. You were a little bitey this time. What if you hurt my mouth? HMPH. I'll kiss it better, of course. Idiot, you're the idiot. I'm just a maid and my cute wife maid, NN, maybe. The pair then showed each other their dormitory number with a wry smile on Asura's face, while Muzu looked to the side with a bright red face because normally nobles would bring a servant of the same sex so they could share a room with no issues. Asura's father was pretty lax and already accepted that Muzu was worthy to serve as his concubine before they left. The old man even handed him several boxes of anti-pregnancy items with a sparkling grin. Let's go see our home for the next 3 years. I will guide you, master. Muzu acted very seriously, dressed in her academy uniform and long black thigh-high stockings that made her meat bulge, and became far too sexy each time. She walked. Asura secretly peeked at the bottom of her skirt with a dreamy grin. The academy was just as he remembered, with bustling students wearing pure black uniforms mixed with their year color, and many servants waiting behind their masters, while talking with their friends about the many interesting lessons and social gatherings held monthly during breaks between their classes. Each of the 4 quarters of the academy was built for a different purpose. The southern quarter was popular for events and battle training. The eastern quarter was home to the shopping area, blacksmith, and huge library full of countless books on everything from economics to alchemy and magic. Now, the north was where the school buildings and most lectures would take place, with the academy task board for students registered as warriors to participate in quests across the kingdom to earn credits, money, and resources to fund their studies. And of course, the west. Usura, it's so beautiful. The west was the entrance point leading outside to lush forests that had been remodeled using formations and healing magic to prevent the academy from becoming a danger zone. It was also the place where most students above the commoner level resided. Two towering dormitories of crystallized ore that sparkled like the stars at night and turned into a storage batter in the sun. Behind them was a large arena field built to handle matches between warriors. All new students wouldn't live in such dorms immediately since some were designed for high nobility. That's why one more building was placed behind the academy city wall. Well, it looks well maintained. I can bear with it. 3 damn years of living within these walls again. Am I excited or filled with worry? Usra just looked at the excitement in Muzu's eyes as the architecture was awe-inspiring to behold. The 2 giant dorms split perfectly equal towards each section of the west. The 2 dorms twisted around each other, forming a beautiful spire as crystalline mana became fluid and streamed into the moat below. A beautiful display of magi technology. The mana is stored in the small moat as a liquid only used when needed. Both went through the familiar Northern Gate passage before reaching another line of student registration booths. Usura and Muzu only needed their thumbprint with her aura signature to register for room A13. Usura. That woman looked at us with a strange look. Did we do something wrong? Muzu asked as she began to carry our things into the room after leaving 2 sets of plain black maid uniforms for cleaning work hung on the back of the door. Strange look. Oh, she included the garter belt and short skirt. Muzu, my cute maid, you are so naughty. The room differed from last time's memories because Usra didn't come with Muzu due to his feelings of inferiority. His room had 1 large bedroom with a king-sized bed, 2 closets on either side, an ensuite bathroom, and 1 along the apartment's entrance. There was a large training room with various dummies and fighting tools, a kitchen, and a large bathroom with a small lounge to relax. Overall, this kind of place was better than his current home. So for Muzu, it was more magical. Master. There is some mistake, only 1 bedroom. Muzu's cute, worrying voice sounded as she grasped his hand almost naturally now, with a concerned look. However, Usra smiled and hugged her close, their bodies falling onto the dark red sofa, causing the adorable maid to let out a meep before mounting him and grabbing his wrists. Master, you. Usra kissed her exposed neckline and shoulder blades, causing Muzu to moan softly as her academy outfit slipped off. He wanted to play with her soft chest covered only with a thin cloth, but she managed to escape like a frightened rabbit. What can I do? No matter what happens, you look delicious. Muzu stared at Usra with a stern look, but her red cheeks and the smile she tried to hide made it obvious she was happy he stopped playing around and sat up from the sofa. Muzu, although I would love to tease you all night, I need a favor from you, something you might find difficult. Already. It might hurt a little, but it will be worth it in the end. Her face blushed as she tugged the edge of her shirt, biting her lower lip before nodding, seeming to have made her determination and looking up at the handsome Usra, who began to tie his long raven hair into a high ponytail, revealing his full facial view. I am ready, let's do it, Muzu exclaimed, her voice becoming a higher pitch near the end. Good, I needed your help so badly. Was Master that pent up? She whispered. Usra then walked away from the bed, causing her to feel strange. How would they have sex if not on the bed? Then he picked up the defensive armor and gloves before wearing them and turning to face her with a bright smile. Let's fight. I want you to train me without mercy. Muzu could only stand in complete shock. You wanted to train? Yeah, what's the matter? He smiled at her before looking at the bed, showing a shocked look and turning back to Muzu. Oh, so you thought I wanted to have C. Don't say it, smack, heh, I deserved that. The sound of steel clashing with iron resounded in the training room as Usra's body slammed into the stone pillar with slight padding and a magical enchantment to avoid structural damage. 13 moves. Muzu stepped forward and placed her blade back into the sheath, her beautiful hair dancing as if she were in a picture as her beauty soared to the skies. Usra was watching her beautiful face, enchanted by the serene sound of her blade clicking into place, seemed to remove her sharp and deadly aura. In the next moment, she knelt beside Usra with her hands glowing a gentle blue, soothing warm water gently bubbling around each of his bruises and wounds. Master, you've reached stage 1. No, when did you? How did you gain a mana core? Usra looked a little winded because he didn't use his dragon scales. Instead, he desperately wanted to reach his body's limits before showing everything to Muzu. I didn't want to say before I was sure. Muzu, do you swear on your blade to never tell my secrets? A knight's oath was unbreakable, be it a shield bearer swearing upon their shield the knight on their blade. If the knight breaks the oath, the knight would lose all talent with the chosen oath and ability, a common tactic for people who employed a knight. I didn't want to do it, but my secret is too big even for Muzu, my sweetheart who followed me for so long. He knew accidents could happen, be it mind-altering spells or torture. There were all sorts of dark magics in this world, but the oath would never be broken if made. Even if Muzu were brainwashed into his enemy, she would never reveal his secrets, abilities, or anything that would put Asura at a disadvantage. Muzu didn't hesitate as she knelt before him, placing her blade in his hands, a sign of her faith and respect, before looking into his eyes, those dazzling blue gemstones glowing with the residual magic particles. I have sworn since you saved my worthless life. My beloved master and Lord Asura, this Muzu will serve you in battle, sincerity, and death. No, that's not the oath I want. Zuer, change the oath. I want you to serve me as my partner, beloved knight, and future wife. If I make this oath, you cannot change your mind. Her voice lowered, seeming to be unconfident with her little threat. Asura's hands tightly grasped her sword before he placed a kiss upon the mark where her mana was channeled to cast blade arts. Muzu gasped, seeing his gentle kiss. The look on his face was relaxed and filled with respect and affection, causing her heart to race as she saw her crystal glowing bright blue from her master's kiss, something that should never happen. Of course, my master, this must be the depth of your affection and trust in me. Even Hyoka accepts you. The blades of warriors and knights were special, with a small magical stone made of their crystallized mana only reacting to the owner, growing together, increasing the density of mana and magic power within the blade, shield, or weapon. Asura's strange crimson sword was the same, although it seemed a little incomplete in its current form and lacked the core that Hyoka had. A breeze of gentle frost and ice danced around Asura's body suddenly before beautiful flowers. They were roses created with pure ice, both beautiful and dazzling. Also, Muzu's favorite flower. I ask you to make an oath to keep my secret. Then your future husband and master. I will make an oath to you in Hyoka. Never will I take your blade or heart for granted, and I shall never betray your trust. I swear this as Asura Phoenix, future Earl of Nirvanas and your husband-to-be. I can feel her mana entering my body, not like normal. It's not being devoured, but embedding itself into my body, becoming one with me. As he spoke, the flowers increased, his hair shimmering with icicles just as Muzu would, with his crimson eyes filled with blue light, turning them purple as he handed the sword back to her. Tonight, the ceremony and actions were important. Asura's actions, words, and seriousness caused Muzu's heart to tremble as teardrops of ice slipped down her cheeks as she placed her hands atop his, gently holding on to him. I, Muzu, Blade Knight of the fallen Mu clan, swear to give my heart, soul, and everlasting trust to Asura Phoenix, never to share his secrets or speak of his weaknesses should the divine light of Izuna strike me down. Asura didn't know yet, but that tiny bit of ice affinity was the true ability of the devouring monolith to steal the enemy's magic elements and make them his power. It only worked with Muzu due to her open heart and the feelings both her blade and she held towards him. Others would surely be more difficult and require lots of murder or devouring. The pair of hands joined as the same thing happened to Muzu as he felt her gain part of his flame. It wasn't the special devouring flame, but there was now a small gemstone with the same color as his eyes on the sheath and hilt of her sword. A large blue moon and a small red sun, as if orbiting each other. The mere sight caused Muzu's eyes to fill with tears as she looked at Asura with a changed look. No longer did she seem to hold back. The title of being his maid in her heart began fading away as her body leaned forward, kissing him without warning while clutching him tight not to let go. Her lips were cold and soft as Muzu seemed drunk on pleasure when the flame finally merged properly, taking Asura by surprise as she pushed him down into the snow. Their entangled magic grew more intense from the kiss as her tongue pushed into his warm mouth, the heat seeming to complete her as she started sucking on his tongue, unwilling to stop tasting the sweet taste. Asura felt their exchange of magic became faster and smoother with each moment. He felt part of the devoured mana enter his body, enhancing the small blue layer of ice inside his bones, muscles, and organs as his flames seemed to do the same for her, causing the cute girl to tremble and moan into his mouth. Even if the dragon, devouring, and demon monolith grow slower now. I can feel the freezing energy of Hyoka increasing my defenses, and my flames seem to be giving Zuer great benefit too. After over 10 minutes, Muzu hugged Asura so tightly that it almost hurt while sharing an intoxicating kiss between them both. Inhaling deeply as their magic calmed down again, she finally broke off the kiss while still laying atop him, looking down happily at Asura as a blue sparkling strand of saliva was sucked into her mouth, with brilliant azure eyes peering down at him. Can I show you my secret now, Zuer? She remained on his chest for a moment, stroking along his exposed muscles, before hugging him tightly and reluctantly getting up and standing 3 meters away, taking her stance. Please show me what you have gained. Her eyes gleamed with excitement and delight, knowing he wasn't weak and could finally shut up those ignorant fools, tears still dripping down her cheeks. Asura stepped forward but removed his robes and tunic, now standing in only his expensive black pants, parting his legs. He took a deep breath before the aura around him caused the air to tremble. Even the mana of Hyoka trembled for a moment, Dragon Arts. Black Dragon Scales. His entire body became enshrouded by an oppressive, vicious, terrifying draconic energy. Pitch-black scales glistened ethereally across his skin for a moment like an overlapping shield before vanishing under his control. Like a mystical dance, they covered his abdomen, chest, and arms before slowly forming a solid armor that covered all his vitals and fists. His hair fluttered wildly behind him as the black scales covered his ears, like sharp spears made from blades of shadows as his hair glimmered darkly. Zur was entranced, unable to think or breathe, her azure eyes completely stuck upon Asura. Every motion she saw made her shiver in anticipation. She wanted to fight and sleep with him. His charm was no longer degraded by his lack of aura. It was majestic and wild, but quiet and deadly. This is part of my secret, Zur. Can you still love me? Only a foolish woman would turn down such a wonderful mate. She screamed as her hand, grasping the blade, slid, the beautiful blue blade shimmering brightly with mana. Please show me. I will train with you until my mana runs dry. Asura felt shocked when facing Muzu for the first time. Not only did he realize she loved battle more than he expected, but her eyes looked at him with lust, desire, affection, hope, and expectations burning within those icy blue gemstones. I want to meet her expectations. I want to become strong enough to make her proud. Here I come, anytime. Muzu kept her strength to the limit of stage 1 as her sharp ice blade danced through the air, clashing with Asura's heavy greatsword with deep, resounding blows, causing him to slide backwards but take no damage. Deep dragon-like growls constantly emitted from Asura's throat when attacking, revealing a burning ember inside his irises alongside his confident and charming smile, surprising Muzu so much she nearly missed an attack and flew backwards across the ground, sliding across the frost like she was gracefully skating on it. His wide yet elegant movements were familiar and nostalgic as he rushed towards her. Gritting her teeth as happiness overwhelmed her mind, Muzu darted forward while twisting like a delicate flower in the wind and slicing upward with a glimmer of ice magic, crashing harshly against his scaled muscular arm, but damaging neither the scale nor his flesh before breaking. Her lips parted slightly as she dodged Asura's fist followed up by an overhead cleave. Her heartbeat drummed heavily inside her heart as her body shuddered powerfully, feeling the moves he was using, which were those she had used at the start of the fight. Asura was learning her movements as if they were natural to him. Although he lacks finesse, grace, and speed, he makes my heart quiver. I cannot hold back against him. Willing away the thick mist she unleashed as a diversion, Zur vanished from sight, her blue blade encased in ice, slicing through his scales as a deep wound formed across his chest, followed by a fountain of blood, his crimson eyes dazed at her movement. The mist reformed around Zur as she dashed sideways, gazing at Asura, whose wound swiftly closed by itself. A mere thin film remained. They locked eyes as he felt unwilling to lose. Muzu tightened her grip before rushing forward again. Asura roared, his dragon-like voice echoing throughout the mist. As he rushed forward, they crossed blades before he grabbed her ice sword with his bare hand, the ice covering his arm in an instant before pulling her into a deep embrace, his large hands embracing her hips and lifting her high into the air, spinning rapidly before throwing her far away. Zur flipped gracefully through the air as Asura rushed after her, slamming his greatsword downward, piercing the ice below, sending a shockwave of frost and ice magic, forcing her to hastily block and counterattack, her elegant attacks unable to penetrate Asura's strong defense. His eyes shone red as he darted forward, with his greatsword held high, almost copying her attack when she vanished from sight. However, because his exhaustion was too great, even with his speed, the blade only sliced through her right forearm before she deflected the blow and countered it, penetrating his chest with another sharp attack and filled the training room with blood. Now the entire room filled with the scent of excitement, sweat, and blood. Their battle continued for 20 minutes as Asura collapsed to the ground, with half his body frozen and blood flooding his chest, yet a smile was on both faces. Ha, ha. It seems you are a fast learner, Asura. In an end, ha, Zur, you are so amazing. This time Muzu hugged him first, her lips pressing against his. Knowing it helped them both recover and increase their cultivation, her tongue slipped into his mouth before greedily sucking on his mana. His warm hands embraced her waist, slipping under her clothes and massaging her soft, snow-white buttocks. The sensation of his warm, moist hands gripping and squeezing them firmly caused a jolt of excitement and mana to flow through her body, flooding her core. Zur moaned between kisses, her mana recovery increasing greatly before she pulled away, her glowing azure eyes staring at Asura lovingly. Let's take a rest, Asura. I will make you something for dinner. It's been an hour, all right. Ha. His crimson eyes dimmed slightly, causing Muzu to giggle and stroke his cheek, kissing him once more before standing up and helping Asura to his feet, his wounds healing slower than usual as he sat on the black chair facing the outside view. When she used her full strength, I felt my weaknesses more than ever, but the exhilaration of fighting her, feeling my chest torn by her blade and desperate to counter felt amazing. Asura never loved fighting in the past, or maybe it was because he couldn't fight that he avoided conflict. However, facing Muzu in the training room made him feel like his entire life up to this point was just a corpse walking and pretending to be alive, feeling the cold, icy blade cutting his flesh, watching as his attack sent her flying, enduring the aching pain using his black scales. It was amazing. Is this feeling better than sex? He leaned back in the chair, constantly closing his eyes and reviewing the battle. His devil and devouring arts were amazing, but he could feel something wasn't quite right. My range is too short, the weapon is too bulky. Asura tried his best to understand what was wrong before he suddenly found himself sitting in the center of the monoliths. Why am I here suddenly? Inside his soul palace, he noticed that the old man was sleeping against the unknown pillar with a peaceful face, snoring away. Are you awake, Brian? He shouted while pulling himself up, noticing that his physical wounds and injuries were reflected, and noticed the wounds healed in tandem with his body on the black obelisk. So it doesn't stop healing, thank God. Brian seemed to awaken, but the eyes were different for a moment. They were a beautiful golden color. It made Asura feel strange to think a man's eyes were beautiful, so he didn't say anything and looked toward the screen to avoid the subject. Oh, you finally stopped brandishing that incomplete weapon and realized your errors. What a good little boy. I'm not little. Don't worry. I'm merely Data, so don't feel embarrassed. It was just a jest. Tusk, old man, what did you mean about incomplete? Isn't this weapon my soul weapon? Asura assumed it was a soul weapon because it changed shape when he held it with the intent to battle like Muzu's Hyoka. May I hold it? Since it was just a hologram, Asura thought his weapon might drop to the floor. The blade was identical to the artifact he had bought before death, and he wondered why this old fool thought it was incomplete. Brian grasped the crimson greatsword with a black base before it transformed into a mere iron sword, causing Asura to feel delighted that it wasn't something he could lose. The look on his face was obvious to Brian, who just smiled gently before letting out a cry. Ha! The iron greatsword suddenly began to break apart, causing Asura's heart to shatter. This sword helped him fight Muzu almost on equal terms in her limited first stage and for 20 minutes in her second stage. Yet this old man just destroyed it. Oh, old man, my sword. In the palm of Brian was a small blue orb and a large crimson orb with a black sphere inside, just like Muzu's sword, but the colors were opposite, and he had a strange black orb inside both of them. The eyes of Brian flashed with several colors before he looked at Asura seriously with a stern face. Call the weapon in your heart and ask her to return to you. How? He was a little unsure before closing his eyes and picturing holding the blade and cutting down the bandings, feeling the exhilarating thrill as he fought against Muzu. Because he closed his eyes, Asura missed the beautiful scene, as the red and blue orbs recreated the battles in the air, with a blue and red color letting Brian watch and smile, as the rookie Asura defeated the bandits, and spent most of 2 hours being beaten by the pretty Blade Knight before he started to absorb her moves and abilities. He learned her moves by instinct. What kind of brain does this damn lady killer have? With a roar, the orbs became extremely hot and cold before tearing from Brian's hands and fluttering through the air before dancing around the body of Asura. His eyes closed tightly, yet a smile came to his face. Come back to me. Let us fight together. Always, never letting anyone part us. I swear to give you the same affection I would to my wife. Taking deep breaths, his feet seemed to hover off the ground as all 5 monoliths began to pulsate and hum with a beautiful melody, echoing for the entire span of his spirit palace, causing even Brian to feel enchanted as the 2 orbs began forming 2 different weapons that began to fuse. 2, Brian exclaimed with wonder. Her golden eyes watched the sight of his movements, unable to stop her true appearance from flashing each time the unknown monolith pulsated, which forced her to hide behind it to stop Asura from seeing. I can feel you were calling to me, gentle and affectionate, but with a deep fear you cannot protect me in your current state. Do not worry. Let us grow together, from the bottom to the top of the universe. Come to my side, little Nova. Asura's voice seemed to be something deep within, like his soul calling. Before the blue sphere began to form a beautiful longsword, a blade close to 90 centimeters long and over 10 centimeters wide, sharp but solid. Will we let our power be incomplete due to arrogance and her being of a different element? Accept your new sister, Lumerous. Then the red sphere formed a long shaft with a golden blade at the end, only short but likely a counterweight that aimed to become a true blade. Lumerous Nova, come to your master. Then the 2 weapons merged, the long red shaft with golden dragon and strange runes that matched the unknown monolith, and a golden blade extending from the tip only around 70 centimeters now. A huge black dragon with flames appeared momentarily, just like when Zavada released her powers in fear due to the guards and the presence of so many enemies. The monoliths continued to pulsate for several moments while Asura slowly lowered his body, touching the ground with a soft tap and opening his glowing red eyes with fluttering lashes. What happened. He felt a voice in his heart, two gentle voices that called out to him. So he answered honestly and sincerely. Now, inside his hand was a heavy but powerful weapon. Soul weapon. Lumares Nova, the Scarlet Sword Lance. Brian, I don't know how, but you were right. My power and the crystal of love from my dear Muzu seem to have caused the weapons to become lost. Meanwhile, Brian was still shocked. Two weapons, transforming nonsense. What love? Then where his mid-sentence, his old deep voice stopped before he came from behind the monolith with a wide smile. Congratulations, that weapon can never be stolen, never be broken, and will always answer your call no matter where, when, or how you do so. His eyes looked to the square board, finally realizing that one of the runes, which now showed a negative number, seemed to be his anima. Brian seems a little strange, but I am too tired. These girls ate a lot of my anima. While feeling dazed, Brian's words seemed to sound, but seemed to be burned into his ears with magic. You must learn to control the devouring factor during combat. You stopped absorbing and couldn't absorb mana during combat unless she directly touched you. Try to learn to absorb it even away from your body. A moment later, Usra lost consciousness, sleeping soundly on the black sofa while Muzu was cooking a delicious meal with many stamina and energy-boosting ingredients, her eyes gently watching her master and boyfriend, now sleeping on the chair with a gentle snore. Usra, wake up, it's time to eat. A gentle voice sounded as he began to awaken slowly. It felt comforting, as if his mother was whispering into his ears and stroking his hair like when he was a young boy. The quiet but soothing voice let him leave his strange dreams bordering nightmares. He was forced to fight himself countless times, suffering death to the brutal skill of the dark counterpart, but as he awakened, the pain suffered during those moments seemed to follow him to reality. Ah. It hurts, mother. Who is your mother, silly Usra? Muzu's delicate fingers brushed through his silky raven hair, slipping along his rugged jaw and staring into his eyes with an endearing smile upon her lips. Zuer, your voice was so lovely and nostalgic. It reminded me of the past. Fufu, you always loved your mother. I remember you asking her to sing to you every day. Did you like my voice that much? Usra began to wake completely, his hand cupping Muzu's cheek with a devilish smile. Well, I hope you can sing for me every day from now on. Let me think about it, hee. Muzu didn't want the food to grow cold. Thus, she only pampered him for a little while before they started eating together. The food was delicious, with a rich aroma and exquisite flavors. The taste of the oil isn't as good as butter, but Muzu used salt and spices to try to cover it up, and the taste is quite different. Although Usra was used to eating the meals prepared by Muzu, he couldn't help but notice the difference in taste. Delicious nonetheless. He believed it might be down to the different access to flavorings, and the lack of onions replaced with shallots and oil instead of butter, because of the difference in the capital diet and produce compared to his home province that was richer in butter, cows, carrots, and onions. Muzu POV. After finishing their meal, Muzu noticed Usra had become quieter than usual. What's wrong? Did you not like the food? No, the food was great as always. I just need to fight and kill to become stronger. His eyes shone with no negative emotions as Muzu looked at him, noticing his gaze towards the distant forest on the academy grounds for students to train. Muzu looked a little worried for a few moments, but seeing his changed body, wondering how he managed to change in his short journey that day, he woke up after kissing her. Master had changed, no longer the coward from the past. He no longer wallowed in self-pity or sought to accept defeat. Do you want to enter the Zephyr Forest, pass through the Woven Highlands to train? Muzu asked curiously, knowing the place where Usra wished to go. It was one of the most dangerous places for students to enter without permission, but as she was a certified Stage 2, she believed this was no problem. From how he fought today, the changes in ways he could slowly match my techniques, some taking years of training. My beloved master seems to be either a genius of battle or his secret allows him to become one. Her eyes looked to the forest again, tapping the table as her long black hair swayed with the slight force of her movement. I cannot waste this talent. Muzu sighed, knowing that even if she stood against him, leaving the way his eyes were practically sparkling meant that Usra would sneak out or try to. There was no reason to be stupid and stiff when his heart and mind were set on becoming stronger, although she did try to convince him once. Can you not grow stronger using other methods? Muzu asked, touching her lips and squishing them with a strange but cute atmosphere around her. Usra turned his head back, looking at Muzu and shaking his head, although tempting. I do not wish to do that merely to get stronger, but because I want to. He whispered, stepping close to her as his lips touched hers, kissing her gently before leaving. I'll be back soon, Zuer. Don't worry too much. Muzu blushed, feeling his hands touch her hips before he left, heading straight towards the door before she grasped his hand. Fool, I will come with you. Let's prepare properly first, okay? I don't want to see you hurt, she said cutely, walking beside him and smiling as she grasped his hand. Muzu knew he could take care of himself, but she wanted to protect Usra as much as possible, especially if he planned to become stronger recklessly by fighting the monsters in the forest close to stage 2. Wait, I have something for you, she whispered with a quiet and almost mosquito-like tone, rushing to her small black box and looking at Usra, who stood waiting with a curious look. What do you have? Something that I had made for you. I hope he likes it. Muzu POV end. Usra watched as she began to rustle around in the small box, before a slight jangle of metal, before pulling equipment from the box and laying it neatly in order, the black and red color scheme instantly catching his eyes. Oh, it looks well made. Black pair of gauntlets, beautifully crafted with fine rivets and craftsmanship, then a matching set of vambraces and spalders. The shoulders of his armor were like black wolves howling towards the moon, with leather and chainmail curious, the leather black and red, the cuirass dull silver. I spent a long time collecting the ores and materials when not busy. She sounds so adorable. These items are not cheap or easy to get, even as a stage 2 knight. His fingers stroked the smooth spalders. The metal was not cheap, definitely not iron or steel, something durable but not heavy. A magic metal, Muzu, how can I repay your gentle and devoted affection? Usra began to get naked, only wearing his underwear and socks before wearing the armor. He liked the gauntlets most because the knuckles had short spikes. He imagined punching with them would surely hurt. The second layer of the cuirass sounded as the chainmail tapped its surface, but he needed Muzu's help as she looked at him almost naked while wearing her gift. Her cute face became bright red. Zuer, help me put this on. Usra smiled, lifting the cuirass as Muzu helped him wear it, her slim but strong arms wrapping around his waist before fixing it, the clicking sound echoing. You look so handsome. Wearing black pants with spiked greaves and sabatons didn't hinder his movements as he stepped forward. He was amazed that even the joints of his shoulders under the splendors and bend of his elbows felt so fluid and didn't limit his movement. Do I? He smiled at her before stroking her cheek and looking away while admiring the armor in a human-sized mirror beside the wardrobe and spare table. There was no helmet, but his long raven locks and handsome face perfectly suited the black wolf armor. How will I repay you? Zuer, this armor, your heart. It is so sincere. Muzu never seemed to expect anything in return. Instead, she smiled like eating honey and grasped his hand tightly. You don't need to do anything, just be nice to Zuer and never leave her side. Haha, all right, but I still want to give you something in return, although I do not know what yet. Usra laughed, kissing her hand and holding Muzu tightly, embracing her as he felt her soft rump squished between his fingers, almost enraptured by her allure. Her armor was a light blue and white robe, with light chainmail protecting her breasts, stomach and crotch, her sweet and calming scent invading his nostrils as his hands held her waist. Muzu was bemused, enjoying his touch and feeling of safety within his arms. Usra is so warm. I don't ever want to leave. Then don't. We can stay here forever. Muzu shook her head with a smile as if she wanted to but refused. We must become strong together, right? If we want to live happily, we must get stronger. Besides, I want to see you stand at the top, no longer mocked or spoken ill of. Her eyes were filled with determination as if Usra's glory was hers and she would share in it no matter what happened. Usra kissed her forehead. All right, let us become stronger together. Muzu nodded, grasping his hand as they left the dorm room, heading towards the academy's western exit, which led towards the Woven Highland Forest. Such a gentle girl. I can see why she is a large part of your desire to grow strong. However, her ice magic purity is not normal. Well, my Zuer is special. No, you don't understand. The inferior system used in this world, the whole ranking system, is not suited to either of your powers. But it's all we know. Usra and Muzu walked into the dark Woven Highlands together, leaving the western gates of the academy together, while he learned about the true system of power he should follow, the power of cultivating oneself. 1. The Zephyr Forest at night was filled with shadows, strange animal calls, and danger lurking everywhere. It was filled with the wet, coppery taste of earth from the air they breathed and the thick scent of beasts. However, Usra and Muzu were calm and collected, using lanterns to guide their path as they moved deeper into the forest. This armor feels so comfortable and fits perfectly. Usra wore the armor Muzu gifted him, enjoying its perfect fit as they delved deeper into the forest, his eyes able to see without the torches, but Muzu was being considerate to him to help his eyes adjust. She watched ahead with both eyes shining with icy blue light alternating between the natural purple and this color. He always felt her eyes changing color was beautiful. The natural purple color filled him with a sense of calm, while her icy blue eyes were so beautiful and sharp when using magic or cultivating with him. She can see in the darkness too. They came to a small fork in the path. While the darkness surrounded us with bushes rustling and branches snapping, she turned to me with a gentle smile. Usra, you want to train and become stronger, so I will only help if you are in mortal danger. These lights are a nuisance, so accept the last part of my gift. She skipped to his front, placing her hands on his cheeks and pressing her soft pink lips to his, her tongue entering Usura's mouth as a strange icy energy flowed into his body. So sweet. Miuzu's tongue played with his as the energy flowed before she seemed to pull something from the item storage she owned. It was black, red, and cold. Her lips curved into a smile as her tongue dripped with saliva, and she placed it onto Usura's head. A dark helmet that finished the entire set and made him look like an evil knight. He was stunned momentarily because the helmet was strange as it covered his entire head and face. There was no visible gap for his mouth or nose, yet he could breathe easily and felt a cooling temperature along his skin like ice magic was maintaining the air. Zuer, Usura was stunned at his voice, distorted and deeper like a monster or devil from the depths of hell, as the tone vibrated the very particles of air. This is pretty cool, he thought, moving his arm and realizing there was no restriction to his movements, vision, hearing, or depth perception despite covering his face. Miuzu snorted with a bright smile. Fufu, Usura sounds so dangerous and sexy. I like it. What is this, Zuer? Hee, the last part of your armor, a helmet that will keep your air cool and safe to breathe, hide your identity should you need it, allows you to see in all terrain or battle, be it darkness or underwater. Zuer. I can't kiss you or love you any more than this. She seemed happy at his words, slowly stepping forward before whispering the instructions for him to open the mouthpart eyes as his pretty pink lips and lower jaw appeared as the black metal folded open. Miuzu pressed her lips to his, giggling as their tongues intertwined, and Usura embraced her tightly. Her love is far too deep. I know this was made for me without the ability to use mana. This girl's heart and affection is too pat. How did I not see her love and affection in our last life? Usura felt guilty for not seeing her feelings sooner, believing Miuzu was acting out of her service as his maid until they began to show mutual attraction. Nevertheless, her gift showed him everything he needed about her feelings. Like magic, the black steel closed, expelling some warm air through small gaps in the cheeks and eye rings, seeming to help restore the cool temperature. No wonder she's only stage 2. The amount of mana she used to help make this helmet is enough to advance to the late stages of this world's 3rd stage and the cultivation realm's 2nd layer. Is that so amazing? I don't know what this cultivation is compared to what we already know, but how will we change now on this path? For you, I can help adjust everything if you are willing to exceed the limits of this world, to reach a new height and become what you were meant to be. There is a reason you couldn't use mana or form a mana core. It is fate. Usura felt Brian's words were always grand, but there was never a time he lied so far. He couldn't deny the allure of those words about exceeding the world's limits. His life before this one was so pathetic below that even worms wriggling in the dirt, as they could evolve into different creatures if bathed in mana-enriched soil. How teach me, I want to become strong. A low growl sounded from the bushes as golden eyes began to shine from their dark flora. Miuzu's body was already sitting more than 40 feet above them to avoid her magical aura, causing them to flee as she watched Usura with both hands under her chin and an enchanted smile. I will teach you while you devour these beasts' inferior life essence. Life essence, what your world calls mana, or what Eastern warriors call chi. Doesn't that just mean that life essence is anima? He wondered to himself, still new to this strange element. Ha! The wolves began to growl, their bodies low to the ground as more than 6 wrapped around Usura's body, their glowing eyes and dark fur shimmering under the sun. However, his eyes were completely illuminated as the helmet's eyes glistened red with a trail of light with each of his movements. Dark gray fur, long white canines, and long floppy ears. They were a breed of monsters that resembled wolves called gale wolves. Usura spread his legs around shoulder distance, lowering his hips as he held out his right hand with an elegant movement. He called out to his soul weapons. Lumerous Nova, manifest and serve your master, inside the soul palace. The beautiful woman was sitting under the black, untranslated monolith with a huge book in her hands, weathered and old, yet each page blank. Her black phoenix wings folded and used as a cushion, while her long silvery white hair glistened like snow to make her raven black ahoj plume that bounced around more distinct. Let me write the techniques, path, and way for you to learn. She then pierced her fingertip on the monolith's sharp stone base, blood seeping from her fingertips with black embers and flames flickering from the dark red blood, as she began to write in this world's common language for Usura to learn more. The beauty pressed on her voice box as she watched his scarlet sword lance appear, changing her voice and sending it to his conscious mind while writing her words and the method in this book with her blood. Her special blood then soaked and burned the wisdom from her mind into the old parchment, as if to block others from reading the words and text. This is something only for you. Listen to me as you fight. I will teach you the basics, help your life essence flow in the right pathway, and help you form the first layer of cultivation. Usura's eyes narrowed as the blood-red light trailed through the air, adding an air of devilish danger to his atmosphere. He twisted his wrist, allowing the long shaft to twirl continuously, keeping momentum building as the wolves moved closer. Come on, I am waiting for you to attack me. He began to breathe slowly, the cool armor and mask helping him manage his breathing and mood due to the cooling temperature and how easily his anima flowed wearing it, form a small core of power. Imagine the center of the world, a solid ball of pure mana and anima merged, burning hotter than the burning sun. The words of Brian were slow, clear, and concise as he explained everything. Asura stepped forward as the anima that formed a red and blue ball in his body began to swirl inside each of his organs, slowly merging both elements. That's right, I am not just fire, but the gentle and deadly ice Muzu gave me. Brian's voice sounded in Asura's mind as he could see the changes using the black monolith's information board, something that Asura had forgotten about. This was something that the hologram would have spoken about, but as the blue and red anima and mana began to dance inside his flesh, bones, muscles, and organs, he remained quiet. Asura seemed to be natural, like Brian imagined, except one thing. Asura had no sense of what a core felt like due to his birth, and the two orbs began to orbit his heart, releasing and merging the huge amount of energy and power melding with it. Grrr, the wolves inched closer, their bodies low as sharp gray fur rustled along the ground and bushes before they locked onto Asura completely. The moment Asura saw them lock on, he smiled beneath his mask. Now come. He whispered gently as the wolves attacked, the leader, the largest and most powerful wolf, launching itself first. A tight feeling was forming in Asura's chest as the changes began to happen. Only a psychopath might turn their own heart into a core for their entire body, but his plan was different and beyond Brian's thoughts. Asura only had his brain before, and hearing what a core did, he chose the heart for specific reasons. The reason was simple. His heart pumped blood around his body. The strongest muscle in his body other than his brain. If he turned his brain into a core, it would be too risky, and there was no way for it to connect to all other organs in his body or his bones, flesh, and skin. Even his hair could be affected by the heart being his core. Let's pray that my choice isn't suicidal. Whoosh. Asura thrust Luminous Nova towards the wolf, the long blade on its red body cleaving through the wind. Grrr. The wolf leapt back, dodging the strike as the rest charged forward, but Asura didn't stop moving Luminous Nova, which continued to spin like a helicopter propeller, slicing through the air. Asura's movements were smooth and precise as he spun the lance around his body, the wolves unable to get close without risking injury as the scarlet blade carved through the air. Grrr. One wolf attempted to jump over Asura's spinning defense, but he raised Luminous Nova above his head, blocking the wolf as the blade cut deeply into the gray fur, the wolf crashing down to the floor after jumping over him. Blood sprayed into the air as the wolf rolled across the grassy area, struggling to stand up due to the pain caused by Luminous Nova and the force behind Asura's counterattack. The other wolves paused, giving Asura time to twist his lance and change the direction of his attacks, thrusting outwards as the wolf that jumped at him earlier struggled to stand up. Grrr. The wolf screeched in pain as Luminous Nova pierced through its skull, killing it instantly before Asura pulled the weapon-free blood dripping from the wound was devoured and absorbed by the scarlet blade as the black flames grew brighter. A surge of strange mana was swallowed into Asura as he felt that sensation of ecstasy, like when fighting bandits or kissing Muzu. The mana quickly merged with his heart, now a strange crystal-like texture with half crimson red and the other half ice blue. Good, my theory works. Now, what's next? He leaned back, feeling that the air was strange, a green blade of wind tearing through the sky and trees past his face, dodging only a few centimeters as the largest wolf opened its mouth wide with green magic particles leaking from its snout. Until your core is complete, slowly gather energy inside. Remember, you can never reforge a core. Your talent will decide the shape, size, and limit. Muzu, can I ask a big favor? Asura stepped back, lightening his stance, hopping more fluidly than before, as he spoke to Muzu, who opened her eyes wide, wondering what he wanted. What's wrong? Do you need help? Is there an issue with the suit? He twirled to the side, dodging two wind blades fired from the wolf as he countered, swinging Luminous Nova as the wind blades passed his body, cutting the leaves on some nearby trees and causing them to fall. No, Muzu. I need you to collect as many wolves and monsters of this level or even slightly higher and make them attack me in groups. Now, Asura darted forward, his body narrow and leaning forward as his lance pierced forward, aiming towards the wolf leader. It was faster than Asura expected, but his eyes were better seeing the wolf intend to move to the right, looking at his muscles tensing movements. Asura lunged for the rear wolves instead. The wolf leader snarled, watching Asura move away and attack the smaller wolves, causing it to become enraged. Its fur stood up as green magic particles leaked from its body, forming a whirlpool around the creature. Grrr. Devour arts. Blood Reaper. Black wave of energy erupted from Asura's spare hand as his lance penetrated the heart of the small wolf, instantly sucking it dry of all mana, allowing it to start swirling around his body like a giant cyclone slowly building momentum. He grasped his hand tight as the vampiric grasp spread out, grabbed all the smaller wolves and missed the leader. Please now, I need a constant supply of enemies. I will reward you with anything you desire. This is truly my most important moment. Muzu Pove. Asura asked for my help. Muzu paused, listening to Asura's desperate tone as she realized he was serious. Her eyes widened as she nodded, disappearing from the branch like a ghost and appearing near a group of wolves a few kilometers away. Her fingers glowed with shimmering ice before the small shards penetrated the bodies of the wolves, causing them to howl and rush after her. She didn't stop. Instead, her icy blue eyes, filled with magic particles, were searching for more and more monsters until she managed to create a mini stampede following her. Over 200 monsters, all between stages 1 and 2. Muzu used her excellent control of ice magic, slowly turning it into ice strands that pulled the monsters along. For those who fought back, she penetrated their non-lethal parts with ice lances, increasing their hatred. I will do anything for Asura. No matter how depraved or sinister, her face was filled with a smile as she carried the baby of a gram bear, a rare and deadly monster that only spawned in the forest once a decade. When she returned, Asura was standing on the wolf leader's head with his black sabatons. The red glow of his eyes was now bright like a crimson torch. She watched with dazzled eyes as his leg slammed down, and he crushed the skull under his foot. The armor was stained red with the splash of blood, followed by a loud crack and bubbling squish that echoed the wolf's death cry. Asura, I will do anything for you, to see you rise. With that, she sent a group of wolves towards him, their bloodthirsty eyes locked onto the human in black armor bathing in a blue and red glow, with the blood of their race oozing from his body. Asura, next group, she chirped at him, locking the other monsters in a frozen cage to stop them from escaping. Her face filled with the smile of a little girl in love. Zavada POV. Inside a black bed with huge pillars and white silk, a beautiful woman slept peacefully, her clothes kicked off and wearing only her dark blue thong as she rolled over onto her back, spreading out. A scent lingered in the air, the distance so far normal people would never sense this, the sound of a quiet roar reverberating in the west. The sounds and scent caused her chest to race suddenly, causing the sleeping dragoness to open her beautiful eyes with a stunned look, snapping her gaze to the window facing the Zephyr forest. There was something inside the forest that called out to her. Papa. In her sleepy daze, she mistook the roaring dragon. She felt her body shudder from its powerful aura, just like her father in the past before he got sick. Zavada began slowly wrapping herself in a black and purple robe and light leather armor and stepped onto the window before two beautiful pale pink wings expanded. Thin like pieces of silk, but glistening with her beautiful pink scales, she stepped into the air, both wings fluttering as she glided through the skies. A warm breeze from the eastern continent caused her to smile with delight. I love flying, and I can feel Dad's presence in this dream. Her mood improved instantly as she flew closer towards the roaring dragon in the Zephyr forest, the feeling growing stronger as she felt her body tremble with anticipation and delight, racing over the woven highlands with pink scales covering her cheeks and thighs, twirling in the air. This feeling. She was excited as if reuniting with her father, who left her alone in the real world, her heart beating rapidly as she landed on a tall branch that rattled from her weight with anxiety filling her mind, now only a few hundred meters from the loud sounds of combat and roaring. Zavada's normally cold face looked relaxed as her purple eyes focused on the distance. Seeing the flash of a long weapon, she felt confused as her father used a short sword, yet this weapon was immense. A long red pole with beautiful golden runes written in dragon language and a huge sword-like blade tore monsters apart in a frenzy as the beautiful black hair and crimson eyes flashed in her vision from the dragon's dance of battle and dominance. So amazing and fierce. She noticed slowly this wasn't her father, but the feeling in her chest only grew worse the moment she accepted that fact. Who are you? Her entire body was filled with goosebumps as her dragon scales formed and covered her pretty skin, almost vibrating from the thick scent and aura the male dragon was flooding the forest with, and Zavada was intoxicated by it. Wait, is this? As the fight continued, Zavada realized the truth, her face turning bright red as she crouched on the branch, staring at the man from behind. This feeling is like Papa said about finding my mate. No, a lewd dream. Zavada isn't a lewd girl. Her brain was fighting between two sides, one denying it while the other wanting to accept it without resistance. Papa said to find your mate and follow your instincts. Her purple eyes narrowed as she watched the black-haired youth kill monster after monster, tearing them apart easily as the dragon aura exploded even further, making her head spin. But Papa also said don't rush, wait till you're older. How old is older? She asked, her body burning up as his hair flickered, slicing a huge bear in half. He turned to face her, their eyes seemed to meet instantly, causing all her feelings to intensify. A fierce, bloodthirsty crimson met the lustful and gentle violet. No, how can it be him? I am not having a lewd dream about him. Her eyes fixated on his body as powerful torrents of fire, and ice magic enveloped his body like a storm before forming two sharp and scaled arms that began to tear apart the wolves, each one sucked dry by those dark red and blue arms. No, I am not a lewd girl. Yet her body, seeing this power, felt hot, and sweat oozed from her forehead as she began to pant like a loose woman. Zavida screamed internally as she jumped from the tree, her wings flapping as she flew back home, her body trembling uncontrollably as the maturing dragon felt embarrassed. Yet she couldn't resist turning her head, glancing once more at the handsome youth covered in monster blood before flying faster. Ah, Papa lied. He lied, that uncouth man who touched my body and said I smelt nice. Her thoughts continued to run rampant, thinking this was all a dream, until she reached the academy, stepping back through her window where she collapsed on her soft bed. It must have been a mistake. Right, I would never see his face in those types of dreams. Zavida convinced herself, rolling around as her robe fell from her shoulders, revealing her smooth shoulder as she hugged the pillow, smiling happily before the intense heat overtook her, the scent of his body and aura still pouring through the window, as quietly her mind lost the battle. She slowly slipped her fingers under her soft, silken robes and traced along her squishy pink scales, moaning as her tail wrapped around the bedpost. It's his fault, I am not lewd. This is his fault. Just a dream. It's only a dream. Her violet eyes lit up as Zavida found the source of her heat and began rubbing herself, feeling the strangely soft, sticky scales that parted and caused her body to tremble while she slid her fingers along them faster, for more of this exciting sensation biting her lip as her legs clamped shut, trying to hold back the embarrassing moans as she whispered, I'm stupid. Don't hold my hand. An ethereal image of a beautiful white dragon and a fierce black dragon appeared, wrapped around her back. She had formed the black dragon with crimson eyes. The two curled around each other in her imagination, causing her to lose herself in her strange pleasure as the two dragons seemed to become intimate and mate. Her eyes closed tightly, followed by the loud panting voice of Zavida, who gripped her quilt tightly, making a rather sticky mess on her bed. A gentle whisper with no denial left her lips as she began to calm down slowly, barely enough for Bugs to hear her soft words. It felt so good. Usura. On this night, thinking she was in a dream, the white dragon discovered the pleasures of self-comfort for the first time, with a hateful man figure filling her mind throughout the act. Muzu Peove. Meanwhile, as the white dragon enjoyed her sweet dream, Usura's battle continued as Muzu became harsher upon feeling the presence of another woman and seeing the gaze they shared. Her jealous heart sprang into action. She began to collect stronger monsters, elite variants, as her eyes were filled with a lustful glint, seeing the huge changes in Usura's aura and his body, the tight muscles, his beautiful creamy skin filled with wounds, his magic. It's identical to mine. Usura, he loves me so much. Muzu began to convince herself as Usura fought, slaying the monsters as his crimson lance danced through the forest, cutting down everything in his path as his breathing became ragged and heavy, his stamina and mana exhausted. Yet each time he killed a monster, a portion was restored, while most was used to increase his foundation. Muzu didn't know exactly what he was doing, but the purity and density of his magic were increasing before her eyes, so I must continue. To make him the strongest man, to love me even more than that weird dragon girl. The two girls were already fighting strange battles due to him, where their feelings would lead. Usura was unaware as his blade killed countless beasts and monsters. Usura's body was exhausted, each breath causing a burning agony to spread from his lungs and chest as the muscles tightened. He grasped his lance with a loose grip, fingers trembling, glancing with blurry eyes, watching the last few monsters growling in their cages. It hurts to breathe. My fingers are numb and blood keeps bubbling in my throat. Ha, ha. Around his body, the ground was desecrated with the torn, destroyed corpses of various beasts, as the mud was now wet and sloppy with their blood and fluids, filling the deep holes gouged out by Lumerous Nova's huge blade. Muzu is watching me, and I must finish. A huge sphere of fire and ice throbbed inside his chest, beating like a newly evolved organ. Usura didn't understand everything, but found that his dragon monolith had fused with the flames. And the ice Muzu gave him was merging with the devil monolith. Usura, can you continue? Muzu's big eyes were watery, watching as he fought almost endlessly for 4 hours, yet even now his blade was dancing. She could feel it from his pale face, convulsing and twitching muscles. Usura was about to collapse. Zuer, he forced his lance to penetrate a wolf's chest, the heart now easily sliced by the blade that burned with a black flame and sucked the monster until it became a dried husk. A brief flow of energy helped him recover a small amount, but it was not enough to help the unbearable cramping in his muscles and organs, as if they were all being squeezed by someone and yanked from his body. I can sense something, someone. As another bear was torn in half, Usura turned his head, his arms moving subconsciously as the blade ripped the monster apart and sucked it dry. His eyes crossed another. She was standing in the distance, her body blurred in the darkness and his strained eyesight. Only her beautiful amethyst eyes seemed to cry out, "Don't give up, fight hard, you can do it." He didn't understand why this feeling spread through his chest. A warm scent of vanilla, lavender, and freshly baked tart filled his nose as the figure vanished, a beautiful white image behind as she flew away. Asura felt a second wind as he turned to face the last 10 monsters with renewed vigor, biting his teeth, swallowing the warm taste of iron in his throat as he jumped into the frozen cage and began to tear apart the monsters like a ravenous beast. No, he was like a devil who discarded his safety, devouring all who entered his range. His lance sliced across the face of the final Stage 2 wolf, cutting through the bone and eyes with a dirty, wet splash of goo covering his black armor caked in blood, mud, and monster flesh. Ow! The final howl of the wolf sounded, echoing in the dark forest of silence as Asura collapsed to his knees, the life essence stolen from the wolf barely covering his expenses. He couldn't fight more as the heavy black helmet slipped off his head, and Asura lost the sensation of power in his arms and fingers. Luminous Nova dropped the lance from his fingertips, reluctant to part as it vanished into blue and crimson light particles. Ha, Su, Yui. A vile mixture of blood, tar, and impurities began to pour from his stomach as if all his organs had dumped their waste at this moment, forcing him to regurgitate and vomit them out, feeling pain like being crushed before falling forward, completely spent. Asura. Like a frost comet, Muzu flashed to his side, ignoring the disgusting scent and sticky black substance with coagulated blood and God knows what pouring down her arm and body instead. She held him in her arms, stroking his sweaty, matted hair. Asura, are you okay? Under her worried calls, his body only continued to remove the vile source of his impurity and pain, convulsing in her arms as tears dripped down her cheeks. I shouldn't have pushed you so far. I will take the pain. You only need to smile and love me. She desperately tried to heal the broken skin and cracks on his face, but her mana was low and only caused the damage to worsen. Asura, as she was about to collapse with worry, stress, and panic, a powerful hand touched her shoulder with countless red feathers fluttering around before she fell into a deep sleep. Her body wrapped around Asura to protect him. These reckless bastards, fighting so many beasts and using them to follow a new path. Staying here was the right choice. Now I am certain. Moments later, they were back inside the warm academy room, clean and tidy, cuddling together. Asura Phoenix, a boy with the blood of a dragon, devil, and tusk, who rumored him to be a coward and fearful of hurting a fly. This boy is just like his name, a damn Asura. The woman's husky voice faded as her crimson hair fluttered in the morning wind, replacing the disgusting scent from Asura's vomit with a gentle breeze of floral spring air. Meanwhile, inside Asura's body and mind, Asura's body was filled with enough mana to cause him to explode. All 5 monoliths were now brightly lit inside his mind as Brian was in her true form, channeling the extra energy into the unknown obelisk. Her nose was bleeding heavily, and her skin cracked like Asura in the real world as her hands constantly directed the excess mana to the needed monoliths. The devil monolith needs to reach the first stage. His heart has split into 2 to form his inner core and relies on the dragon and devil parts being perfectly balanced. This fool, why did he act so stupid? I will become his balancer. Until he is ready, let me keep them all from crumbling due to his current imbalance. Despite saying this, the beautiful phoenix was smiling from ear to ear, her eyes like crescent moons at the sleeping Asura lying on the black monolith in the center. She was happy to see him exceed even her expectations when she told him about the foundation being important. Her idea was for him to kill a few monsters, maybe 6 or 7, to form a solid base. Yet this fool, he chooses his heart and completely fuses the devil and dragon monolith into his dual hearts, out of sheer guessing and speculation, because I called it life essence. With affectionate eyes, she endured the pain of her flesh tearing, blood oozing down her body as the devouring and devil monoliths finally reached the first stage. I hope this is enough. Once he begins the cycle of Earth's first layer 1, I will redirect the excess anima towards that kind girl and help adjust her path and this stupid pillar that refuses to wake up. Her foot kicked the tallest pillar, only for the damage to be reflected and make her cry out in pain as the final moments of danger began to pass. By the time Asura woke up, he would have stepped onto the correct path and understood why he didn't have a mana core from birth. It's good that this girl is so pure in spirit and body, although I should take her to the bathroom. No girl wants their beloved to see them in a dirty state. I just hope that woman isn't close and senses me. Inside Asura, the huge crimson and blue crystal, 2 hearts throbbed slowly with deep and powerful heartbeats. It began to condense slowly, no longer a huge size, forming a powerful rhythm beyond a normal heartbeat but 2 beating in tandem. It echoed in his muscular chest, the sound resounding as his body finally reached the first layer of the Earth cycle. The power starts to formulate his first stages of body and foundation establishment, improving his muscles, organs, flesh and bones for his future journey. The door opened with a gentle snap as a beautiful woman with her face covered and black feathers drifting around her. She gazed affectionately at Asura with a gentle gaze. Standing beside his bed was the beautiful woman with black hair who finally finished helping Muzu reach the same point, but it was far simpler due to her unique body. If you can hear my voice and it brings you relief, I have allowed her to take the same path. Her heart is now a crystal of nether ice, and even the greatest flame could never melt it. His veins became thicker, all impurities and plaque within them burned away by the strange blood now flowing through his veins, the flame of a black dragon and the ice of a devil twirling around, forming his blood of pure life essence. A single drop of his blood was enough to save a normal mortal from death or burn them into ashes, depending on the thoughts and desires of Asura. Did you know how dangerous this was? A husky, baritone voice chimed from her soft red lips as she bit them while stroking his soft raven hair. If I didn't use my flame to help refine both of your bodies, I would have lost you again. Idiot, she scrunched her face as her fingers poked his nostrils, making him look like a pig, bringing a smile to her face before looking at Muzu, who slept beside him peacefully. Now her eyes were ice blue, and her beauty seemed to have increased. Please protect and love him as you always have. The black phoenix stroked Muzu's cheek with a smile, and there was no jealousy or ill will before she stood up and snapped her gaze towards the window. In the distance, a red-haired woman with a long scar down her cheek was staring into this room. Ah, if I don't leave, she will find me for sure. At least she doesn't know of his true colors. That damn red bird woman is hard-headed. A group of ravens fluttered away from the window as the beautiful woman figure vanished like a phantom. On the desk was the large book with brown parchment she wrote for Asura and a small blue one for Muzu. My head feels so heavy. Asura began to wake up. His body felt strange. He thought he would feel heavy, tired, and sore because he only remembered collapsing and then hearing a beautiful woman's deep voice whispering in his ears, spurring him on and saying he could do it. Who was that voice? Did I mistake Brian's voice for a woman? Haha. Slowly climbing from his bed, he found the familiar back of Muzu, who was cooking at the stove, but her naked back was on show. Zur was cooking in only an apron. How erotic. However, before he rushed over to her, he sat on the edge of his bed, completely naked, checking every part of his body to discover most aspects of him had improved. Some more than others, but his sight, smell, hearing, and dynamic vision were improved greatly, and he could see both the magical particles, mana, and floating dust in the air without focusing or squinting. It feels really good. I can see the hairs on Muzu's little sister. Her cute light blue hairs are a little curly and cute. His muscles felt a little tighter, more condensed, but the power he felt punching out caused a small snap of air that swirled around his fist. Asura then leaned back and took a deep breath, feeling that his body could finally absorb the natural mana from the air directly into his body. I can feel the magic particles entering my body, being converted into anima and through my veins. This isn't normal. Slowly opening his eyes, he noticed the large book with his name written on the front and a weird black aura of magic particles that burned and rejected all others that approached the brown and white parchment. Dual cultivation, the cycle of earth basics. 1. He opened the first page, a magical glow of black flames writing the page as his eyes looked, introducing him to this new power he could feel within his body. Congratulations on taking the first step, Asura. The first layer of the earth cycle is the first step to creating an inner core, the very start of a cultivator's path to create their world step by step. The inner core was superheated, even hotter than the sun. This will be the energy source of your future cultivation life and your biggest advantage. Normally, one would only make their inner core inside their mana core or abdomen, but because you are a little stupid and strange, you chose your two hearts. This means your inner core is connected to everything else in your body. Essentially, you are creating your world with yourself as the core. Do not worry or become anxious. Asura, this path is yours and is closest to the true path of world formation. Your current level is the Earth Cycle's first layer. First layer, using the most powerful energy in the known universe, transforms your organs and bones to accept your future cultivation as the foundation of your beginning. The size and shape depend on the user's will and desire. A larger core is dangerous and can cause irreparable damage or death. Inner core that forms your foundation. Second layer, create a filter to allow your anima to flow even smoother and protect your inner core, the soft but dense outer core, which will be created from your muscles and empower your bones even more. Outer core to protect the inner core. Third layer, create earth that will keep your entire core safe from harm and all your anima to be distributed all over your body. Your flesh will become stronger, more durable, and absorb more energy. A hard and protective mantle that would keep both safe. Fourth layer, the final layer of the earth cycle, transforms your skin, hair, and nails into extremely durable, able to absorb the strongest blows, and once again, the amount of anima absorbed from the world increases, bolstering cultivation. The final layer covers the mantle and core completely, allowing for the future evolution of your living world. This state is known as the crust formation. As Usra turned the pages, he found that the flame suddenly stopped writing instead. It wrote a cute message. This is enough for now, beautiful. Too much might be negative to your growth. Please check again when you reach the third layer. Focus on slowly growing the power of your monoliths and keeping them in balance. Now all are stage 1 apart from that pesky unknown one and your Usra monolith. Really. Usra hadn't thought to check the pillars because his physical changes and the feeling of anima flowing through his veins made him feel extremely good, forced to read this book to make his morning glory finally sleep. I wonder why I woke up so horny. Is it because I no longer feel ashamed of myself? Usra, are you awake? The sound of clanging pans and the hot oil used to fry bacon and eggs was followed by the delicious scent and Zu's voice as she called him to the table. Come eat while it's hot. You worked hard last night, so let me help you recover your strength. He could feel she was in an extremely good mood from how happy her voice chirping was, the pitch slightly higher than usual as he stood from the bed and wore a loose red robe before walking into the kitchen holding the book. The moment he left the bedroom, the book began to transform into a strange swirl of black fire that entered his back, forming a black wing tattoo covering his shoulder blades. Usra only knew because the mirror was facing him, showing him the detailed wing in his reflection. Why did the book hide? Probably due to secrets. You should lift your left hand in desire to see the central monolith data. That book has some good uses. Brian's voice sounded weak and much hoarser than before, so Usra didn't argue but did as he said, and the next moment, his jaw dropped. Not only did he see a flash of Zu's naked body due to the draft of wind from the opened window as her flimsy blue apron fluttered to the side, but a small black window with white runes hovered above his left forearm. Such pretty blue hair. His words turned Zu's face bright red as she quickly covered herself, feeling her heart almost bursting from her chest. This is the information on that stone. My information. Sit down and eat. Usra also hadn't noticed. His brain could process two things simultaneously as he reacted to Zu's view and the screen in tandem. A primitive parallel thinking ability. Zu's cute face looked so beautiful as she leaned over and kissed his face. Her soft lips seduced Usra, who enjoyed her sweet scent, like a mixture of the most lovely winter flowers and a sweet dairy dessert. I burned the egg a little. Don't be mad, okay? Usra didn't look at the information as he focused on Zu's lips, the soft sensation in her beautiful face, using both parts of his mind to focus on each sensation, one his sense of touch and the other sight and smell. Even if the egg was charred black, as long as you cooked it, I would eat. Please, save this smile of hers to a part of our memory that never forgets. The newly improved mental function was a little strange for him sometimes. He would think to reach for the fork or salt, and his hand already held the shaker due to the second part acting separately while knowing his desires. He decided to call his new ability the Devil's Instinct, as it worked more like a feeling or instinct than another him thinking independently. The second part of his mind would perform the actions that he desired or thought. There weren't any other thoughts that spoke in his mind. Instead, he would suddenly know some knowledge that he briefly wondered about, or information on his current state of cultivation that he didn't read or quite understand. This is so cool, like I am sleep learning. In combat, it will help greatly with defense and fluid movements. With his mind free to focus on the battle like a strategist and tactician, the second part would feed him thoughts faster than the Usra focused on movement and battle, allowing him to block, attack, and cast spells using the second section of his mind. It seems to drain my anima faster, though. Since he woke up, Usra could feel the exact amount of anima inside his body, but it was nothing like the knights and other mages spoke of in the past because his anima was completely fused with his blood. Rather, blood was an impure and inferior version of life essence so that it could be replaced with the superior fluid. The egg is wonderful, Zuer. Its slight crunch adds a nice texture when mixed with the soft sauce and sausage. Are you just saying that? He smiled at her doubtful face while eating the last of her cooked eggs, with a devilish smile and taking her legs with his foot. It's good. My little wife, cook for me forever. Who is your little wife? I am the big wife. Oh, Zuer, you speak so well now. Come, let your husband spank your naughty rear. If it wasn't for the smoldering rage in my chest and the feeling of hatred that never dies down, would I not be happy just to spend a quiet life with this woman? Zu didn't seem reluctant, but started to sip her tea and look flushed, her lovely fair skin turning pink as her little feet under the table began to kick Usra's shin gently, her soft pink lips pouting. He didn't realize that gaining this ability would allow him to capture and fall for this cute existence even more than before. I wish those fools were not thinking of my father's land and our secret treasure already. Then I could marry you, have many children, and forget everything. Yet I know we must face all the future battles and strife. Usra knew when that voice told him about losing something, his peaceful life and passive mindset that wanted to avoid conflict. But that didn't mean he would stop trying. He aimed to become the strongest in the universe and spend quiet, boring days with those he loved, especially Muzu. While thinking, my eyes could watch Muzu gracefully eating her small bowl of light wonton soup with a little slurping sound as she thought I wasn't listening. Cute, she dropped her bowl with a bright red face before rushing away with the empty dishes and cleaning them. How can anyone not love her? After breakfast, Muzu helped Usra get dressed, which was a blatant abuse of her role and job to touch and caress his body in revenge for his actions during breakfast. They stood together in a black outfit with dark red ribbons and highlights. You look handsome, master. You look so beautiful, Zuer. A cold flow of icy mana left the body of Muzu through their kiss, while Usra's nether ice anima flowed into her. Their energies mixed, purifying and improving Muzu's and Usra's bodies while improving the pleasure of the kiss, making Muzu's breath and saliva sweeter with a minty chill, and Usra's was like honey and lemon, soothing her throat and filling her with warmth. Pulling apart the icy strand of saliva joining their tongues was sucked up by the strangely flirtatious Muzu, who pressed her lips together and kissed the air after swallowing the last of his frigid anima. Master, your taste is even more delicious than before. Zuer might get addicted. Then become addicted. I won't let you stray from my side, little Zuer. Let's go. Muzu wore a similar outfit to Usra, but instead had a long skirt while he wore trousers. She also had a small dagger strapped to her waist, hidden under the skirt, while he kept the lance hidden in the strange storage that came with the monoliths. Usra held Muzu's hand tightly as they left the room and headed downstairs, nodding slightly at the dorm lady who smiled at the pair as the two left unaware of the future, only trusting in each other while tightly holding each other's hand. They arrived at class quite early, with only a few currently present. As planned, they split apart and acted differently from when in private. Muzu hated the idea, but Usra knew some people who wanted to usurp and take his father's land would approach Zuer first, so he wanted to use this to their advantage in this life. He would find out immediately and not when it was too late, not after she died trying to stop them alone, in that cold place. Usra sat on his desk and wrapped his face in his arms, trying to hide the vicious glint in his eye, unable to control the anger within his heart at that image, the snow gently falling like any other winter day in his father's territory. However, in the courtyard center, countless corpses were torn apart by a blade, and a beautiful woman's corpse was frozen in the center, covered in wounds. Maybe this was also the curse I accepted by being reborn. Cursed never to forget, whenever I become content with the present. The images of my loved ones, deaths become like realistic daydreams, haunting nightmares in plain sight. A reminder to me, never forget. The door opened as a beautiful woman entered, her soft white hair swaying as she tied it into a side braid today, showing her lovely pointed ears with pink scales along the tip and a small earring with a bronze dragon, a symbol of her departed father Valgoza, the unbreakable bronze dragon. Her eyes glanced at Usra, feeling a disturbance in his aura and scent, causing her heart to squeeze before increasing in pace. Yet twitching her nose, she rushed to her desk and turned away, breathing heavier as her cheeks turned slightly pink. It wasn't a dream. Last night, it was real. Zavada's words trembled as she tightened her fist on the desk, almost clawing the surface with her nails while biting her lower lip. Strange. This scent is someone cooking a dark berry with vanilla and cream dessert. It wasn't just Zavada who felt something from the hidden changes of Usra. The moment he could smell her scent, the rage and fierce pain in his chest began to fade, as did the image of Muzu and his father being killed. However, he was yet to realize the link between the two even as his secondary thoughts noticed the scent from her. He didn't link them together. He did, however, notice one thing. The brief moment before class started was always boring and filled with nothing interesting to do, so Usra began searching for something to pass the time, and as he peeked from the corner of his eyes, the cool-faced Zavada focused forward before he noticed her hand hanging between their desks, swaying slightly. Is she trying to hold my hand? Curious enough, he felt it was a strange scene, but he didn't reach out himself and instead decided to tease her a little while having fun observing her reactions. So instead of doing anything, he let his hand fall naturally to the side, gently tapping against hers but then moving a few centimeters away, dangling freely. Let's see if she wants to remove more of that strange energy inside her body. You just want to tease her, right? Don't speak, Brian. It's time for class. A loud sound rattled before the door opened as the royal children entered with their usual grand flair. It felt like even the most simple things would become an annoying, over-the-top scene. It annoyed Usra, who felt the prince was just a two-faced prick. About the princess's thought, his judgment was currently on hold. All he knew was that she tried to achieve something her brother labeled treason before she vanished. Was she killed or sent to some seedy noble to become a seedbed for future royal children? Since his death and rebirth, some of Usra's thoughts have become more aggressive and less reserved. In contrast, Usra of the past might show compassion or pretend not to know the horrible fate of the princess. Let's keep my eyes and ears open, maybe have Zuer make friends with her to find out any information. I don't want her to die or suffer. I am a member of this kingdom after all. The prince and princess floated to their seats before suddenly a loud noise shocked everyone as the door was slammed open by a thick leg full of muscles and scars, but with beautifully silky skin opened the door. "Good morning, class. How was your first day in the academy?" The crimson hair and mature face of Loram peeked from the door after making the entire classroom jump in shock. Her eyes observed the room, narrowing as she glanced briefly towards Usra and Zavada's location, the slight action making the female dragon pull her arm back and lower her head to the black desk. This woman, her gaze was quite fierce, or was it my imagination? Usra leaned back in his seat as the feeling of danger flashed in his mind, and body the moment she looked at him, a warning perhaps. His back was warm, damp, and cold from the chilly sweat dripping down his back while all the hair on his arms stood up. Did I do something? Loram's eyes, when looking at him, were those of wonder, judgment, and, why does she look at me with such anger? He was slightly shocked at how nobody else received such a gaze, until he saw that the skin of Zavada was like his, covered in slight pink scales as if to defend her from an enemy. In the next moment, a soft hand grasped Usra, cold, damp with sweat, as the delicate fingers of Zavada tightly grasped his. Loram stepped towards her desk, a victorious and pleased smile on her cracked red lips. Her beauty was unmistakable, and even her scar did little to cause negative to her style. She snorted, looking at the pair of connected hands for a moment, a fleeting grin on her charming face. Did she do that on purpose? To make Zavada hold my hand? Ridiculous, I have no connection to Loram. Now then, today your life in the academy starts for real. Be prepared. This isn't some field trip or academic school. Battle, cultivation, competition, and war. That is why this academy exists, to form the future defenders of our glorious kingdom. Loram was so vibrant that Usra and Zavada didn't notice the subtle tingling in their hands as he devoured the curse and small portions of her mana. Their connection formed a tiny, minuscule purple seed inside his brain as her body became lighter, the stabbing pain in her chest and muscles fading slightly. What do you mean, teacher? Some students looked completely confused and looked at the teacher with wronged faces and looks of concern. I cannot blame them. At first, I thought this was a joke in my last life. How foolish to force myself to come just because my father is an Earl. I mean what I said. Loram's head tilted, revealing her muscular neck with a dark scar wrapped around her neck and showing her sharp teeth with a wild smile. This academy is meant to make you knights, warriors, mages. It's not here for some pathetic diploma to become a merchant or butcher, but to fight for the kingdom. Especially you nobles, shouldn't your parents have told you this academy was only for future heirs or those who had nothing to lose? She is a good instructor, telling them the truth now even as they look at her with eyes of blame and anger. If only they knew, this knowledge would help them endure the hell that begins from today. Usra's hand grasped Zavada tighter, his fingers entwining with hers as the force of his devouring increased. Since reaching stage 1, he could increase the intensity and chose to help this dragon girl a little more. Zavada was injured in the original timeline as the princess broke her arms because this cold girl suddenly stopped moving, frozen on the spot and taking a full-powered blow head-on. Now he knew better and could see the dark, sickly mana that was likely the cause and filled her body like a deadly tumor, wrapping around her muscles and mana core as if smothering Zavada's insides. The pain must be excruciating. I don't accept this. I didn't join the academy to fight, but to become an archmagister. A boy with black hair down to his neck, tied in a bun with curly bangs, stood up while banging his desk with a bellowing roar. His eyes filled with fire and his finger pointed towards Loram. My father is the Marquis of Vanderback. Why would he send his only son to fight in such deadly and brutal ways? Probably because you are like this, self-entitled, prideful, and weak. Before anyone could react or even speak, a long tan leg snapped like a viper, striking her prey and instantly piercing the unknowing mouse. The sound was like the snap of a twig, but the force sent the boy flying into the wall with a rumbling crack as he fell with a deep thud. I don't give a rat's ass if you accept. I, your father, Loram, the defender of this kingdom, am your instructor, and you will follow my lead or be crushed under my boots and left to rot. What a precise and wonderful usage of magic. Usra's new eyes saw the tight, beautiful swirl of fire magic that caused the noble to fly into the wall. He could feel that each particle, thread of mana, was kept to the limit where it would only cause the boy extreme pain and not kill or severely injure him. An amazing warning for others, too. Loram blew her crimson hair from her face before putting both legs back on her desk, and as if nothing happened, she looked at the class again with a wicked grin. Today you have but one class, and the subject of the class is to survive. Ah, I hated this class. Bad memories began surfacing in his mind as he tried to oust them. Damn academy, I almost died of necrosis and malaria. I mean, we have healing magic. The difference between healing for a person with high and low magic was like heaven and earth, because the people with low mana couldn't resist the pain and symptoms using their mana. So when the healing magic amplified the disease's natural cycle, it was gone faster. Those with low magic would be forced to endure the pain they would normally feel for a week or more in 2 days. Many people with low levels of magic would instead opt for natural healing because of this pain. His face turned pale at the thought of that hell he suffered. Originally, just 2 weeks of extreme muscle cramps, fever, and all sorts of nasty symptoms became 3 days of hellish pain, vomiting and suffering more than double the intensity. For Asura, with no magic core or the ability to protect himself, the treatments were as painful as his flesh being torn apart by blades and claws. Never again. Loram, wipe that smug look on your face. One day I will be stronger than you and spank your fat ass. Loram didn't care about Asura's stupid thoughts. He couldn't help feeling the resentment of 20 years after losing one of his toes to that horror trip. However, as a man with no mana, he survived. That was the true amazement of the staff at the time, because hundreds of students who could use magic died. Now then, my dear students, I can see how excited you all are. Some were pale in the face because, like the now unconscious male who wet himself, they came here for an easy ride, as it would bring them prestige and allow them to inherit their family property or name. Loram clapped her hands together as people began to whisper together, a shockwave flowing from her palms, causing everyone to shut up and straighten in their seats. Head to the main arena and prepare for battle. You are permitted to use your weapons and magic to the fullest. There are no rules, Loram added. Her eyes gazed around the class once more, again showing a strange look to Asura before she stepped away from the desk, her seductive body swaying her large buttocks as she left the classroom and headed towards the arena herself. Muzu looked towards Asura with her worried amethyst eyes as she left with the friends she made, seeming to want to rush to him at any moment. Have fun, I'll come soon. Asura squeezed the subtle fingers of Zavada while mouthing a response to Muzu, who opened her mouth before smiling and nodding. It seemed she just wanted some attention. Such a cute maid, why is my lover so adorable? Let go. Zavada's voice sounded like a gentle chirp from a songbird, only speaking after the room was mostly empty, with the prince giving her a fleeting gaze before leaving. Do you feel better? Asura dropped the pretense that he didn't realize anything. It wasn't very kind to her when she knew he had reached the first stage and was a dragon just like her. Well, technically, I'm a dragon, right? In fact, you are a dragon, a devil, and many other things. I see, but will other races find it strange if I am a devil and dragon? Fool, you will appear as whatever race you possess in common to other people, a devil to devils and a dragon to dragons. But your dragon bloodline will be more obvious the stronger you become. You are the greedy and all-devouring black dragon, after all. Brian was more helpful since he summoned Lumerus and Nova and reached the first stage completely with a perfect foundation and state. His voice sometimes seemed a little effeminate and worried, but Asura didn't have much experience with females being kind to him or showing this kind of worry, so he just put it down to Brian being a hologram. Quite accurate. Then why haven't you devoured that little maid? She's practically screaming. Fine, let go, no. Asura imitated Zavada and held her fingers tighter while pulling her up and dragging the cold-faced dragon girl towards the door with a smile on his face. He knew it was forceful, but his aim wasn't anything other than to increase their strength and stop her from experiencing the pain in her body. Yes, such a kind man, don't you want to taste the forbidden meat of a dragon princess? He ignored Brian's strange talk, different from his usual banter, and noticed that despite her mouth saying to let go, Zavada's fingers were tightly pressing into the back of his hand, making it pale white from the pressure. In silence, they both walked down the busy hallway with some students looking at them, causing the demon queen to blush, turning her head away from the smirking Asura and pouting. Stupid, let go. Didn't take long for them to reach the arena, which was now filled with all first-year students and faculty, with some of the second years standing proudly at the top of the arena, watching down from the VIP boxes. In the center of the ring was some young female instructor who was very pretty and lacked the muscles and scars that Loram had, but she was just as deadly, using illusion and her shadow element to reach the top 100 mages in the kingdom. Now then, everyone in the stands. It's the awaited hazing you all look forward to. Yeah, let them burn. This event was one that all students would remember closely as they first came to the academy, and then had their hopes of a smooth life vanish on the first day as they were pitted against each other to decide their grades and talents. Newbies have so many fresh faces and wonderfully high-class figures this year. Give me a cheer. Her voice was high-pitched as she danced around, nothing like a normal instructor, but this kind of thing was how she cultivated her charming and elusive art to a higher level. Each cheer or yell was worth it, letting her stay youthful, beautiful, and more powerful, and she only needed her to act like this. Wow, marry me. Fufu, you want to marry me? I am an expensive, handsome fan. Now join me, Lucretia Verdant, as we summon the first contender. Her hands were spread out as she bounced on the spot. Lucretia's breasts weren't held down, so they swayed and jiggled with her movements, causing the males to become excited. Filled with hormones, and affected by her charm, now shouting and screaming at her while the man who shouted to marry her was beaten in the stands. In the most extravagant VIP box was an elderly male with a silver crown on his head, two large lions roaring into the skies, and a golden robe with several thick necklaces wrapped around his neck. This man was the king, and he looked amused by the act of Lucretia. Oh ho ho, my student never changes since meeting that old woman to tutor her in illusion and charm. His mood was upbeat as he sat beside the prince with a smile, but the princess stood at the door like a guard or maid. I hope you win the top spot, my son. You are not like them. You are special, my heir and the hope of all Silveria. Father, I won't let you down. Good. Many of the retainers close to the princess showed a dark face, especially the young women who suffered from the prince and his daily actions. In contrast, Vila bit her lower lip, feeling angry, but couldn't do anything as she looked out the clear glass, the announcing instructor calling the first student. Her fist was clenched so tightly that blood began to ooze from her pale white gloves, a helpless princess who held no power in the current state of the monarchy. First up from the Phoenix territory, a lovely female second-rank Blade Knight Muzu, please head to the main arena. Instantly, the crowd exploded in cheers from both males and females alike. Muzu didn't care for the spotlight, but her every move was so elegant and beautiful that the crowd became enthralled with her. She jumped onto the arena, her body gliding like a feather dropped from a window. Landing with a soft sigh, she glistened like an aquamarine in the sunlight. Small shards of ice wrapped around her body, causing her amethyst eyes to glow ice blue before stepping into her spot and holding her katana. Lucretia began to hype her up and danced on the spot. In reality, Muzu might not seem amazing now that she is in her 30s, but she reached the second stage at the young age of 19 and has since seemed trapped at the threshold of stage 3. Normally, a person would reach stage 1 before turning 20 and then stage 2 before turning 30, but geniuses always existed, as did those who started fast and then crumbled. Maybe they believed her to be the latter, however. Inside the king's VIP box and watching the arena. Come on, everyone, look at her beauty, those lovely eyes that glisten a new color, her soft curves and wonderful swordsmanship. Lauren was sitting quietly, no longer in the stands, as she was meant to protect the royal family during events like this. But suddenly, when she saw the current Muzu, a strange smile reached her lips as she tapped the table. Oh, it seems the girl finally stepped into the third stage. Her words caused the king's fingers to tremble, and the prince narrowed his eyes and watched as the male opponent was summoned. Maybe I should have words with the head of the Phoenix family. Muzu didn't move her gaze and stood silently, watching in the opposite direction because her master was watching her across the seat. He waved with a gentle smile, letting her feel at ease as the blue shards of ice danced around her more beautifully. Some even formed pretty little roses and flowers. Oh, look at the beautiful display of Muzu's mastery over the ice element. Now let's summon her opponent. Some seemed to think she was putting on a display, but Muzu simply felt her heart racing as Usra watched her and didn't remove his eyes. Listen up, folks. Her opponent from the Lebura territory, a handsome and powerful second-rank mage, Darim Lebura. Please head to the main Arena 1. The crowd began to scream, but this time, it was only the women as the males didn't want to cheer for some handsome lady killer who was known to put his hand out too many of the women in his territory and leave them as single mothers. He stepped onto the stage gracefully, trying to show the same grace as Muzu, but his wind magic was weaker and less stable to the eye. Muzu's ice wasn't done forcefully, but was as natural to her as breathing. This wasn't a high-level skill, as anyone could do this, even warriors who lacked talent with magic, and the elements could do so. It was called Atmos weaving, literally translated as weaving the magic of the atmosphere. The caster would lower the total potency of their mana and magic by a small amount, allowing it to flow around their body, constantly reducing their spell cast time and recovery time by an equal amount. Everyone, the match is about to begin. Please prepare for some wonderful entertainment. Lucretia shouted as her skirt flipped, causing some boys to rush to the toilet as she left the stage to the edge and sat on an umpire seat. Fight whenever you are ready. Muzu POV. Muzu, Usra's Blade Knight, will fight you. Muzu didn't take any action other than preparing her stance. She leaned forward, her hips lowering as she twisted herself slightly. Her hand rested above the long black handle, tied to it by a small gift that Usra had bought for her. Such a beautiful woman. I regret that I must fight such a lovely figure and hurt you. His words were slimy and annoying, causing Muzu's gaze to become less human, and ice cold she grasped her sword, ready to cut him down without mercy. How could such a talented and wonderful lady serve the trash who cannot even use magic? Why don't you become mine? I will show you a world of pleasure that useless. Muzu's body vanished with the sound of cracking ice echoing before her body appeared above his head to the right, smashing into his face with her foot. The sound of cracking bones caused her lips to curl into a wicked smile. He flew backwards with a dull bang, his body crashing into the ground with a fierce thud while Muzu landed gracefully. Her eyes focused on the male leader without emotion. She stepped forward gracefully, using faint patches of ice to glide towards him rapidly. As her leg pulled back, she slid at him at high speed. He spat a mouthful of blood, rubbing his jaw. Haha, I like your spirit. I don't want you to like me. He blocked Mewzoo's kick with his armored bracer, catching her attack, but the force caused the bone and cheap bracer to shatter. She was no longer stage 2, and the difference in power of both her body and elemental force was like a child and a grown adult. Gyuha, ah, my arm, you bitch. WOH, oh god, she's so cute. Mewzoo gained a lot of praise as she seemed to skate around the arena like a fairy. Her brutal kicks broke Dharam's arm before she twirled in several circles. Her blue eyes matched with Asura's lovely ice blue trail wrapping around her swift movements. Master is watching, this bastard. How dare he? Asura, you're not garbage or trash, just wait. Zur will wipe out those who think so. Dharam began to struggle to his feet, his right hand crackling with earth magic as he tried to cast a spell, while Mewzoo approached with extreme speed, holding her blade, stabbing it through Dharam's left knee, piercing through his armor and flesh, pinning him to the floor. She slipped out the blade, a spurt of red leaving the wound before it seemed to freeze over as the male began to scream in agony. Mewzoo twisted her wrist before slicing across the air, cutting Dharam's good arm clean off. Killing the enemy of my beloved master. So good. Die. Call my beloved master. Dare to call him useless. Die. Her blade sliced and slashed all thoughts only about her beloved master. Die. Like a brutal berserker, she thrust her blade into his face, deforming his cheeks and teeth, snapping them from his gums with a twisted smile on her lovely lips. The words Asura moaned each time she attacked with a lustful and erotic whimper. Ah. Master Zur wants you to kiss her more, make the fluffy feeling dominate her mind, then throw her. Please, help. Disturbed by the gargling voice of Dharam, Mewzoo looked down nobody, but he could see those crazed eyes, tiny pupils, and iris like an insane animal. Die. She cut. Help. She stabbed. I'm sorry. And she slashed the boy's flesh without emotion. Please. Her blade sliced through the air with a beautiful shimmer of ice, her face serene without emotion as the crowd and stands were shocked. Lucretia was about to stop the fight, but her arm was held back by Loram, causing this scene to continue. A brutal but elegant execution of a lesser noble. Mewzoo's attacks were precise and methodical, removing Dharam's limbs, ears, nose, tongue, and finally, his manhood. Finally, her blade pointed towards his throat, but she looked not at him but towards Asura. Seeing his glowing eyes watching her and the smile on his lips, she felt her body burning despite being encased in the storm of ice. Master is smiling. Zur loves you. Anyone who insults or hurts you, I will kill them. It was then that Asura's lips moved with a simple sentence that caused her body to tremble with pleasure. Your dance was beautiful, Zur. Mewzoo didn't know why, but she disliked how her father and brothers used their family martial arts from a young age. It was too stiff and ugly, so over years and years, she formed this beautiful, deadly dancing style with her ice shards and magic particles dancing around, making her seem like a beautiful princess of ice. Even when they beat her, saying it was wrong for a mere woman to change their family martial arts. In secret, she hid away until her feet bled and her body was covered in bruises. She trained in this style. Only when she met Asura did her style gain any form of appreciation. Master, you said I was like a princess of ice come to save you, so I will become your princess knight. Zur remembers, but maybe Master forgot such a thing long ago. Mewzoo thrust her sword through Dharam's throat, ending the battle with cheers and applause. She was beautiful, elegant, brutal, and ruthless to her enemies, but also kind, gentle, and loving to Asura. Instead of waiting to be interviewed, she dashed forward, darting faster than when she fought Dharam, more than twice the speed before jumping into the open arms of Asura. Master, I fought my best. Asura smiled as they twirled together. He told her to act how she wished, to discard etiquette and follow her heart, and even if he looked stupid, so what? He was a pathetic man with no core, then why not use that to see this wonderful smile of his future wife? Mewzoo felt her heart racing, feeling that since that day a week ago, her master had changed so much. She worried one day she might wake up and fall back into the lonely life where he didn't care about her anymore and become an introvert in pain. You were beautiful, my ice princess. Will you forever protect me as my knight? Those words, the winner by complete devastation. Mewzoo, the third-ranked Blade Knight. Loram's voice echoed, stealing the attention of the crowd, while Mewzoo stared into Asura's eyes, the dazzling light glowing as his words registered. Tears fell down Mewzoo's cheeks, happy tears of joy as she nodded, her soft lips pressing against Asura's cheek. Yes, Master, Zur will always protect you. Zur loves Master. Please, never leave me again. Asura laughed, kissing her forehead as he whispered, I promise. Zur, you're my knight and little ice princess, but let me protect you too sometimes. Always in a world of their own, the tournament continued as the jealous masses tried to avoid looking towards the lap of Asura, where Mewzoo proudly sat. She made him stop pushing her away and wouldn't take no for an answer. The assessment period would last until everyone had fought, and the instructors would grade everyone on several things, the stage of their core. the level of their fighting techniques. How well they managed in a sudden battle. Usra was sitting in the stands with Muzu, who fed him a sandwich she got before he knew he was hungry. As they watched Zavida completely crush her enemy with a single attack, she struck the girl like a lightning bolt. Her magic and body flow moved in perfect sync before she stepped off the ring in silence. Winner, Zavida Bahamut. It seems they're not keeping her identity secret, probably because of the prince and his nasty personality. Lucretia began strutting along the arena with beautiful magic particles dancing around her body. Each step created a large shockwave that resonated from her foot, restoring the damaged arena to its former state. All crack and rubble, like going back in time, it returned to the former pristine stone arena. She raised her arms with a twirl as a golden light flashed from her fingertips. Now, the moment all you lovely boys have been waiting for, the next contender for the assessment. Our beloved sword princess, Vila Silvara. Lucretia's fingertips showed beautiful golden sparkles as the princess descended the stairs, slowly with measured steps, holding her eastern sword in a silver sheath over her shoulder larger than Muzu's and closer to an adachi in size. Her white uniform fluttered in the afternoon breeze as all other fights stopped as if to worship the princess and her first official fight. With a record of 250 duels with her peers and seniors, our lovely Princess Vila is one of the most powerful geniuses of the future. Give your affection to your princess. Wooa, princess, look here. Usra smiled wryly, having almost forgotten how popular this princess was. I feel bad for her opponent. Her talent and hidden power will crush them. Stage 2 at the young age of 19. Her talent in swordsmanship, and how she didn't shrink from males, and those more powerful, earned her the ideal eldest sister title in the coming months. He could feel the arena shaking from the people around him, standing and cheering. Her beauty, grace, and humble attitude were why most commoners wished for her to become the future queen. Shame that she is trapped in a spider web of plot and treachery to ever surface as one. Will you save her too, like Zavida? Brian's voice was rather apprehensive, probably worried about something like changing time too much or something, but Usra just shrugged his shoulder and smiled, leaning down and kissing Muzu's lips while everyone was focused on the stage. I do not care. If the chance arises, then I will do my best. My priority is revenge and making this woman in my arms happy. Tusk. The communication began to distort as Usra swore that Brian had clicked his tongue and insulted him with vulgar language. Now then, for all you wondering who might be the opponent of our wonderful princess, worry not, I shall now announce them. Usra placed his hand on Muzu's cheek as their kiss deepened. Her arms wrapped around his back, coiling his tongue with hers, now intoxicated by the naughty feeling of kissing with so many people around who could watch in the blink of an eye. A mixture of frost and flame swirled around their mouths as both benefited more from their cultivation. The ice element inside Usra grew denser and filled with the deadly chill of the lowest level of hell, and the fire inside his blood matched the ice perfectly. His passionate flames filled Muzu's entire body, spreading through her veins like an intense inferno, while her mana, like a raging blizzard, did the same for him. Behold, the son of Earl Phoenix, Usra Phoenix, the heir to House Phoenix. Her voice tried to sound enthusiastic, using her magic and charm to increase the hype, but when his name was mentioned, the hype seemed to shatter. Instead, there was mockery, insults, and even people complaining about the match being rigged so the kingdom could hide the princess's ability for the assessment. Instantly, the arena looked back towards the seat where Muzu and Usra suddenly parted, the strands of saliva still visible as her eyes reverted to normal. Interesting, master. His words made the surrounding people and males of the arena grit their teeth due to the amplified sound before the extremely handsome male turned to face the steps. Loser with no core, trash, merely a pretty face. How dare you stand where she is? I hope you die. Ah, nostalgic, these words should hurt but feel warm, almost comforting. Usra didn't speak back or let their words change his mind, so he continued. The feeling of magic inside his body was swirling faster, each word, insult, and curse only increasing the speed, refining his body and magic to a level beyond their imagination. Tell me, Lumerous Nova, which of you shall help me trounce the princess and make the kingdom nobles look at me with different eyes? He didn't rely on flashy displays of magic or revealing his entire power, strolling with an elegant and patient pace with a faint smile on his devilish face with his piercing crimson eyes, never leaving the face of the princess enduring her pressure. Usra Phoenix greets the princess, a graceful bow, lightly lowering his chest with one arm across it, pointing towards the moonlight with 3 fingers one. Vila didn't return a bow because she was royalty, but her eyes with contempt seemed to vanish due to the respect he showed. Usra, please forfeit. You have no core and will be injured if we clash. Worry not, I shall be fine. Do not say I didn't warn you. This princess will teach you to avoid danger in the future. Usra didn't get angry or snap back like a foolish teen, because he knew she was just awkward with words due to being in that type of situation for decades with no allies to back her up and only the sword to keep her safe. Her mere aura would have been tearing my skin apart, so she warned me. A gentle princess, but forgive me. Zur wants to see me shine, even though I want to remain low-key, and I want to crush that woman. Let me steal your brightly shining light for my use. Vila took a stance, her long and heavy sword propped diagonally from her right shoulder to the left hip blade turned down with her beautiful eyes closed. The silver sword with a long red strip down the center, constantly filled with Vila's immense fire and earthen magic power, forming lava that bubbles inside the special blade. Everyone, please enjoy the battle. Lucretia vanished from the spot, returning beside Lorum, watching the stage with bright eyes, her normal moody look filled with a sharp gaze. Where is your weapon? Usura, please step down. Come to me, Nova. Usura's right hand stretched out, opening his fingers and grasping at the air, interrupting the princess as she looked at his body wide-eyed. A beautiful sword appeared, the blade as if crafted with the purest-looking untouched ice, more than 80 centimeters long with a straight dual-sided blade. Its pristine black guard with black wings folding from the edge and a name written in strange language down the guard. This was Nova. The devil blade of eternal frost. Forgive me, princess, I cannot hold back or go easy on you. Devil arts. Soulfire blade. Surge of blue and black fire one swirled together as it danced from the tip of his fingers, wrapping the handle and dancing along his guard before enveloping his beautiful frozen longsword. It should have melted, many exclaimed. However, these flames were from the deepest layer of hell and burned colder than the most frigid tundra on the surface. Raise your guard, princess. The moment his words finished, to the dismay of the entire arena, Usura Phoenix vanished, and by the time they found his figure again. His blade had already sent the princess flying backwards, covered in his blue flames, as she desperately cast a huge barrier of earth to douse the flame, only looking at Usura's idle figure with utter shock. Only in the crowd was a single person celebrating as Muzu punched the air, her eyes sparkling as he used her element, and the sword somehow felt similar to her. A girl in love can be so cute. Not giving the princess time to recover fully, once again, Usura vanished. A blue radiance tore through the air before her face as Vila's body tensed, her eyes turning red like the lava in her sword, as she struck with a masterful overhead strike, cutting across the sky with a single stroke. Her eyes narrowed as the air exploded with the clash of steel and ice, vibrant blue shards and molten sparks fluttering through the air as the pair's eyes met for the first time. Usura's crimson eyes filled with determination, drive, and excitement, and the dark, molten eyes of the princess showed her confidence, curiosity, and ferocity. Devour arts. Blood Reaper. His assault didn't end. Reaching over as their blades fought against each other for dominance, and his body still in mid-air, Usura grabbed Vila, creating several bloody hands that grasped her body and tightened as he clenched his fist. Arg, the moment she lowered her blade, trying to deal with the bloody hands draining her vitality and mana latching onto her flesh like sharp vines, Usura dropped to the ground, twisting his hips to send a powerful fist coated in blue flames into her abdomen. I cannot show weakness or respect. This is a battle to show my worth. Otherwise, I will be discarded, like useless trash. Vila's eyes narrowed in agony as his fist impacted her waist, causing her stomach and innards to tremble. Ha. But her counter was swift, taking advantage of the moment Usura pulled back to grasp his sword in both hands, her blade like a deadly eagle pierced forward, through his guard and slicing across his perfect porcelain-like cheek, a line of red dripping down his soft cheek onto the arena floor. My first injury. Usura's eyes widened, his expression showing a small amount of shock and surprise, but a smile soon replaced it. The crowd erupted into a loud cheer for the princess as she took the aggressive advantage, attacking Usura with a beautiful combination of several slashes from multiple directions as she advanced, her body beginning to burn with her intense flames. Humph, Vila snorted, looking a little disappointed and annoyed. Why are you smiling? Have you gone mad? Clang, slash, thrust, clack. Usura didn't respond, his smile widening as he stared at her with those intense eyes. Grasping Nova, he showed no fear as the blue flame flickered across his body, twisting and using every moment to devour her excess mana and learn her techniques as he did with Muzu. His mind worked hard, calculating the best ways to counter an attack, dodging her sword and blocking where he could. She's not bad. No, she is amazing. I truly admire the princess from the bottom of my heart. Her sword is pure, filled with ambition and grace. How can such a woman be allowed to vanish? If this were an ordinary duel, she would win. Her strength, speed, technique, and ability to predict and adapt to my fighting style are superior to mine. But it is not an ordinary duel, and my talent has always been. Ah, Usura's expressionless eyes filled with amusement as the battle raged on. He could feel his skin burning with every strike, his flesh melting and regenerating, his bones cracking and repairing, and his muscles being ripped apart and restored over and over again as his blood boiled and evaporated. Usura's body was like an eternal furnace, his own talent, allowing him to use the intense molten mana devoured from her to instantly temper himself, so that he was like a machine made for battle. Their blades clashed, with the beautiful ice shimmering and forming a cloud of frozen mist each time the superheated blade of Vila collided with it. The pair exchanged over 50 blows, with Usura losing most, but Vila had already noticed the changes subtle, but the changes were becoming more visible to her magical eyes. Why are you able to continue? Her face was no longer cold and aloof, the usual expression she displayed to the world, but now it was full of respect, awe and curiosity, with a small amount of anger and rage as her strikes became more savage and fierce. What is this? Why are you not afraid? Ah, I am afraid, your highness, but… Usura's sword blocked a deadly slash across his throat as he pressed his palm along the back of his blade to reinforce the defense, causing the princess to pause and listen as his voice grew low and his gaze intense. What is it? She gasped before his body twisted, pivoting and wrapping around her side, spinning his body like an ethereal snake, and dragging his blade through the air so gracefully it didn't even register in her mind until she felt him slicing along her flank as blood spurted before freezing, instantly filling her side with intense pain. Gah, I want to beat you, to crush you under my feet even more than my body fears you. His words rang through her mind as she fell to one knee, holding herself up with her sword, her blood flowing from her wounds as she panted, staring at the sky above her with her blade gripped firmly in her hand. Her body was weak and exhausted, her energy drained, and her mind was confused. Vila wanted to understand why this boy could stand up and smile, to show enjoyment when she saw her magic making his body burn, his blood boil, and his bones break repeatedly. It was a cruel form of torture, but he just smiled and laughed like a madman. Usura watched as the princess looked at him. He didn't show mercy, like waiting for her to get up, lifting Nova above his head, the frigid chill of her blade covering him, creating a mirage of a handsome blue man about to execute the princess. But just as he was about to strike, his eyes widened at the sudden boulder of molten rocks fired towards him from her open palm, a spell he hadn't seen her cast. Ka. Flash of pain exploded through his body, his chest and back feeling as though a stone hammer had shattered them, and a stream of blood erupted from his lips as he was sent flying back through the air, landing heavily on his feet and rolling to stop. He coughed, blood splattering the ground as he tried to breathe. His lungs and internal organs felt crushed as a violent and powerful mana was being devoured into his blood. Slowly, he stood with the help of the monoliths supporting him. I want to win. I want to beat this woman at all costs. Vila Silvara, POV. The princess stood up, now coated in molten rock armor, and her eyes were glowing golden orange, and she looked at Usura with a peculiar gaze, flicking her wrist and causing the ground to ignite in golden flames. Usura Phoenix, you were someone I saw as a mere pebble, unworthy of my gaze, and I will surely apologize for this in the future, but now, please fall to my blade. I'll admit the supposed trash from the Phoenix territory has my praise and respect and confirm his quality. But I too cannot afford to lose. I must fulfill my duties. Vila roared, her body exploding with heat as the ground melted beneath her. Now show me everything you've got, Usura Phoenix. To the princess, there was no competition. This wasn't so low anymore and instead became something important that she must win no matter the cost. She was now fighting against her future, the fate she couldn't escape no matter how desperately she tried to claw her way out. Vila Silvara, the first princess of the kingdom of Silvara, knew that if she lost here, everything she worked for, strived for, struggled and suffered for would be wiped away. Her body shot forward with such explosive force, the ground cracked. Her ability to display magic in the atmosphere meant she had reached the peak of Stage 2 and was probably touching Stage 3 already. Red lines of flame followed her body as melting rocks rotated rapidly around her blade, aimed straight at Usura's chest. Brian. Sorry, but I'll have to use a bit of that power. Clang, sparks and flames danced in the air as a beautiful sound echoed throughout the stadium, the two swords locking in a deadly embrace as Vila's mouth opened agape for the second time, as blood spurted from her neck, caused by the sharp claws on Usura's left arm. What technique? I have heard of techniques to change the body, but why? His black eyes empty and filled with death, that golden stare causing my body to feel sheer terror. I am Vila Silvara, Princess of Silvara. How can I falter to such fears? Devil arts. Liberación la primera forma incomplete. Usura's left eye turned black with a golden pupil in the center, no iris, just a devilish void that seemed to absorb all light, and his left arm was now black with blood-red runes and patterns drawn along his arm, and the flames of his sword exploding with a dark, evil feeling that caused Vila's heart to shiver slightly. Crowd POV. In the crowd, both Lorem's and Lucretia's eyes opened wide. The match they were betting on suddenly changed as the golden coins on the table were knocked off by Lucretia's hand, slamming the table as black and blue flames flickered around Usura's left arm, pulsating with a heat that caused the molten rocks of Vila to freeze. Lorem, how dare you cheat me with this bet? Who is that boy? Lorem didn't respond as she clutched her hands together, watching the two on the stage locked in a power struggle, feeling an intense storm brewing in her chest. I met him yesterday, the hell you mean? A bet is a bet. Tusk, you bitch, just wait next time. I'll drink you dry. A damn first year, able to manifest their mana in physical form. How is this a boy with no mana core? In the box above, the prince clenched his fists tightly as his sister continued to fight valiantly against the male who stopped his plan to seduce and fool the future demon queen. Father. The king noticed his son's strange appearance, watching the stage at first, believing it to be related to his sister now showing her power and prestige, so he waved his hand, causing all the entourage and retainers to leave the room before sealing it with noise-canceling magic tools. Speak, my dear son, what ails you? He is the one, that damned bastard from the Phoenix family. Because of his interference, our plan to trick and use that slut from the demon kingdom to crush those who might threaten our rule was ruined by him. It was strange, but the king felt a sense of relief that, for once, the frantic prince complained about not his sister but an outsider. People changed, even if the boy's father was a dear friend in the past. I see. The boy is handsome, just like his father. No, the boy surpasses his father greatly because she is his mother. That damn Phoenix, he managed to tempt the woman I wanted back then and forced her to marry him. Looking at his rabid son, he knew he wasn't competent in the king's chest, but the daughter couldn't rule. He feared the change she might bring, and he would be labeled as incompetent, losing territory to the demons to the north and the basement to the south. Leave it to me, my dear son. Let's make our move in the assessment in the south. Father. The shocked prince wore a crooked smile as his face looked unsightly with messy hair and bloodshot eyes. Worry not, I will have Lorem fulfill her duties. Watching the stage, the king felt slightly regretful and knew that another of his friends would soon become his enemy, but for his son and the legacy of his rule not to be seen as inferior, his pride would accept any abuse or hatred. Forgive me, old friend. Vila Silvara POV. Vila's body was sent floating in the air from another brutal swing from Usura's icy sword as the flames burned her cheek, destroying her earthen armor while the black arm grasped at the air, trapping her in a bloody hand and slamming her back down to the ground, forced to spin her body using a great burst of magic to destroy the bloody hand before landing. Ha, ha, you. Her breathing was faster, feeling her muscles screaming as his assault never stopped, a blue line cutting down her front, missing her chest and flesh only by a mere hair's breadth. Ha ha, Usura chuckled, licking the blood from his lip. Yes, his smile was so handsome she felt a shiver down her spine, realizing what kind of weapon this young man was. He was a natural-born monster, a handsome and dangerous monster that she wanted to tame. Vila Silvara realized that Usura Phoenix was not some mere talent, a genius, prodigy, or anything similar. Instead, he was a monster created by this world, destined to create chaos and war wherever he went, and she admired him. Her sword moved quickly, thrusting towards Usura's chest, hoping to finally finish the match and give herself time to rest and heal her wounds. Ha, 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 ha 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 ha. But Usura's eyes shone brightly as the audience watched in amazement as his body twisted around the blade, moving like water as a blue flame covered his right leg, kicking upwards into Vila's chin. Crack, her teeth rattled as blood spat from her mouth, and her body stumbled back, falling to the ground as Usura's sword rose above his head, the flames changing to a jet-black color as they dripped to the ground like drops of oil, evaporating when they touched the arena floor, leaving small craters in their wake. His sword came crashing down. Vila raised her blade, covering her arms with the last mana, a thick molten armor covering her body thicker than half a meter in a futile effort to block the strike. Her eyes closed, biting her lips and tongue to endure the pain as she refused to accept defeat. However, instead of the sensation of death and pain, she felt nothing. Opening her eyes slowly, she saw Usura's blade resting beside her neck, and his body covered in sweat was standing over her, panting as the black flames vanished and his left arm returned to normal. A wonderful duel, princess, you were so beautiful, like a goddess dancing on the surface of a lake. His charming smile caused her heart to skip a beat as her eyes widened, and she opened her mouth to speak. Why? Vila wins? What? Why? The announcement cut her words short as Usura sighed, raising Nova and bowing with the hilt, pointing to the ground before her eyes. Your victory, princess. I hope we can duel again in the future. Then he walked away, leaving her alone, lying on the arena floor, unable to comprehend what happened as the crowd suddenly went wild, screaming and shouting in delight. The fight showed not only was Usura Phoenix the well-known no-mage, but was actually beyond their imagination. Some compared his beautiful swordsmanship, fierce aggression, and handsome looks to the prince, most agreeing he was far superior, as the coupling of Vila x Usura became a strange whisper in the stadium. Vila couldn't move. Her hands, legs, and body were completely exhausted as she desperately held the blood pooling in her mouth back, swallowing it before a soft hand touched her shoulder. It was Lucretia, the only ally of the princess in this god-forsaken capital. He wanted to lend you a favor, and you deserve to stand at the top. Never did she expect to hear those words as she turned to find his figure, but he was gone like he never existed in the first place, only a trail of thick, crimson blood showing the damage he had suffered. Asura POV. Muzu's big eyes were troubled as they rushed to a nearby lavatory. Asura crumbled against the wall, vomiting blood violently as his insides screamed in agony. Asura, Muzu cried as she hugged him, crying loudly, "You're hurt, why aren't you healing yourself?" Asura wiped his lips, chuckling weakly as he patted her head. "Sorry, but I can't. Haha, stupid, idiot, dummy." Muzu sobbed, punching his chest softly as Asura felt his body burning, his anima and life force consumed in such a way that his body felt withered and brittle. Using Liberation was always a double-edged sword, devouring and consuming all his anima to empower oneself, and it was impossible to control as his body couldn't cope, but he had to do it. Today, the battle wasn't about winning but showing his worth, not to the king or the instructors, but to the princess who lacked solid allies. Asura wanted her to owe him a favor, otherwise her value as a monarch would plummet. So he used Liberation, sacrificing his body and life force to win against her, showing his worth. But unfortunately, he couldn't keep it going for longer and realized from Vila's words that she needed to win the battle. "You fool, I thought you were hurt. Don't do this again." Her soft blows became a gentle caress as she tried to infuse her mana into his body, desperately kissing and touching their skin together to transfer it into him. "Idiot, dummy, stupid. You were so amazing. But don't do that again. We should go to the medical ward." Asura nodded. "No, let's go somewhere else." Muzu nodded as Asura grasped her hand, leaning on her shoulder as she helped him walk. Asura's body was weak, his muscles constantly convulsing while he looked at Muzu with a thankful gaze as they reached their room, collapsing on the bed as Muzu began to strip him. Wait, I'm injured, not dead." His cheeks reddened as Muzu giggled. "I know, idiot. But your body is full of blood and sweat, right?" She blushed, touching his naked chest. "Let me clean you." Asura gulped, nodding as Muzu began to wash his body gently with a cloth, wiping the blood from his wounds while infusing the cloth with her mana, wishing to send his pain away with her gentle touch. Asura grasped her hand, pulling her close as their bodies touched and their lips met, the kiss slow and sensual as her sweet taste entered his mouth, and her body became hot, pressing her chest against his as their tongues intertwined. Her cheeks were flushed red as they pulled apart, with Asura gazing deeply into her eyes and stroking her face as she bit her lips shyly. "Asura." The next moment, she unfastened the cloth ribbon of her uniform, revealing her supple breasts to him as her smooth, pale skin captivated him, causing his body to tremble as she climbed on top of him. "I'll help you recover." Muzu's face was bright red as Asura gulped. His body was still in pain and weakness, almost overwhelmed by his desires. He placed his hands on her hips as she kissed him deeply, the icy mana soothing the burning feeling of his organs as she ground her soft mound against his crotch while he grabbed her soft buttocks, breaking their kiss with a long string of silver saliva dripping down her chin and heavy swaying chest as she sat up. Her ice-blue hair was undone, hanging freely behind her as her big innocent eyes stared at Asura. "Can I?" However, the moment she was about to remove her clothes completely, the image of Muzu overlapped with that woman for a mere moment, and he snapped out of his lust, knowing that the first time for a cultivator and knight was extremely important. "Zuer." Asura wrapped the thin silk quilt around her body and pulled her into his embrace, letting her face rest against his chest so she could hear his heartbeat. "We have so much time ahead of us. Do you want to do it now at this moment?" He looked down at her face that seemed to cry at any moment, knowing that rejecting her again would be something extremely hurtful, and he couldn't explain it well. "Sorry, Asura. I was just so happy and wanted to help you." "I know, but Zuer." His hands gently cupped her cheeks, pulling her face closer to his. Their lips were about to touch each time they moved, but neither went further than this as they stared into each other's eyes. "I don't want our precious first time to be because of cultivation or to heal me. But if you hug me like this, kiss me gently, I can heal just fine." It wasn't just the vision of the Duchess that caused him to feel this was too hasty, but his own heart and the image of his first time with Muzu were more romantic and passionate, something more than the one just now to heal his wounds, a passion that could burn the atmosphere around them. "Really, it's not that you dislike Zuer, right?" Asura felt a chill down his spine as her eyes looked dull and strangely intense when she asked this question, but this wasn't the case, so the strange terror vanished when he kissed her softly. Muzu's face blushed as Asura whispered, his voice hoarse and rough. "Never. I love you, Zuer, but we have plenty of time. I want to give you a night, a moment you can never forget and will always remember as the moment in your life we became one forever." She nodded, his serious eyes causing her eyes to water with her lips quivering as Asura wrapped his arms around her, embracing her tightly as he stroked her back lovingly. "Okay, Asura," Muzu sniffed, burying her head in his shoulder. "Asura, I love you too. Please stay by my side forever. Forever and always, Zuer." They spent the afternoon hugging and kissing passionately as he healed slowly while the two flirted until Muzu's second match came. She didn't feel tired from their cultivation and instead realized something special about their little cultivation. Your match will start soon. I'll stay here like you asked me to, so go and fight hard. Win for both of us, okay? You are making me stronger too. I never realized until now. My magic is stronger and mana flows smoother. Asura. Muzu's eyes lit up with excitement and joy, kissing him passionately, her body becoming heated before rushing off to her match with a new vigor. I have to settle things with that woman, or at least crush the engagement talks before I go further with Muzu. It's unfair to drag this shadow. I want to give her everything I have. Asura chuckled, relaxing as he rested and waited for the assessment to continue. He would likely not get a top assessment in all grades as he lost, but at least he showed enough to stop those who doubted him, and soon. Amalia, you will come to test me, right? My dear twin sister. I have not seen you in over 2 decades. I miss your scolding and fierce training that allowed me to survive that hell. How can I let you die like that again? Knock, knock. Hello, is anyone in there? And so, once again, the changes caused by his actions start to surface as the wooden door gently knocks again before an unexpected guest enters, not the one he anticipated. That voice, a familiar voice, echoed from the other side of the door, causing Asura's mind to freeze with cold fury as he sat up from his bed, tightly grasping his fingers together under the sheets and piercing his thigh with the tip of his nail, causing blood to ooze from the wound to calm the fiery rage that filled his body like surging magma. You are, come in. His voice was calm, soft, and one that most women might swoon for as the deep vibrating tone filled the quiet room with the red curtains gently blowing in the open window. When the door opened with a loud clack, a beautiful woman entered with raven black hair, sleek and wavy down to her lower back, wearing a dark green Eastern gown and a pair of emerald eyes that shone with a deadly but sickly charm. Young lord, what a surprise to see you can use magic. I am here on behalf of your dear exalted sister. This woman was the maid that served Amalia Phoenix, her tanned skin and golden hoop earrings gently swaying as she bowed towards Asura on entry. It seems you are still bleeding. Please allow me to help tend to you. That stupid dog seems to have left you alone. Ah, I will kill you. You would call Muzu such words when it was your family that killed everyone she loved or cared for. Watch your words. She is the maid of the future heir to the Earl title, a rank above you. Asura didn't overly scold her, rather just speaking with a low tone as if to change the subject while gazing at her with narrowed crimson eyes, observing the exotic raven beauty swaying closer with her obscene hips purposely shaking, now grasping the first aid box that Muzu had prepared. Once again, her blatant actions caused him to feel irritated. Forgive me, young lord. Her face showed signs of remorse as she gave a full bow, lowering her body more than 90 degrees and covering her heavy chest as if to seduce him with the squashed marshmallows changing shape, showing how soft and supple they were. No matter, you came to see my wounds, so do as you please. Understood. Please forgive my unworthy and unskilled hands. She lowered her body onto the bed, causing the springs and mattress to squeak before pulling back the quilt, only to gasp before looking towards Asura with a strange gaze, like something she never expected. Oh my, our young lord seems to be extremely capable, as she swallowed her saliva and, like a truly skilled maid, began to tend to his wounds. Her hands were very skilled, even Asura couldn't deny, as the various abrasions and deep wounds on his body were pasted with a healing paste by her delicate fingers before she changed the bandages and prepared hot water to clean the rest of his body full of sweat. The time passed, and Asura could calm his rage as the maid began asking questions like Muzu. Her standing was special thus, unlike normal maids, she was more talkative. Young lord, I never knew you could hide your mana core for this long. The great lord used this to find those who sought to take your Phoenix family's treasures and land. Are you playing the devoted and faithful maid? It was merely an accident. The person responsible for my initial test made a mistake. I didn't wish to sully their honor, and father accepted that we would say I awakened later. Her fingers slid over his chest, sometimes seeming to flick his nipples or abdomen on purpose. They were the hands of a serpent trying to charm her prey, slithering and sliding to their nefarious goal. Can I ask you a question, young lord? Why did you surrender even though you could have beaten that princess? He looked at her with a smile, watching her with narrow eyes hiding the flame of disgust deep in his chest as her hands slipped below his waist. If not for the large amount of mana you give me each moment, I would cut those hands off. On the outside, she and Asura were having a warm conversation, with her sometimes flirting with him. Each time he didn't reject her words or push her away, she moved closer to his crotch, letting her skin touch his by accident and leaning down so her breasts would touch his palm. This woman probably believes me to be easy prey due to my lack of experience with women. Although they were illusions, I have slept with that woman thousands of times with a near-real sensation. I had confirmed that when teasing Muzu, the skills, experience, and sensations from that illusory world are useful in reality. You know, Lord Asura, Amelia is extremely lonely. How about I try to arrange a meeting between you both and help to fix your relationship?" Usra took a moment to look at this woman. Her hands were anything but the faithful maid she portrayed, seeming to want to gain his favor now he wasn't useless. Likely knowing I am not useless, her family's orders aren't a honey trap, extremely easy and most likely to succeed. He would never deny how lonely his sister might be, but she was too weak to complain. No, maybe she was, after all, this woman. The competition from the arena sounded in the room as the maid's hands slowly released him. Things ended, and he lost interest in her additional service because she didn't give him any useful information. "Lord Usura, do you want to?" Her lips shone from her pink gloss as she bit her lower lip and opened her robe slightly. "Enough, go clean your hands." Though the Usura monolith was about to reach stage 1, his disgust was too much to continue. He had standards. She moved towards the washroom as he pulled on her opposite hand and threw her down onto the bed, causing the raven-haired maid to gasp with her emerald eyes gaping at him with a fake watery look meeting his dark, fiery gaze. Usura's naked body covered the maid, who showed a look mixed with a victorious look and a feigned embarrassment like a maiden. "Lord Usura, are you sure?" Her long, skilled tongue slipped along her plump and seductive lips as her eyes lowered down, enjoying the sight of his well-trained and superior body. As he looked down upon her, this action seemed enough for her pure and chaste acting to end, probably thinking her tactics had succeeded. So the young lord cannot hold his lust and wants to taste a real woman. "Ah, that sounds perfect, but we shouldn't. I am the maid of your sister and a warrior of the Shang clan." Usura enjoyed this reaction, the feeling of seeing Shang Mei, the sister of Shang Luo and the cause of his sister's death in the previous life, offering her body to him as she began to slip out of her robes, revealing her tan figure. I know she was a pure maiden, but trained in the ways of seduction and betrayal. Silly girl. Not only that, father, mother, and even the kind maids who took care of our daily needs for decades, the kind soldiers who fought for my father to the end, and the dedicated people who never surrendered only to be massacred by the Shang family in search of the Phoenix inheritance. Does the cute young lord enjoy this one's modest display of her naked form? With a calm mind, Usura placed his hand over her chest, the tips of his fingers pressing down on her left breast. Her soft and warm, squishy feeling was truly to die for, if not for the twisted smile of victory her damn face. He leaned over her, now crushing her chest with his, as the warmth from her sweet breath blew into his face and down his cheeks before he whispered gently, "How would your older brother feel if I returned your head in a box?" Shangmei started to panic, but Usura's right hand grabbed her throat and tightened around it like a snake suffocating his prey, watching her pretty face transforming from the act she was performing to a ferocious and twisted visage, as Usura's deep voice whispered in her ear a second time, "Devil arts. Liberación la primera forma." The moment his arm began to transform, his left eye turned black, causing Shangmei's eyes widened before she tried to use her mana to break free, only to find it constantly devoured and fading before she could manifest something. Her eyes became crazed as she shouted with a hoarse voice, "Little boy, do you think Amelia will forgive you should I die here? I am that pathetic bitch's only friend, ha, the only one she trusts. Ah, I love it, just like your brother. Please keep talking. Amelia will curse you and never forgive you for as long as you live. Ha. Usra smiled at her as the huge amount of mana inside her was being mercilessly devoured, nothing like what he did with Muzu or Zavada. Instead, he was preying upon her with a ferocious gaze as his eyes seemed to be blazing with dark red flames. "Is that all, you filthy Shang family slut? I am used to that feeling. As long as she lives, even if she hates me to the core. To save my cute little sister, I will stain these very hands black with your vile, poisonous blood, you snake." As if a little boy like you has the guts, He didn't want to hear her voice anymore, the feelings he felt upon dying reborn. The true reason he was given a second chance was not just to make Muzu happy or live a happy life. It was to crush the enemies of his father and family, and those who broke his pride and treated him like a foolish dog. The next moment, his right hand clenched around her soft neck, snapping the bones with his powerful grasp, watching as her eyes dilated, and mouth gasped before penetrating her chest with his black demonic arm. Its devilish spines pierced her flesh and cracked open her ribs as blood and flesh began to flood and ooze from the deep cavity. Her arms grasped his with a last effort to save her life before his hand smothered her screaming voice that sounded like a dying cat. As the light in her eyes faded, he leaned over her and whispered, "Ah, what a shame, ha. You might have been able to trick my sister into his bed if you worked a little more. Sadly, your brother will be forever waiting for your message and guide on how to deal with Amelia and Zavada, and I will kill your pathetic coward of a brother in a year." Her eyes flooded with tears, filled with panic, terror, and agony as Usra devoured her while still living, sucking the mana from her body as she turned into ashes before completely vanishing from existence as if Shang Mei never visited him in the first place. The next moment, Usra began to feel a sense of intense pleasure, forced to bite down on his arm until it began bleeding as all the monoliths in his body began to go berserk. Damn. All my monoliths are about to reach the first stage, and some are more than halfway to the second. Damn, it feels so amazing. Why are they draining? Where is it going? For you to evolve and adapt, part of your life essence will be spent while the rest will be balanced between your monoliths. It's burning me as it fades. Brian, why is it taking so much? Calm down. Leave it to me, I will reduce the amount you lose. Asura's heart was throbbing wildly as his veins bulged from his skin, writhing as the mana and anima in his blood surged like a tsunami. Too much power. His body rolled from the bed, staggering to the shower as dirt and filth started leaking from everywhere on his body while experiencing extreme cramps and pain in his bones and organs tightened. Arg, what's happening? You finally completed the first stage on all monoliths but the hidden one. Yui. Asura found himself in the shower, slapping his arm against the bar to turn it on as the freezing water cooled the burning inside his body and leaned against the stone wall. Suddenly, he began feeling nauseous, the sensation of her insides, her sticky blood not leaving his mind as he suffered from killing her in such a brutal and inhumane manner, and was the closest he came to murder inhuman in both lives. His mind seemed to view the bandits as different, likely due to how they vanished so quickly. But he was forced to watch Shang Mei slowly withering, which caused him to be deeply affected. Let it out, and you will be reborn. Yui. He couldn't speak from the pain in his body improving to the feelings in his mind, and the moment of her death repeating in his mind as he began to vomit heavily, collapsing to his knees with his raven hair covering his face under the icy water cascaded on his body. Why do I feel sick? There will be so much more blood on my hands in the future. Asura. This is enough, as if resonating with his thoughts and desire to strengthen his mind, the devil and Asura monolith began to glow slowly as his head leaned back, reflecting in the glistening silver of the showerhead as the eyes of Asura began to change, becoming fierce and devilish. That's it. He covered his face, hiding his eyes, which suddenly caused his heart to tremble as a strange black and red liquid oozed from his eyes, a sense of glee and excitement. He covers his face, hiding the eyes that caused his heart to tremble. Congratulations. Whatever stopped you from activating the Asura monolith's benefits is gone. But why? Does it feel like something else was taken away? Asura slowly rose to his feet, even with his muscles convulsing and filled with cramps and strange movements. He bit his lower lip and stood, enduring the pain as if to etch the moment and this determination into his heart. This is the path I swore to take. I cannot step back now, and I have no time to be sentimental about the death of a mere enemy. Asura Phoenix, will you save those you love and reach great heights, or fail, causing many to die from your failure? He looked into the silver shower, turning the hot tap to the maximum before taking a deep breath, seeming to adjust himself completely. Many will die. My path is one of blood, one of chaos and domination. My enemy a kingdom, an empire, and a world. I will take these final moments to embrace these fleeing emotions and entrust myself to the devil and Asura's blood within my veins. After he took a moment to breathe, his face gradually returned to the normal Asura, no longer fierce and devilish. His beautiful face with wet raven hair looked serene in the silver showerhead. However, in the depths of his eyes were flames swirling around each other, dark red, blue, and black, the flames flickering as if waiting for the right moment to detonate. By the time Asura left the shower, his body was completely repaired from both instances of using his liberation technique. Now he sat on the windowsill wearing his black uniform, watching a small red bird flying towards the Phoenix territory from his hand with a small letter tied to its feet. Asura himself held a small blade in his hand while stabbing into the stone below his window. Dad should be able to prepare, knowing the enemy is the Shang clan and many spies who are related to them in his inner court. The arena is so excitable it seems that Muzu just crushed another enemy. After all, Muzu, you are the beacon of light guiding me on this path of darkness. The loud chants of his cute maid's name resounded even at the window he sat as he closed his eyes, almost able to envision her current movements and actions, the former misery and shock from murder gone. I lost quite a lot of progress, but now my body has improved beyond a normal human, and all my monoliths are balanced, ready to awaken the final one. Remember, there is always a price to pay for progressinger. You have excess amounts of anima stored when you reach the second stage in the future. Now only a faint smile and calm demeanor surrounded him. Soon, my sister will come to find Shang Mei, and I will become her enemy once again. At least this time, it's not because I am a pathetic disgrace to the Phoenix name. In the center of the arena, Muzu's body was surrounded by a wonderful scene of dancing ice and snow that swirled around her body like an enchanting blizzard that followed her every whim as she looked to the sky with a faint smile. Master, I will do my best so you will praise me. Muzu took pride in being Asura's maid and guardian knight even if she was now his lover, and he wanted her to be his wife. That wouldn't change how she acted. She had developed an attachment to calling him master. Once again, the lovely knight from the Phoenix territory has devastated her opponent, Lucretia's bright voice sounded as the girl on the ground slowly sat up with the help of the medical mages and potion knights helping her. I didn't kill because Usra doesn't want to kill those who do not deserve it. Who can stop this girl from rising to the top? The husky voice of Lucretia sounded as Muzu left the arena, unaware that a group of people were following her. A tall and handsome blonde male with blue eyes, and 3 men who were all stage 2 knights charged with his protection during normal times as he followed after her with a smirk on his lips. I wonder if Master would like me to use my hand. Should I use a plantain to practice? I want to make his face look surprised and praise me. Hee hee. While she was pondering with a brilliant smile, now prancing and hopping around while lightly swaying, she couldn't help but imagine the face of Usra trying his best to hold on and act tough. Excuse me, Miss Muzu. A soft-spoken male's voice sounded, breaking her little daydream. Who? Muzu turned around and saw a male that she knew well. It was the prince of this country who had a horrible series of rumors about his treatment of female knights that he took a fancy to. He promises them high positions or a role beside him, and then after they give themselves to him, they are thrown away to his guards. Because her master was weak and lacked magic in the past, Muzu performed detailed research on hundreds of nobles and the royalty that might be at the academy to protect him from harm. Even now that he was stronger, she continued to gather information so that she might be able to assist him in other ways. Who is it? She knew but still asked as her eyes narrowed, and she felt her fiery heart of delight cooling down instantly. Your frivolous smile is disgusting, you pig. You rude knight, can you not see who it is? Our illustrious prince and the future king of this kingdom. Why do you not bow? The 2 idiots called out, performing their roles to make the prince seem like a quiet and handsome guy as his hands pushed down as if to calm them, shaking his head before continuing. Calm down, Dalton Barrett. Lady Zhu has just performed an excellent battle. Maybe she is a little tired. Do not make her feel uncomfortable. Can you forgive them? Lady Zhu, this damn fake, why are you breathing on me with your filthy breath? It stinks. Muzu was a gentle and bright girl to those she accepted and loved, and she refused to cause any trouble for her master and just stared at the group of males with an emotionless face, giving the smallest smile possible. I do not mind. However, please call me by my family name. I don't want my master to misunderstand. The prince seemed taken aback because of her cold and distant response. He was likely used to the knights of other noble families fawning over his position or handsome face and talent. Sadly, he was inferior to Usra in everything but position. Can we not get to know each other better from now on? The prince asked, his body moving closer as Muzu's eyes sharpened and became hostile. The clueless prince and his goons didn't seem to catch the hint when sharp ice began swirling around her body subconsciously. Who would get to know you, damn snake? I can smell your disgusting body odor from here. Not interested. Muzu turned around, her blue eyes glistening as she saw the prince's face distorting in anger as he leaned forward to grab her body. Her eyes snapped open as she twisted her hips and slapped his face with measured force, only sending his body flying back into the 3 goons he brought with him. I have no interest in knowing you. My master is Usra Phoenix and I only need his touch. Please be mindful and keep your filthy hands to yourself. Her eyes were sharp, which maybe even Usra had never seen before. A fierce and angry face scrunched up, causing 2 of the guards to shudder in fear while the prince himself began to urinate. The aura and look in her eyes were like a giant serpent staring down at them, ready to devour them whole without a second thought. Watching them tremble and seeing the prince soil himself, she snorted before turning around and leaving with light steps towards her shared room with Usra, a quiet but pleasant humming from her lips as she began to skip. Damn it, get off me, you fools. Prince Valos was furious, his face like someone forced him to eat a bucket of dirt and sour fruits before hitting him in the crotch with their knee. Filled with embarrassment, he pulled himself up, feeling the disgusting warmth and clammy feeling of his pants. Once again, he looked towards the disappearing figure of Muzu. You filthy eastern bitch. I will crush your fucking master and push you down before his very eyes. I will violate you until you beg me to become your master, then throw you to a criminal den to be gangbanged to death. The 3 knights beside him were silent, but felt the comments were slightly extreme. However, he had done similar things to women who called him pathetic or small, and their ends were horrific, with even their families being massacred. Oh. A sudden husky and domineering voice sounded from behind the 4 of them, a woman who caused the prince to shudder and instantly turned back with a terrified face. The only woman apart from his mother that the king was powerless to help him against. Lady Loram, little boy with a tiny cock, did you just threaten to rape my cute disciple? Shall I shear your hair and tear off your flesh? Her foot slammed into the prince's chest, sending him sliding across the floor, leaving a wet trail from under his buttocks. Wow, she looked at you and you pissed yourself what a regal and worthy ruler you will become. Hail the prince of your nation. Loram joked and made a big scene as the 3 knights could only tremble and move back, allowing her to step forward and stomp on the prince's chest. Little Velos, if you so much as sniff Muzu's scent, I will castrate you. There is another who can succeed to the throne and is far more capable than you. Know your place, dog. Velos couldn't even reply if Muzu's gaze was a fearsome serpent that would devour him, then Lorem's simple glance was enough to eradicate him. Do you understand, Prince Velos? Tusk, yes, I understand, you damn whores speaking down to me. How dare you speak to your future king and master? I will crush you both. Damn it, why does everybody look down on me? Only that woman, the Duchess of Drakkar, she is my only ally. Asura seemed to have fallen into a serene state, sitting on the window as he drifted off and found himself inside the mystical spirit palace with the huge black obelisks encroaching on the surroundings, while Brian was sleeping under the central monolith as usual. I still can't read the strange runes. However, they are clearer, and the monolith is finally increasing visibly. He stepped closer to the smaller central obelisk, which displayed Asura's status and the one he could summon in the real world. Now that all 4 monoliths were stage 1, he trusted the information on this page more than before. It looks like I must endure that pain twice to awaken each monolith. Asura leaned back, realizing that somehow he went from a useless piece of garbage to having a mana capacity beyond the first queen, something that made him realize the choice to make his heart and body the core of his cultivation was right. What should I make my priority? He looked through the lists of each and noticed that they all had a similar choice. Sadly, the Devil Monolith's activation chose the heart upgrade because he needed the boost. Otherwise, he would have died when training with Muzu and breaking through the first layer. Unlike the dragons, Evolution thought the Devil's Heart was more of a universal upgrade. Devil's Heart increases your heart's durability, endurance, and capability to manage and control your mana and blood with enhanced capabilities. Unlike the dragon Evolution, this didn't give him another heart, but stopped him from suffering a heart attack or failure during his cultivation breakthrough, allowing him to have perfect control over the flow of his Anima 1. Now, it was flowing through his veins in place of his blood, constantly refined and purified by the 4 totems, and replaced by the Devouring totem. He closed his eyes and began to decide how to evolve each monolith, but not all gave options like Dragon and Devil. The Devour monolith was different, offering him optimizations on how to devour and what the anima taken would be used for. Devour Evolution. Force devour living targets at twice the speed, but devouring magic particles naturally is much slower. Efficiency, you can purify all chi and mana in extra time, allowing your density to be upgraded further. It takes longer to drain something that is living. Adaptability, you devour the magic particles from the air faster, but the mana gained from devouring living beings decreases slightly. Quick dual cultivation, when cultivating with females, both parties gain a faster transfer rate, but it takes longer to purify and improve the female's mana to a higher level. Sensual link, when cultivating with females, it increases the pleasure felt by the female while improving the level of purification, increasing both parties' magic density and affinity. Asura was first interested by the first 3 as they gave a direct boost to his powers, but then noticed each one seemed to have a minor setback, which annoyed him as he looked at the second 2 before noticing that the sensual link didn't have a negative and was more about improving the density and affinity of magic rather than speed or amount. Well, it's also interesting to make the pleasure more intense. I wonder how Zavada would react in class. The reason he chose this evolution first was the fact he didn't plan to murder too many people, at least not now, and devouring beasts might not always be ideal when he needed their pelts, eyes, or magic crystals for money and proof of extermination for the exam. Making Muzu sing in a beautiful voice as she looked at him with dreamy eyes was not the main reason, or so he swore in his heart. The Asura monolith was selfish and didn't give him a choice. There was only one evolution, and it was related to his eyes, Asura Evolution. The Eyes of Desolation allows the user to see through all illusions and resist all charming spells within 2 stages of current cultivation, able to see the movement of anima, mana, chi, and magic. Phew, once I activate these transformation choices, I might as well die. Asura didn't notice that Brian was watching him with a strange smile, seeing him take a strange position as if preparing himself for the pain. Okay, let's go, evolve me. Pain exploded throughout Asura's body. His mind trembled as he felt every bone, muscle, and organ inside him exploding repeatedly as the mana surged and reformed everything, creating a more efficient version of his body. He hated that this damn process would repeat because he only changed his eyes and the dual cultivation ability of his devouring bloodline. Asura collapsed against the wall, vomiting blood violently as his insides screamed in agony. There was a feeling of his magic becoming cleaner and more refined through the changes to the devouring bloodline that began to link with his kidneys. 1. The complex veins and systems connecting to his other organs, flesh and muscles in a complex net of black fleshy tubing. Heya, he panted heavily, gasping for breath as he leaned against the lavatory wall, looking at his reflection. Yet this time, Usura was smiling as his eyes didn't change color or anything. Still, they were so bright in his reflection that it made him seem more intelligent and handsome, and a mere glance around the sky showed that his spirit palace was saturated with magic, as the fire, ice, earth, and wind elements all danced through the air and twirled around the four pillars before each one absorbed one element: dragon fire, devil eyes, devour wind, Asura earth. The final one seemed to accept the strange black flames that were small in number emitted from the other four pillars after the first elements entered them. This meant that Asura had 5 elements, yet the wind and earth elements were the weakest as he hadn't cultivated or used them actively. That won't remain true for long, he thought to himself while checking his updated status and smiling excitedly. Asura smiled as he stood from the window, forgetting to say goodbye to Brian in his good mood, and rushed back into the bathroom before taking a quick shower, fixing his uniform and leaving the lavatory as the bell rang. This signaled the end of the day's battles as Muzu burst through the door with her eyes fixated on him, a needy and sad look as she jumped into his chest, wrapping her arms and legs around his body before kissing his lips, desperate to cleanse her soul. The sensual upgrade worked wonders instantly, as her body trembled lightly in his embrace, while her body was filled with pleasant tingles that removed all memories of the disgusting prince in seconds as she pushed him down onto the bed with her momentum. Zur, Usura, their tongues intertwined as Muzu felt amazing, moaning into his mouth as she felt her body heating up, pressing her chest against his before they pulled apart, a thick strand of their saliva forming a bridge. Your kiss. Why is it so amazing after a fight? Usura sat in the darkness, watching Muzu's pretty face sleep peacefully. Not long after they entered, she was excited and between their kisses spoke about her match against a girl who used ice but was weak and that Zavada surrendered without fighting when put against the princess. It's different from last time. In the previous world, Zavada and Vila fought until both were exhausted, but Zavada lost, and now it seems that was due to her weakness. That filthy prince wanted to make you his. Did he ask this last time too? Ah, my heart feels painful. I want to throw her down, mark her body with my lips so no other man approaches her. Damn it, I am so irritated and jealous. His body gave off a light, magical glow, the shards of fire and ice dancing around him as his anger empowered the anima flowing through his veins, increasing the magical pollution caused by his body. Let's head out, slaughter monsters until the sun rises. With a flicker of his dark red eyes, his body stepped beside Muzu's sleeping body, before leaning down and gently kissing her soft cheek with a smack echoing through the room. My lovely Zur, I am sorry you must deal with such idiots. Worry not, I will make sure nobody bothers you again. The moment he began turning away, her soft purple eyes shimmering like gems were filled with delight as she observed his obsessive and crazed eyes with golden pupils. She didn't call out and watched with a warm smile as he left from the window. Master, those obsessive and monopolistic eyes make me so wet. Zur might lose control and assault you one day. Well, let me just follow you and keep you safe. Hee hee. Quickly wearing her armored maid outfit and changing her underwear, she grasped her sword and stepped out the window, feeling impressed that Usura's speed and stamina had increased so much after reaching stage 1 as her lips curved up. After all, Master could never be ordinary. His speed at least is greater than a normal stage 2. Once again, Usura found himself in the same forest that allowed him to take his first steps while he dashed deeper, trying to reach the deepest area of the Zephyr Forest, ignoring the weak wolves who cowered upon sensing his aura. Not even stage 1. Let's allow them to grow no need to kill these beasts that won't even serve as delicious meat for dinner. Lumerous Nova come to assist me. Usura jumped along the trees to avoid causing the wolves and ordinary monsters to be dragged into the conflict as he focused forward. His ears and eyes could detect the vibrations in the air and the tiny movements of the little squirrels running along the branches while searching for stage 2 enemies while holding his red lance with the lovely 70-centimeter sharp sword blade, a magic trail. The appearance of a bluish hue of faint shards of mana flickered in the air as he rushed towards the entity emitting them. 2 huge bears were tearing the carcass of a brown wolf with a loud thud, using their claws and teeth to devour the meat happily, their black eyes looking around to ensure no other predator would try to steal their meal. They're stage 2. Their fur color is unique, though, ice blue, reminding him of his muse Muzu, than the face of that disgusting prince. Usura knew the rumors, he also understood the truth about that man. Velos, not just someone who betrayed and caused Zavada's death, but the number of female knights and pretty merchants that had their lives ruined, almost beyond count. Usura leapt from above the tree branches, landing on the ground softly while walking slowly towards the 2 bears that stopped eating to look at him. The 2 bears growled ferociously while charging towards Usura, their 6-meter body moving incredibly fast while their thick blue fur rippled like waves along the wind, forming sharp ice shards and creating a cold armor. Stage 2 creatures can manipulate their elements. Asura gripped his red lance tightly, rushing towards them, using the bear's size against them by ducking under them while swinging his lance, its tip digging deep into the exposed stomach of the right bear that roared painfully while it tried to swipe its claw to get rid of this pesky creature. But Asura had already disappeared. He appeared behind the other bear, stabbing his lance through the back of its neck, a dark flame created by his devil arts creating a small vortex that merged with his devouring arts, sucking the bear's magic and mana into his body rapidly. Gained 10 anima. Asura didn't stop as the other bear's mouth opened wide, a huge vortex of ice shooting dozens of ice blades towards his face, tearing the air with a bitter howl, blowing him backwards, and causing him to roll back off the withered bear. Landing on a twig, he used the spear as a vault to leap towards the smaller bear with more brilliant blue fur. Asura swung his spear, causing a crimson arc to shoot forth while he controlled it, the bear opening its jaws once more, an icy barrier appearing in front of it while roaring angrily. However, the crimson arc split into 7 fragments, curving around the barrier, piercing the bear's head and heart with a brutal sizzling sound and foul smell of overcooked meat. It collapsed on the floor, its black eyes staring lifelessly at Asura. "I'm sorry, but you exist to make me more powerful." Gained 10 anima. However, despite feeling a thrill each time, he fought the monsters one stage above him, and the increase in his power gave him intense pleasure each time the percentage towards the second layer approached. Ever so closely, now at 94%. Asura licked his lips hungrily before sensing another stage 2 monster approaching, the smell of blood and fresh meat attracting it. This time it was a white tiger, its 4-meter-long body filled with scars across its fur. This aura. It seems I must fight if I want to get stronger. Asura tightened his grip, the tiger's red eyes stared at him emotionlessly, its long fangs dripping saliva as it moved incredibly fast, jumping towards Asura while its claws glowed golden light, creating fiery blades aiming for his throat. Asura dodged to the side, rolling on the ground, avoiding its claws and the blades of fire that shot past his head, slamming into a tree and cutting the trunk down, causing it to fall loudly. Its tail glowing silver, creating a whip made of steel, smashing down towards Asura, who raised his lance to block the attack, pushing him back, causing his boots to dig into the dirt while his arms shook violently, almost losing his grip on his lance. "Fuck, it's strong." Asura clenched his jaw while kicking the tiger, a burst of black flames erupting from his kick while the tiger rolled away, its fur charred and smoking from the attack. Using devil arts isn't enough. Asura grinned wickedly, dropping his lance and raising his hand, black runes shining across his arm, forming strange runes that wrote the word ice in countless languages, rotating as they flickered with black ice filled with dread. The tiger looked at him warily, moving around him, watching for opportunities. "Come," Asura shouted, "or are you scared?" The tiger growled while rushing forwards, its tail forming silver swords slashing downwards, aimed for Asura's throat. Asura grabbed its tail, gripping the silver blade while using all his strength to pull it towards him as the black magic circle formed a deadly shard of ice that shot towards the tiger's brain, killing it instantly. Gained 10 anima. Asura felt a rush of ecstasy course through his veins, his blood boiling while the tiger dropped dead, the magic circle fading as he sighed in relief, picking up his lance. Damn, stage 2 creatures are quite strong. He wiped the sweat off his forehead while walking deeper into the forest, hoping to find more opponents that would increase his power and approach his goal of becoming stronger. Smiling as he continued onwards, reaching the center of the Zephyr Forest where stage 3 creatures roamed and the feelings of intense hatred towards Velos faded, but now he could use his wits and plot his cold, deadly revenge. In the background, with a face of worship, Muzu followed him, collecting any parts of the monsters that could be sold for money. "Master, you're so fierce and powerful, what might happen to me if you use that power on my body? Ha, ha, so exciting." Asura killed another 20 stage 2 enemies before returning home and targeting stage 3 enemies when he was more comfortable with his power. Gained 210 anima. Muzu POV. Quickly, she reached the shared room before him and hurriedly removed her clothes, hoping to switch to her camisole, but suddenly Asura came back. He was faster than she thought, so she jumped into her bed naked. "He's so early. I was going to." Asura came back and dropped into bed before instantly falling asleep. He did feel the presence of someone following, even watching him at times, but there was no danger or hostility at a glance, so he presumed it was Muzu, knowing that girl would never sleep if he left alone. What he didn't know was he dropped into Muzu's bed as she quickly rushed to return and was completely naked when his body fell on her. This caused the poor girl to suffer an exciting and vibrant night as his naked body was pressed against her, until morning because he hugged her in his sleep. I can feel his, oh God, it's hard, like iron. Muzu was struggling to control herself as she felt his scent, warmth and touch spreading as he hugged her tightly, the hard length pressed against her buttocks as she tried to hold in the mature woman and lustful feelings inside. However, those feelings won. When he woke up the next morning, the table was piled with garlic butter, fried fish, a large glass of orange juice, and many foods that boosted energy and focus. Zur, you made such a wonderful breakfast. I am so lucky to have you as my wife. Hee, I am the one who is lucky to have that as my. Usra was eating the fish, unsure what she meant as her voice trailed off, but her eyes gazed at his lower body and face. It seemed Muzu liked handsome and well-endowed men like any normal girl, but you look a bit sleepy. Do you want to take the day off? I can say you aren't well. His kind gaze caused her chest to ache as her dark and naughty actions were the only reason she was awake now. If you knew I was using your thing to rub myself, would you beat me, kick me out? Maybe like those dirty thin books, you'd tie me up and spank me while using your violent and dangerous spear to punish me. Ah, Muzu, stop, you are not a lewd woman. It was just once, just 3 times, just the tip, master. You are too kind to Muzu. I will be fine. It's just a little sleep. You sure? Want me to carry you to class? Hee. Yes, please. Okay. She thought he was joking, but seeing his serious face caused her to worry. What if he found out that Muzu was only tired from having fun while using his body as her side dish all night? She cooked such high-scented foods and meals to hide the scent of her body that was so thick in their small shared room a short while ago. Her intense embarrassment caused a small storm of blue icicles to swirl around her face and body as she tried to hide her bright red face from Usra's gaze. Master, you are too kind, too handsome and perfect. I cannot let other nasty girls trick you. Muzu will protect your purity. Forever. To Muzu, the changed Usra was like her ideal man, sometimes fierce, other times gentle and caring. Her heart had already melted into a puddle, and now he was just causing her to enter overdrive, desperate to monopolize his kindness and that wild side he hid from the world. My master, only mine. Whether she meant only she could be his maid, or only she could be his woman was something only the mind of Muzu knew. The hour after breakfast, the pair spent fighting together in a very physical spar to see how much he improved. Muzu used more of her power and soon began to realize that her master was a genius of combat for sure. His eyes would learn her patterns and then his body followed, countering her and forcing her to win the fights with brute force. Master entered the shower with me, his eyes watching my butt, and front with a slight red face. Ah, master, don't make Zur into a lewd woman who attacks you at night. After they showered together, as if natural, they rushed out of the door in their uniform, because it was almost time for the lesson with Lorem to start. Usra POV, Muzu was a little strange today because I slept in her bed naked. I might have done something wrong to her as I found my dream to be a little erotic, and I was pressing against her smooth buttocks with my other half. So now he was carrying her on his back, letting the embarrassed maid lean on his shoulder with her chin, because of the dark rings around her eyes that were slowly fading. He knew those things would happen sooner or later, but the stigma of that woman still lingered in his heart, making those acts seem tainted and wrong. Quickly down the path, he noticed that the students no longer insulted him or pointed, laughing, although some did. They were soon corrected by their friends or companions, which made him quite happy, but the main cause was, nobody called me a no-mage or said I was an embarrassment. Father, it's a stupid thing to be proud of, but why does this small thing make my heart explode with glee? I swear, next time in the assessment, I will work even harder, so when you get the monthly report about my activities, you can be proud of both my sister and me. Muzu was oblivious to her master's worries as she was blissful. The feeling of her master's skin last night and now his hands holding her buttocks were divine. Zur, is it comfortable? I want to ride you forever. She found herself becoming more and more of a naughty woman since the moment he kissed her almost a week ago. Muzu then blushed from her vulgar remark as she noticed that her master showed an amused grin at her response. Muzu is much more daring than before. I shouldn't make her wait too long, or she might jump my bones after combat training. The two had their first theory class today and were in a hurry due to their late-night hunting. Both slept in a little and would be 10 minutes early at best. Rushing a little faster, he found that compared to a week ago, or even a few days ago, the weight of Muzu was minute and didn't hinder him other than slightly changing his balance and center of gravity. Taking a deep breath, he dashed forwards, dodging the other students as Muzu clung to his neck. Her sweet breath smelt of milk and vanilla that she had eaten for breakfast as they arrived at the door rapidly. Oh shit, Zavada. His speed was a little too high, and the quiet Zavada was skipping alone to the class, which was a strange sight on its own as she suddenly turned around, seeming to hear the loud noise as the trio collided. Usra felt his world overturn before a warm and strangely sour scent filled his nose, before moved his hands to try and move it, only to feel a large, elastic, squishy object in both hands pushing them together, causing a female's groan as many students were gasping loudly. Ah, what a warm feeling is this, Muzu's ass. Strange. The mana isn't ice, it's wind. Master. Muzu looked in shock as she stood up, her knees a little sore but in the front of the classroom. The teacher's desk had been moved while Usura was lying on his back, and Zavida was sitting on his face, letting out lewd sounds while her hands were gripping his crotch, moving around as she tried to stifle her voice. And unlucky for the pair, "Oi, what's going on?" Loram's husky and irritated voice sounded from the door, followed by the prince before she spoke again with a strange tone. "Oh, two lovebirds are having fun so early in the morning. I never expected that two people paired for the assessment were already this close to each other." And in an end, finally recovering from the strange sensations she felt, the huge amount of her poison and curse that was sucked away caused Zavida's mind to go blank as she turned red like a beetroot, releasing the crotch of Usura and hurriedly standing up, feeling a strange dampness before rushing to her desk like lightning and hiding her face. "Did it smell nice?" Loram asked the dazed Usura, who started to get up but hadn't quite recovered from the lack of oxygen in his lungs. "Ah, it smelt amazing." "Oh ho, then did you taste it?" "A little sweet but bitter and sour." Then he started to look around and realized he was speaking to Loram. Looking to his right, he saw Miuzu's tearful eyes, and many of the girls were making strange sounds that only sounded like squeals or kaya to him. While Zavida was hugging her head, her long ears with pink scales were now bright red. Ah, it wasn't Miuzu's ass, was it? But it did taste good. Was that because of her mana or because of Zavida herself? He wondered while walking to his seat, unable to take his eyes off the shy dragoness who refused to hold his hand for the first period. Currently, Loram was standing with a stern gaze, but she wasn't angry at all. She was amused seeing the future demon queen getting off on a teenage boy's mouth, making sure she stored it on a video gem for blackmail later. "Well, my lovely students, the assessment period is over, and the judges will go over the many entrants, and by the end of the day, you should get a judgment on your overall performance." Loram looked like a genuine teacher for once, as she looked at the many hopeful and disappointed students with a rare, gentle smile. "Don't worry if you do poorly on this test, it's just for the first month's evidence and grants. You will get less money below the C rank, but that's only until the assessment. Those who are struggling, come to me anytime before the assessment, and I'll lend you at least 1 silver to buy supplies to survive in the assessment without tax. You can pay me back next month, okay?" Usura looked at the teacher and found that maybe her past rumors were true, how she was originally from the slums, and because of her lucky awakening or something her power grew rapidly until she was one of the strongest youths in the kingdom. Even now, though, she doesn't forget when she struggled to eat anything, be it a ball of moldy bread or dirty water. Quite admirable. Moving on. Some of you might not know about the assessment, as some families know more than others, and some knights have experienced it and tell their children. The assignment is graded in pairs, so please keep close and work together well. If your partner dies, your achievements will be cut in half or may even fail if you are judged incompetent as an ally. What? Many students were shocked at this because normally it was groups of 3, even the prince or the girl near Miuzu, but she was silent and looked back at Usura, remembering what was said by Loram regarding Usura and Zavida while biting her lower lip with slightly dulled eyes that bore into Zavida's figure with a strong feeling of jealousy. "I don't have time to listen to you complain, so come to me after the lesson. Now I'll just name the partnerships: Princess Vila and Knight Miuzu, Prince Valos and Knight Sarah, Usura Phoenix and Lady Zavida." Once Loram finished announcing the people and their roles, she sat on her seat with a loud thud and put her feet on the tables, crossing them as she leaned back, the black chair creaking as she let out a comfortable sigh of pleasure. Then she snapped her fingers as the board filled with a big title. "The Stages of Power. Come to think about it, because I was injured after the tournament, did I ever attend this class? Not that it would matter, because I could not use magic in my last life." Loram's fingers snapped again as she started the lesson. The windows darkened, and only the board was brightly illuminated. It was a strange sensation that felt mystical, as Usura could now see the magic particles floating and dancing around to create the phenomenon that made these things possible. "Are you all focused?" Her body stood up, and she walked around the front of the room as she slowly displayed a faint light from her body. "Can you see the small magical particles flickering from my body? These are Stage 1 magic particles created by the body when casting Stage 1 and basic spells." Snap! A small flame exploded from her fingertip as she snapped it before hitting her other hand and extinguishing it. "See." Her body sat on the edge of her desk as she crossed her legs and leaned back, her plump buttocks squashed flat against the desk while her eyes narrowed, looking at the many pupils now with the same particles of various elements swirling around them. "This is how we detect someone can become a mage, knight, or warrior. We do have tools that measure the amount, but they cost a lot of resources or are frankly not accurate enough to be useful to half of you." Usura watched the sight too. He saw Miuzu's huge amount of silvery blue particles, the strange green and purple floating around Zavida, but there were dark, sludgy parts that wrapped around most of them, slowing their flow. So that's her curse. How did nobody notice it before, though? "They cannot see it, boy." "Well, those below Stage 5 can't, but that red bitch can see it. Look like she's watching even your particles with amazement." the evolution of your eyes is not just to make Zu's tits look sexier and more detailed. It was a good thing for him to learn, but with this, he realized that stage 1 wasn't special. So, for those unable to use magic, the first stage might be some kind of magical and superhuman state. But in reality, those of stage 1 are only slightly stronger than a normal human, with a bit of magical power able to cast basic spells with no ability to control or morph them. Loram looked at Usra for a moment, her eyes seeming to show a smile as they narrowed at him, showing a predatory smile, causing him to feel curious about her gaze and strange reaction. Why does she look so strange? You should look in a mirror next time you use magic. It's like a bloody storm of fire and ice, and you're not even casting magic. She didn't remove her gaze as her body slowly became wrapped in a brilliant flame that covered her hands, flickering and causing the room to heat up. This is the test for those reaching stage 2, the manifestation of magic around one's body and the ability to modify and change its shape. Her flame began to move around her body, starting at the fingers dancing along her arms, forming small people on skis before reaching her shoulders and dropping down her chest, leaping from her huge breasts, causing them to wobble as the flames dispersed a few inches from her body. Now then, it's hard to tell the difference, right? Haha. Let me show you the same fire spell using a stage 2 level core. Snap, placing her hands a meter apart once again, the flame flickered and shot towards her other palm, but when she pulled it back, the flame stopped, returning to the beginning. Only those above stage 2 can achieve this, the ability to control their magic, altering its movement or size with a mere thought. Loram then snuffed the flame and stepped off her desk, walking around the classroom with her hips swaying slowly, smiling as she reached Usra's desk before placing a piece of paper in his palm when passive. The difference in power of a stage 1 and 2 is huge. If stage 1 is slightly increased, then stage 2 is the superhuman that no mages believe them to be. Increased power, speed, endurance in both combat and sex, making most male mages' worlds more enticing than no mages, and the mana contained in the core is now a liquid and has triple the volume as a stage 1. Now you all must be excited to see what might come from a stage 3, right? The next moment, the classroom transformed into an inferno as Loram's body exploded with flames, her eyes still watching Usra with a playful smile. The classroom became a sea of flame, the floor, windows, and ceiling all enveloped in the powerful form of Instructor Loram, who was sitting on her desk as always, holding something in her mouth, a long black pipe with golden runes sparkling, as if writing something in a strange language. Those runes seemed familiar. Usra felt a sense of déjà vu from the pipe before his attention shifted back to the teacher, who casually moved her hand, lighting the pipe filled with a sweet-scented magic herb used to soothe those with PTSD or other illnesses related to the mind. Now then, stage 3 is the big one that most knights await all their lives, because of this. Her body twirled around, showing 2 beautiful feathered wings created of flames attached to her back as she lowered her jacket, revealing her scarred shoulders and muscular back, and the same feathers created a tail that came from the bottom of her skirt through a flap seemingly activated by mana, manifestation, the unique identifiable skill that is finally unlocked at stage 3, because otherwise we cannot easily tell the difference between a stage 2 and 3 without displaying this ability. During the later end of stage 2, as you amass enough mana inside your core and refine it into mana crystals, your core will finally evolve for the first time since you cast an elemental spell. Usra felt his heart beating rapidly, wondering what the difference was between his liberation and this manifestation, apart from the sheer increase in magic particles that were now completely different, before small crystals of fire element surrounded Loram. Now those crystals were all blazing flames raging around her body as they were pumped full of her mana. You see, the actual creation of this form is rather simple. She chuckled before half of her manifestation faded, leaving her soft arm without flames, and the magic returned to crystal form. This phenomenon is caused when you inject the mana created by a stage 3 core into the magic crystals around your body. Any questions? Her body leaned against the desk as she seemed to struggle, or so it seemed to Usra, who could see all the flames around her were fluctuating back to crystals as the mana ejected from her body seemed blocked by something. She took a drag of her pipe and closed her eyes to calm herself down. Maybe the instructor has her own story. I have never seen this kind of thing before, but the pain and suffering she must endure just to teach us is likely more than Zavada's dragon curse. What happened? Her race is a rare existence born with perfect synergy with the magic world. It seems that in her life she has been forced to endure the most painful choices to sacrifice her blood and existence to keep this kingdom safe. But she does not have long to live. Her flame is dwindling and her race can only be fixed by another of her race, and at this moment the other does not exist. Really, there's no way to stop her death. Instructor Loram, why do you say only those outside the body and not the newly created mana crystals inside the body too? The question was quite smart and came from the prince, a shocking question, But even so, Usra would still punish him shortly when nobody existed to see or link it to him. He would attack, preferably in the southern wilds in the assessment. Valos, that was a rare good question from you. In truth, the reason is quite simple. Because we would mutate into disgusting monsters beyond recognition. The devils of the abyss used this method. Those violent and dark beings that lived in the depths of this world and tried to usurp the planet's control over 700 years ago. When they perform their ability, it is not called manifestation, as that refers to using the magic around us to empower our bodies and keep our form without losing it forever. I admit that some manifestations will change the summoner slightly, making their hair change color, arms and legs turning into animal parts, but that is all temporary and never a permanent disfigurement. She turned around and pointed to the pages on our black slates, and they contain more detailed explanations about the manifestation and the dangers of trying to copy the devil's path. That devil's way is similar to your liberation, but more crude and incomplete. Because a true devil can use the ability in the same way as manifestation, but the effect lasts much longer and will restore your previous form afterwards. So their information is wrong. Not wrong, but incomplete. I see. What's stronger? Instructor Lorem, which is stronger? This time the princess asked politely as she lifted her hand, seeming unaffected by the heat in the classroom as she wore her full uniform and sometimes looked back at Usra with a strange look. He had been ignoring it because the prince constantly gave him death stares. The devil's path is infinitely stronger. What? Then how did we win all those years ago? Calm down, calm down. Instructor Lorem's hands moved to silence the class as she showed a rare laugh and looked out the window as her flames finally vanished completely for a moment. There was a sad look in her eyes as she stroked the pipe in her lips. The reason for that is simple. Our ability only uses the outside magic to improve our body greatly, but it doesn't increase our magic power or density. If anything, it makes us lose density as we are focused on physical strength, while the demons are strong. Without their technique, their bodies are almost one level stronger than their current stage. Her eyes became serene and serious as she looked over the entire class, except Usra, showing her faint smile before her words caused everyone to doubt the woman who had defended the kingdom for hundreds of years, maybe longer. If you encounter a devil or monster that can use this ability and are only stage 3 or 4, run, don't look back, even if you're with comrades or loved ones. Run. The lonely feeling in her voice washed over the entire class as it began to feel cold and lonely. Her lips sucked on the pipe as she moved around the desk and sat in her chair, no longer in a playful mood, because the devils can use their transformation to boost their magic density and power. What was one stage above becomes 2 stages above, and that's just physical and defensive power. Do you know the difference between the density of stage 2 and stage 3 spells? Her lovely crimson hair seemed to shimmer with light as she pointed to the huge wall beside her and instantly cast a fireball that smashed into the wall. The damage was pretty strong, causing the rock to shake and the floor to burn. Thud, this is a stage 2 density firebolt. Wow, it's amazing. Watch closely, focus your eyes and witness the horror of increased magic density. Hearing the words of Brian, Usra did just that, while his hand subconsciously grasped Zavada's tightly, and suddenly, her eyes seemed to become more vivid as she too could see and feel his current thoughts. Watch closely, don't remove your eyes for a second. These were the words and thoughts that Zavada felt as she watched in shock, feeling like his hand was not only healing her wounds, but improving her sight and smell, and even giving her a little feeling like she was stronger. The hidden benefit of his upgrade is the sensual link. Holding his hand, feeling the intense pleasure of the dark goo being devoured and taken from her body, Zavada's anger at Usra began to fade rapidly, the pleasure and strange sharing of senses causing her to gasp as Lorem lifted her arm. I can see. Zavada called out before a huge ball of flames identical to the firebolt of stage 2, but more than 10 times larger as it smashed into the wall. Boom. A huge explosion followed as the entire wall was destroyed. Ashes spread around the classroom, as a hot storm of embers filled the room, a deep crater over 2 meters wide forming, where the wall used to be as the entire room shook, almost like the entire floor above might collapse. See. Imagine this damage increased by 100 times. Did you see? This is why I tell you to run, because as the stages get closer to 5, the density difference is a magnitude different. Stage 0 to 1 is a difference of 9. Stage 1 to 2 is a difference of 90. Stage 2 to 3 is a difference of 901. If you are against a devil that is stage 4, then even I would be forced to call for aid from all the instructors and knights that currently serve the kingdom. So please be careful. Usra's eyes were focused not on the damage, but on the trembling arm, muscle and hand of Lorem, noticing that her entire right arm was covered in strange markings, a thick haze denser and more deadly than Zavada. It was constantly eating her mana and limiting her. Don't think of helping her as you are. That curse will devour you whole. See, class is over, go enjoy your dinner. Lorem's voice seemed tired, as if she pushed herself too hard. Usura saw even the small flame crystals fading from around her body, crumbling as the black aura destroyed them. Ignoring the advice of Brian, walking past her, he slowed down and tried to devour a few strands of the black curse. That instant, Loram and Zavada looked at him with strange and differing eyes. "What did I tell you?" The voice sounding from Brian seemed to be completely that of a domineering empress who was about to cry out in sorrow and despair. However, Usra couldn't hear her words as the classroom began to transform into a hellscape. Melting walls and bubbling mounds of flesh covered the ground as his body staggered and fell out the open door, only stopped from collapsing due to Zavada grabbing his hand out of instinct. "Usra, speak to me." "No, not like this. He can't even perform a nirvana yet. Help, stupid monoliths, help him." "Usra." Zavada's cold voice sounded as she could feel his body boiling with heat, making her hand hurt even though the pleasant sensation was there. She was suddenly feeling strange emotions in her heart as she took action, running away with him in her arms, using her stage 3 prowess to its limit even with the pain of her curse eating away at her body. "I need him. Without him, I cannot achieve my goal." "Nor be cured, stupid guy. I don't want to see you in such pain." Loram's face was ashen in the classroom because she could tell, just like Zavada. No, for her it was more clear. She was stronger and more experienced to feel the difference in a single mana crystal or particle that moved or changed in her body. The curse she contracted hundreds of years ago forced her to learn this. But now, 7 crystals of the 9 million in my body have been completely cured, and they can now fight off the curse completely. That boy, thud. Loram knew the power of this curse more than anyone else. Each crystal was cursed at her peak, which was close to the top of stage 5 going by this world's power level. But in reality, her true power was closer to the superhuman stage 8. "The density of my magic. Those crystals are enough to swallow him several times over. My one chance of a cure, gone like that." She smashed her desk in the frustration of losing the student that most interested her due to the strange bloodlines in his body, including the devil bloodline that made her like this. After checking his details, she knew that the Phoenix bloodline had 0 links to the demons or dragons, but they did have links to the first Queen Athia. This meant that any special factors were all related to the boy, not his family bloodline, as she had checked the female twin Amalia, realizing that it was just Usra who was strange. Not to mention that Black Bitch was with him. Her scent, I could never forget that woman's filthy stench. Loram collapsed on her half-broken desk and looked to the door. Could she use her last plume to save his life, or would it be corrupted before invoking the resurrection spell? I should go. Zavada POV. The unfortunate girl, acting on instinct instead of bringing him to the nurse or a treatment center, brought him to a dusty old classroom. As Usra's backlash intensified, his skin started to turn black and burn with a dark flame that tore his flesh apart before something desperately tried to repair it, only to be damaged again. It keeps tearing, must hurt. Thankfully, it was a long break before training started, and Muzu left earlier, not noticing the change in her master otherwise. Zavada worried she might have more explaining to do. She looked at the dusty room and used her magic to clear several of the desks, making them fly against the wall, putting a soft cloth that was clean enough on the top of the tables and turning back to him. His body. What is happening? Unsure of his state, she held his hand tight and placed his body on the desk with a cold face. She slowly removed his shirt and blazer because of the black ooze and blood oozing from his pores, staining his clothes and making them sticky and disgusting. Yet she never made a disgusted face, only looking at the wounds with purple eyes shimmering with a sad look. "This is like my illness when I first got sick and couldn't control my power. I am not doing this because I like or love him. It is just because we are partners for the assignment and I need his help. He gains things from me when we touch. I know his scent, the thick scent of a male black dragon, grows even stronger the more we touch, the longer we touch. If he dies, how can I get into the top 10? She wasn't quiet because Zavada didn't speak or have much to say. It was just that the curse caused damage to her throat when she was first poisoned, and she still fears that stabbing pain that plagued her until she could at least control it and resist the outbursts of the curse energy. Idiot, always touching, never think about me. Her face didn't seem angry, but it was still quite flat due to the curse making it hard for her to manage her muscles, but she seemed to show a small, faint smile. Sitting beside him, she took several pieces of cloth that were pristine white and large enough to cover most of his chest as she gently dabbed it against him, the blood and black goo seeping into the cloth rapidly as she started to help clean his body. Each time he made a painful sound, her eyes widened, and she became more worried as the more she wiped him. The faster the curse spread and became worse. It's not enough. He's going to die. Because her mind was distracted, her body slipped as the cloth and fabric flung onto the ground. The ground instantly began to sizzle and melt before burning into the ground and vanishing after making a half-meter deep hole. Zavada's body almost touched the cursed flesh, but instead, her hands were placed on the opposite side of his face as she looked stunned. Usra POV. Usra felt pain throughout his body, the feeling of small daggers constantly tearing his flesh before fire and salt seemed to be rubbed into his wounds, only for the daggers to tear it again, pushing deeper into his flesh. He heard a woman's voice. No two women, one mature like an empress, the other a gentle and cold voice like a soothing blizzard that made the pain stop momentarily. Muzu. Suddenly, there was a sound of something falling, and a cool, squishy sensation covered his lips. At first, he felt stunned because the sensation caused the aching pain to vanish for a moment, and he mistook the kiss for Muzu due to the extreme fever. Because she slipped, Zavada's lips collided with Asura's, but the moment her shock began to fade, his hands wrapped around her head, and he kissed her passionately. Zavada froze while Asura kissed her deeply, his tongue slipping inside her mouth and rubbing her sensually, causing her mind to go blank as she tried to push him away. But her strength failed her as the sensation of her curse being dispelled increased explosively. The intoxicating feeling of her body being rapidly cured was beyond her ability to withstand or stop herself from moaning into his mouth, feeling her heart tremble as she moved her tongue, feeling her mind shocked from the intense pleasure. Asura didn't let go and continued to kiss her intensely, their tongues intertwining together as she moaned helplessly, feeling the heat rising between her legs as her soft breasts pressed against his chest. Neither of the pair realized that the danger was long gone, not just because of their kiss, but due to an exhausted empress now kneeling on the ground and panting, as the black monolith was almost filled to the first stage. A few minutes passed as their kiss ended, his breathing heavy while Zavada panted weakly, her cheeks flushed red as she wanted to slap him but couldn't bring herself to do so, a strand of drool glistening on her lip. The curse and pain are gone. He was glad but immediately felt bad for mistaking her for Muzu. Sorry, Zavada. I don't care, fine. At first he thought she was just normal, but the faintest red hue covered her cheeks despite her speaking with an icy monotone voice like usual, but breathing was deep and rapid, while her fingers were fidgeting with her uniform buttons. Before she seemed to conclude, I go. Wait. Before she could go, he held her arm and stopped her from leaving as she looked back at him with a strange look, seeming to be a little scared of his action. Problem. I was thinking about Muzu, just know it's not fair to kiss you thinking about another girl. Doesn't matter. However, he didn't release her arm, noticing her slightly different aura after telling her the truth as he smiled and pulled her back with hardly any power. She could have escaped if she wanted to. It matters to me, so I'll kiss you this time, Zavada. Avoid me if you dislike it. Zavada seemed conflicted as she thought to herself. Before she knew it, they were kissing again, but this time, her mouth was open from the beginning as she kissed him willingly, her hands wrapping around his neck while moaning softly. Asura held her waist and pulled her closer to his body, their bodies pressing against each other while the burning pain returned, causing him to wince slightly. Zavada broke their kiss and pushed him away, wiping her swollen lips and glaring at him with her beautiful purple eye, seemingly shocked by her actions or maybe enjoying the kiss. She kicked his shin lightly before running out of the door. A few seconds later, she looked back inside at the shocked Asura before pulling out her small tongue. Bad man, I don't kiss. Zavada was about to rush away before her eyes dilated, watching in shock as Asura vanished from her sight. It couldn't have been possible, she assumed with an astonished look before his hand cupped her chin, lifting it to face his crimson ice glowing with a tempting charm as she leaned closer to her face. It's okay. Before she could respond or speak, once again, her mind entered that chaotic place of intense satisfaction, as for just a moment, she surrendered herself to his addictive kiss that seemed to have improved. She surrendered to him submissively, closing her eyes as their tongues danced with each other passionately while her knees trembled, her legs growing numb. Zavada was completely overwhelmed as Asura pinned her to the wall. It was different from when he was sick or the kiss afterwards. She could taste his sweet and addictive saliva mixing with her own, unable to extract herself as more of her dark curse was whisked away by his skillful tongue. Her mind was lost in complete bliss, her consciousness drifting away, unable to resist him. Enimoral Asura enjoyed the situation, his hand reaching below her shirt to caress her slender waist and perfect curves, enjoying her smooth skin that sent chills down his spine. Zavada's mind snapped as she realized what she was doing and shoved him away roughly, panting heavily as she wiped her wet lips, her purple eyes filled with confusion and desire, and her tongue licking the traces of his saliva remaining in her mouth. I kiss. Asura's tone and voice were like Zavada's, causing her cheeks to burn brighter as her hands clutched together, unable to deny the benefits and bliss she experienced during that moment. But her heart and mind refused to surrender to this thug. HMPH, Asura chuckled as he watched her cute expression, coughing weakly while his wounds had healed significantly, causing Zavada to click her tongue in frustration, her cheeks still flushed red. Bad man. She stormed out of the room with a final glare, leaving Asura alone while he leaned on the wall, sighing softly before grinning widely. What a cute girl. Asura closed his eyes, trying to dispel the tingling and numbness in his body while trusting Brian's warnings in future. Should he want to absorb from her again, he knew that his power would have to increase, let's go to training. There isn't enough time to meet with Zuer. Located just behind the classrooms in the Magic Academy's vast campus was an enormous area with several stages, with magically enchanted barriers to protect students during training. Lessons these were used in sync with the main stage for the assessment. Because of the time taken to recover from the intense curse that almost devoured him, he arrived for training close to the limit as Loram stood silently, wearing a different outfit from her usual suit and skirt instead of a basic leather training outfit. Line up, today is your first time training here, but there is nothing special. You pick a partner and fight. Instructor, are you not supposed to guide and teach us how to fight? A blonde male with messy hair and brown eyes asked slightly confusedly. From his build, it didn't seem he was used to fighting, and the question was fair. At least, Usra thought it was a fair question. I am not here to babysit you. You should have your combat style, fighting, and methods. All I can do is watch you and give pointers based on that. I am not your mentor or trainer, but a simple instructor here to avoid unnecessary death. Knight Bradley, you help them and give pointers when needed. An older male with silver armor with countless kinks and blade marks entered the arena, politely saluting Loram before turning to the students with a straight face. Form pairs. His voice was powerful and caused most of the students to pick a partner suddenly. Many of the people who didn't fight chose each other, while somehow the prince chose Usra, watching Loram, who sat on a broken pillar looking at her hand. Why does she seem so amazed by her hand? It's just a normal fair-skinned hand, right? Usra didn't notice momentarily, but then he remembered when the instructor was casting her magic. Her hand used to have a black scar in the center that was now completely gone, leaving silky, soft skin. Sometimes her gaze would move to Usra in secret, showing confusion and shock that he wasn't dead and seemed even more solid, and his mana was denser than before. Oi, Phoenix, you are this prince's partner. A mere stage 1 Earl should feel happy to be fighting against me. Valos seemed to have a bone to pick with Usra, both making his sister shine brighter and then his damn maid threatening him. I see. Usra said nothing or show respect, which caused the knight to frown, while a few of the nobles who supported the prince smirked, knowing how unforgiving he was to males who disrespected him. This idiot truly believes I am just a normal stage 1, huh? Fine. I'll play since you dare have thoughts towards Zuer. Let me give you a small lesson before I kill you. After all, I can't let this insect tarnish that night. I am very kind, so you can choose whether we use weapons or magic. Oh, Prince Valos is such a wonderful man beyond our inferior minds, and offers his lesser a chance to survive using his strongest talent. The prince and his clowns seemed to be trying to attract attention as the knight instructor looked at the group and remembered something before he raised his hand. Wait, everyone, let's see the prince and the future Earl's duel to set an example of what training should be like. I am sure you ladies would love to see two handsome guys fighting, sweating, and getting physical together. Kaya, instructor is a pervert. And boys, don't you just want to see these damn pretty boys get wounded, bruised, and hurt? Yeah, damn, handsome guys always flirting. This night is amusing. This instructor is pretty amusing. Laura muttered as she found it equally interesting to watch the two males fight. Usra shrugged his shoulders and noticed that Muzu looked at him with strong eyes of confidence and a warm smile on her lips, mouthing "Do your best, master," and blowing him a kiss before turning back to her friends and being questioned by them. Turning to face the dragoness, constantly gazing at him with daggers while pouting with her slightly swollen lips, her opponent was a normal girl, and thus she seemed annoyed more than usual. That girl? Did she want to fight me and teach me a lesson? Because she seemed so angry, he kissed her and enjoyed the reaction. Let's fight with no weapons, and magic is just fine. Valos. His voice was dull and seemed a little deeper than usual, causing the prince to shudder for a moment like a mouse being stared at by a dragon, the fierce red eyes of Usra gazing at him with a deep, garnet glow. Come, fight me. This idiot thinks he stands a chance against the prince without his sword, haha. Usra didn't take notice of the jeers from the inferior knights who chose to follow Valos because they were all as guilty as each other in his eyes. Hopefully, you're together in the assessment. He stopped 3 meters away from Valos on the spot indicated on the arena floor, slowly stretching his muscles and body that were still quite sore from earlier on. Prince Valos. If you would please stand in the marking and prepare for combat, I want you both to remember this is training, and murder is prohibited. The knight Bradley seemed to be quite fair, and Usra nodded. Only a fool would kill the prince in the yard of the kingdom. More than 50 knights would hunt him down in a few seconds if he did that. However, be careful because my magic might just cause you injuries that affect the assessment. The prince showed a prideful smile and flick of his long bangs before seeing Usra shrug his shoulders and take a strange stance. Nonsense. You. Valos pointed towards Usra with a twisted face filled with anger and jealousy, seeing how calm Usra was as his body began to crackle with a fierce wind element, causing the arena to become turbulent with rocks and debris fluttering around the pair. Don't think because my pathetic sister could barely defeat you and those tricks that it will work against me. I am the true heir and future king. Asura Combat Arts. Void Battle Form. The Void Battle Form is the basic Asura combat arts and teaches practitioners to embrace the chaos of combat rather than resist it. Movements are fluid, unpredictable, and designed to disrupt an opponent's ability to anticipate attacks. They can use their anima to freely flow through their limbs to add elemental damage at any moment of the attack. With his arms at his waist, he relaxed, not showing any sign of guarding. This strange ability burned into his mind when he reached stage 1 of the Asura Monolith. It made no sense to him before how could something called Void Stance defeat or protect him from an enemy's attack. "You dare mock me, your prince." Valos roared with veins popping up on his forehead as Asura stood there with closed eyes and took a deep breath. He could feel the magic moving through the air, the berserk wind mana from the prince, gentle ice fluttering around the mouth of Muzu when she breathed, an intense volcano that surged each time Loram's heartbeat and Zavada's crackling lightning as it began to fight back against her curse finally. "I will listen, adapt, and surpass. I am Asura in body and name." Like self-hypnotism, his feet slowly bounced faster and faster before his eyes snapped open. The fist of Valos was inches from his face, covered in a crackling green wind blade aimed to blind him. Yes, the prince's mana was aimed at severely wounding Asura. "Because you want to take Muzu from me. Ha 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 ha." A slightly dark glint flickered in Asura's eyes while his lips curved into a wicked grin before Valos could blink. He had already countered. Asura Combat Arts. Shadow Serpent's Embrace. Asura's head and spine twisted and bent to avoid the blow, showing serpentine grace, as his right fist wrapped around the arm of Valos, filled with a black and silver flame. 1. Asura Combat Arts. Void Palm. His left palm struck Valos in the chest, sending the prince flying several meters before tumbling along the arena until he smashed into the wall as the flames began to burn his flesh, unable to heal fast enough due to the silver Asura flame. Haya. Asura exhaled softly, his breathing and muscles completely relaxed even after using his powerthis was the philosophy of the Asura combat arts. Fight to control chaos, never consumed by it before turning to Bradley and glad the match wasn't over. In contrast, the prince looked horrible, his chest burned and the white uniform in tatters as he stumbled to the center of the arena and faced Asura once more. "You filthy cheater, I will crush you." Convinced of his stupid logic, the prince's body wrapped in wind mana and exploded with an unstable and deadly aura. Valos rose quickly and disappeared in a flash of green light, reappearing above Asura instantly and smashing downward with his fist shrouded in wind blades, attempting to shred Asura. The crimson of Asura's eyes slowly fluttered as he looked upwards like an ethereal dancer. He dodged the prince's punch with ease and allowed the blades to cut into the arena ground. Asura Combat Arts. Ephemeral Cyclone Kick. His hips twisted, pulling back his right shoulder, before it shot forward like a bolt of lightning and crashed into Valos' stomach, knocking the wind out of the prince as the explosive aura of flames caused Asura's body to spin rapidly before his right leg snapped back and kicked the prince 7 times in quick succession before kicking him upwards into the sky. Asura Combat Arts. Solar Flare Fist. Asura jumped upwards while he stopped spinning, with his body rising above Valos, with huge amounts of mana gathering in his left fist, before smashing Valos in the crotch as the silver flames condensed and exploded, sending the prince crashing back down into the arena floor, causing a crater to form underneath him. I felt his balls exploding, melted by my flames. Did anyone notice? His body gracefully dropped before his feet landed on the lower body of the prince, causing the poor man to vomit blood, already squealing like a pig as Asura lifted his leg into the air above his head. About to crush the prince's skull with an axe kick. Finally night, Bradley spoke out to end the one-sided battle that made the prince look foolish. "That's enough. The Prince Valos cannot continue. Asura Phoenix, please stay your hand." Asura didn't stop his kick but let it smash down into the hard ground, causing a small crater from where his heel landed a few centimeters from the head of Valos, who was staring at Asura in terror, his body trembling for several minutes. Doesn't this sound just like what happened with Muzu? All that's missing is, with a wet sound, the prince ended up urinating himself, although I assume it's bloody urine with the destruction of his testicles. Without regret or remorse, Asura saluted Valos half-heartedly before smirking under his bow. Slowly walking back to where Muzu was standing, his shoulder was brushed into by the princess, who looked into his eyes with a fierce gaze, not like an enemy but as if Asura had done something to embarrass her, while Asura finished his sentence without lowering his voice. "Disappointment, you bastard. Say that again, I'll make you shut up." 2 knights always around Valos drew their weapons and stepped forward as if to attack Asura. Before night, Bradley stepped in front of them and flicked their swords. A simple flick and their swords shattered, hundreds of silver gone instantly. The 2 men felt as if their feelings of pride and belief in the prince were shattered at this moment as they fell to their knees. Both swords were paid for with the borrowed money from the prince, and they still had a lot of money to pay. They were screwed. Know some shame. You are knights of Silvara, not common thugs who cannot afford to lose. Victor Usra Phoenix, the future Earl of our eastern border with the vile Xian Empire, is a talented and hopeful heir. Strange, Usra felt a little conflicted after defeating the prince. He expected to be able to devour some of his mana and use it for himself, but although he managed to deplete the prince's mana by over half permanently, he gained nothing at all. Do you want something from that guy's body inside you forever? Wait, why do you phrase it so disgustingly, and why do you sound so excited? He kind of understood it was a strange feeling inside himself, that absorbing the anima of living males was a little disgusting on a mental and emotional level for him, and thus, he tended to use their stolen mana to attack them or create spells instead of storing and using it to improve himself. It's just a mental thing. Don't worry too much about it. The battle between Usra and Valos seemed to break the ice as the new students began training in the many arenas with 4 people on each stage. The entire class was now gripped in a battle frenzy after the intense battle of the prince and Earl. While you are fighting, please listen to my voice without losing focus. When in battle, sounds and voices could be your dying comrades or loved ones, but you must remain focused. At some point, Loram was standing beside Usra as he felt the wisps of her cursed energy faintly seeping into his body, not enough to damage him like an hourglass slowly turning and spilling sand. His body began to work overtime, absorbing the curses slowly, only causing him to feel an increase in temperature at most. The sound began to ring in his mind as Brian quickly turned it, only to show gains of 10 or more to avoid distracting Usra. Gain 10 anima. I will read the current grade and value assessments for you all while you fight. Those who lose focus or their training battle during this time will have their scores lowered entirely. Many people were fighting with increased motivation and momentum during the battle, hearing their grades. Some who used to be the type not to fight or see merit in a future of magic and knighthood began to feel elated. The ones with lower marks felt their pride damaged and fought hard to prove they were not that weak. Usra looked at Loram, her tenacious and heroic face even with her scar. She was one of the most beautiful and charming women he had met. Not in a pure lustful way, but he felt proud to know her, to be her student in this world. As she began to run out of names, the one he was worried about came, gained 100 anima. Will I be seen as garbage, or is this to be my first step into the stoplights taking center stage of my family's demise? Phoenix, Usra. Loram's face turned towards him, showing a strange smile as she gave him a wink before continuing. Here it comes, mana density S. Mana affinity S. Dragoon stage 1 peak A. What is a dragoon? My attributes are surely higher than this. Did she do this to make me stand out but not become someone hunted? Usra looked towards Loram, who gazed at him with a strange look. It was not just his imagination. There was something in her eyes, those enchanting golden eyes of wisdom that sought something from him, yet he didn't understand their desire. One thing he knew for sure was that standing beside her was enough to bring his entire being to the next level, and it was causing hell inside him. Don't be eager for success, take what you can get to reach the second layer, but beyond that, you must forge with intense battle, training and supplement with the energy of these women, otherwise, you will risk hurting yourself in them. If you are not in peak shape, the anima you give them will be flawed too. This bitch, don't do it. Brian's shout caused me to lose focus as everything became blurry. There was a sudden burst of pressure and heat as Usra saw the world slowing down. A huge bird of flame reigned supreme, burning those who became her enemies and giving her blood to save those she adored. That huge bird stared into his eyes, the sound of the world fading out slowly. Even the heavy clashing of weapons and magic became distant, like the breathing of Muzu during sleep. Opening her beak, the voice was deep and booming, causing his head to ache with each letter and word. Boy with a fire affinity beyond naturally possible. A strange bird call sounded as she spoke, but those golden eyes were all too familiar with this existence. It was most certainly related to Loram, or most likely, the person herself. The black aura that decayed her body was the biggest sign after her beautiful golden eyes that never left his body. There are very few things you can be. Only 2 existences with a fire affinity and capacity of an SS class or more. A red dragon, and a phoenix. Her long, elegant, pointed beak poked his shoulder, letting a small red flame enter his chest, causing the inside of Usra's body to tremble as an earthquake inside his body erupted on a scale of 10. He didn't fall and held both hands on his knees tightly as the insides of his organs began to scorch, but the flame didn't hurt him. Instead, it was like they were being given something they lacked. Something they desired greatly. Usra tried to focus on the strange situation was too surreal, and he thought it was likely a dream as the figure of Loram and this bird was a little too different, one a heroic and brave knight and the other an elegant and lovely phoenix. Do not worry, little bird. I will not tell your secret and need not bend your will. I am just overjoyed and filled with bliss that another of my kind was finally born into this world when hope was all but faded. After 7,000 years of waiting for you, a dozen more won't hurt. Her words were deep and clear, as if they were engraved into his soul and mind before Usura shook his head and found himself still in the arena. Loram was facing the rest of the students, and everything seemed like a daydream. That was no dream. Usura suddenly felt bloated before he lifted his left arm only to notice faint marks on his flesh, like dragon scales and patterns close to feathers from the back of his hand to his elbows, causing him to feel a little unsettled. Brian, why did my cultivation almost break through and my monoliths? Did merely standing here beside Loram allow me to improve this much? Usura, calm down. Your teacher just told you all not to lose your calm, even if you should lose your loved ones, including situations like this. Bottleneck reached. Please find a place of practice. Cultivation level, Earth cycle first layer inner core formation. Cultivation progress, 100 breakthrough imminent. Monolith status. Devil 4999 10,000 state 1. Dragon 4999 10,000 state 1. Usura 4999 10,000 state 1. Devour 4999 10,000 state 1. 4999 5,000 stage 0. Last student, those of you who won your battles, congratulations. To the losers, remember this defeat and loss of your ranks and make up for it in a month. Bahamut Zavada. Usura suddenly put the current state of his body to the back of his mind as the cold-faced dragon was currently fighting with Muzu in an equally matched battle. The pair weren't using magic or their special abilities, just martial arts and weapons. Mana density S. Mono affinity S. White Dragon Stage 2 peak. The moment the words left their lips of Loram, nobody seemed shocked to hear that she was a white dragon. Rather, it seemed like something they already knew. Was I the only one who didn't understand or realize these things? Foolish boy, she spoke in a dragon tongue just now, while casting a spell that told everyone else she was a blade knight. I never even noticed. Like you snap your fingers to look cool when quick casting, she clicked her tongue when casting that spell, so of course you missed it. Remember, different mages and beasts will have different ways to cast. Some disgusting creatures even cast using their bodily gas, but her humor is quite good. A dragoon and a dragon. She's implying you'll end up riding that Bahamut girl. Shortly after Loram gave out the assessment scores, the lesson ended, and only those who wished to train for a little longer were still in the arena. Most of the nobles, and people had rushed towards the dorms to contact their families or celebrate. Loram was still observing as Usura and Muzu did basic training drills in close combat. The maid seemed reluctant to harm him before they started, but the moment the training began, her eyes and attitude changed as she attacked him with everything. Her long legs assaulted him with a barrage of well-timed kicks, alternating between his midriff and face, which forced the handsome Earl on the back foot. Interesting, although she is crazily in love with the boy when they train, she attacks even more ferocity than fighting the others today. She watched as Usura's strength seemed to be slightly higher, but his time as a warrior and skill as a fighter was a little lower as Muzu's speed and magic manipulation were far superior, using her versatile ice magic to empower her rapid kicks. Muzu's ice magic was unique, and it was not something seen often normally. Ice would become brittle or more fragile the longer it was used unless you gathered and stacked it into a chunk or large piece. However, Muzu's was thin like a butterfly wing, yet still caused heavy damage when it cracked and sliced apart with each kick. Fufu Master, you have taken 22 kicks. That means you have to kiss me 22 times wherever I ask. If only Loram knew the truth, for Usura to get Muzu to train him thoroughly without worry, he made a simple bet that each would kiss the other anywhere the person asked for each hit made. Oh, but I have hit you 6 times so far. Do you not realize I am slowly growing used to your speed, my lovely little wife? Her face showed a blank look before she blushed and smiled. I would love to kiss you anywhere you ask. Why would I care? I almost forgot you were becoming a little pervert. Muzu laughed as she kicked forwards again. However, this time Usura caught her leg, and she was surprised at first before feeling a tingle down her leg as his flames evaporated her ice when she tried to attack him with an ice shard formed in her hand. He blocked it by lifting her off the ground and slamming her down with a heavy slam, landing on her chest. Ha, master, are you going to force Zur here? Make her submit both as a woman and knight. Muzu licked her lips as Usura looked down at her with a grin. Do you want me to? If the master wants it, but that burning, thick pole is pressing against my crotch. Master seems to enjoy the idea of poor little Zur submitting. Let's not go further. I don't want to have all these eyes seeing my little maid's cute sight and sounds. Hee hee, okay. I can't wait to collect my reward. The pair separated, with Loram watching them with a slightly irritated look before she walked over to the remaining 10 people Vila had been fighting against Zavada as they constantly came to equal blows, and Vila was on the losing end due to her lack of regeneration. You lot, line up. Before you return, I want to ask a few of you regarding your future for the assignment. Loram's voice was more commanding and serious than normal, so they all rushed towards her and stood in a neat linevan. The girl with her right arm bleeding stood with a solid salute before almost collapsing. Don't be so serious, it's not a punishment. I wonder what she wants. I have been watching you who stayed for the extra training period and felt you all deserved a little private coaching and training from a certain high-level knight. Her golden eyes flickered as she looked at Usura and Muzu before tracing them over Vila and Zavada and a male named Cedric, who was quite talented but below the names before, but he looked arrogant and seemed to feel superior to the rest. So, which of you would like to train with me for the next few weeks? I can promise your power, strength, resilience, and combat power will skyrocket in a way that makes surviving the assessment more than double. A loud bang sounded as the door was kicked open by a long, sensual leg, with lean muscles tightly contracted to form a more captivating shape, nothing like a brutal and muscular leg built for pure power. No one would believe this lovely thigh and soft calf could have kicked open the stone doors more than a meter thick with one hit. Lucretia's steps, her slight bounce, and the way her hips flicked when swaying to each side caused Cedric and Usra to be momentarily dazed. Thigh's instructor was deadly as she seemed to shine magically. Oh my Loram, you red-haired flying rat. Are you trying to steal the best chance of recruiting such an amazing hunk as your little student? Loram just clicked her tongue and hummed with a smirk as Cedric began to flex his muscles and stepped forward to appeal to Lucretia, who looked rather different from her previous look on the stage to Usura. The lovely woman was short, barely above his abdomen, but her body was even deadlier than before, a restricted honeybee-shaped waist. The size of her buttocks and breasts didn't match her cute and youthful face that seemed almost demonic with short, pointed ears as she looked at him with an adorable wink. You want to take him away from me? A mere dream slut like you who has never even touched a real man despite claiming to be a master of seduction. Problem: old woman with a shriveled womb. Ever waiting for her fabled lover boy to be born, even though it will never happen. Tusk, you cannot have him. He needs a brutal and harsh training regime to give him the skills to survive and utilize his power completely. Fufu, can your harsh, nasty voice motivate him enough? With one gentle word from me, I would have him giving his entire effort to destroy me, make a mess of me until I can no longer walk. Fufu, do you think your ugly face could do that? Usura watched the two women exchanging words that seemed like threats, but instead he felt they were slowly agreeing, sharing keywords and hiding the truth of their conversation from the students. I am sure these women will join hands if the words of Lucretia and her devilish figure are mixed with the training regime of Loram. The person they want to train is fucked. Why do you not use your pretty and smart head to go further? Realize who they are talking about, dear. It's who they want, not any of these cute girls or the fool who is about to get slapped. The said fool stepped forward, causing Usra to almost stumble at how Brian was always so wise and seemed to know the future sometimes. Ladies, I am extremely delighted you wish to fight together over teaching the future Duke of Marduk. I must say it's an honor to have such beautiful women fight over. What is this idiot saying? Both Loram and Lucretia interrupted Cedric before Lucretia kicked his face, and Loram back-fisted him as if the response to the disgusting words spoken from his mouth caused them to become extremely annoyed. Usura, we have a proposition for you. Phoenix boy, would you like to have a lovely time with this big sister? I am very moist and flexible. Fufu. Loram gave a dirty look to Lucretia, who made a warm, sultry voice and flashed her lean, muscular thighs with a lewd bulge of her plump thigh showing, wrapped in a tight pair of black chainmail stockings. Will it make me stronger and allow me to improve beyond what training alone would do? Usra didn't waste time. He knew his greatest weakness was that he lacked experience and real training, compared to Muzu's life as a knight and warrior, and even Vila the princess having a life of training with a sword master. I lack too much and need something beyond normal. Otherwise, I will never catch up and only spend time flinging around my superior mana density. I like your eyes, Usra Phoenix. Loram spoke with a powerful tone. Her fiery orb seemed locked with his as he remembered that strange vision and looked away from his fiery instructor. You lack finesse, tactics are fine, your power is fine, but how you use it and manage it is inferior and caused your loss to Vila in the assessment battle. Muzu pouted as she watched the two tutors seeming to give him the most attention, wondering if the two old women might be trying to put their hands on her beloved master. But when Loram spoke about the issues, she felt he suffered, and she couldn't fix them alone. Her wariness and resistance faded. Master, you should accept. Both instructors are the most powerful and talented in their fields. When he heard Muzu's words, Usra felt completely convinced, although he planned to do so anyway. I will train with you as long as you train Muzu, Zavada, and the princess with me. "Oh my, are you asking us to train your harem with you? No problem, we were planning to select some of them, but since you requested in return, your training menu will be increased by the number you asked to bring." "Understood. That's 4 times what I originally planned for you. Handsome boy, be prepared for hell. You might just die before you get to the assessment in a month." Asura took a quick shower after training ended and sat waiting for the girls in the hallway on a wooden bench. Found it soothing to watch the passing students and instructors with calm eyes. He tried remembering information about them or their names like a small game to pass the time. "You strange boy. It's not like I can do anything else right now, and my mind can focus on my cultivation using parallel thought, meaning I am free to rest." "Don't be a smart ass. Yes, sorry, Brian the Wise. I will be a good man and never joke with the elderly again. You should break through near that dragon girl. The power you need should be better filled by her rather than always draining Mewzoo's ice element. Try to boost your wind and earth too. She hates me." He replied with a quick complaint, leaning back to see the women all leaving their side of the showers, all with slightly wet hair and floral scents mixed with fruit. "Master, you waited for me, bad guy." "Don't look." The princess gave him a faint smile before leaving with her maid, as she seemed to want to ask him something but couldn't, her head turning back several times as the other 2 girls took his entire attention. Mewzoo looked ecstatic as she didn't even try to hide her slightly damp cleavage and body, moving closer to him and sitting on his right with a proud look on her face. "Of course, I waited, silly girl." Since the announcement, she no longer needed to hold back because they acknowledged his superiority. "Oh, Zavada want to sit here," Asura teased, patting his lap as she lifted her nose and let out a HMPH. But her eyes looked at his hand and didn't leave. Instead, she sat on his left as if being rebellious to her normal self. With the soft sound of her lips pressed together, Zavada's hand grasped Asura's and pulled it closer to her lap. Her eyes narrowed with a delighted smile at that moment. It seemed she made a victorious face. "2 beautiful women want me so badly. Life is good. You are aware the moment that girl sat down, Mewzoo was ready to stab her. Life sure is good, a super affectionate lover." He wanted to break through with Zavada, but the only method his 2 minds came up with might make Mewzoo upset. So first, he must promise her something and then make plans with Zavada. He's beginning to believe. "Mewzoo, our training with Lorem starts in 2 days, so how about tomorrow after lessons? We visit the city and see the various shops and cafes." "Oh, my master, are you asking Zur on a date?" She seemed more excited than he hoped as she squeezed his hand and leaned her head on his shoulder, smiling. "Let's go. I want to find an outfit, so I'll go first, okay? I might be late because I need to discuss something with Zavada for the assessment. Is that all right?" Dia-tee, it's fine." Mewzoo was strange. She longed for a date far more than he knew, as Asura did not always make time in the future to take her out and let her enjoy a nice meal and time with him outside of training and other things. She looked back a few times, waving at him and blowing several kisses before her body vanished toward the dorms, leaving the awkward dragon with that red face and the slightly tired but focused Asura. This girl's face is so pretty up close, especially from the side as the sunlight fades. "You are a true dragoon. Mount that dragoness. I never knew you were a dirty old man." "Who is dirty, you little shit? Practice for assessment." Zavada looked at him. Her voice seemed to improve, and the more she talked to him, he felt less strain or stress from her face as her fingers tightly clasped his hand to make the most of him devouring her curse. "If I could remove a large portion of your curse, would you be interested?" Suddenly, her face became a mixture of dismay and fear, maybe because he could take her curse away. She even wondered if he was somehow linked to her, like fate. Even if Zavada didn't want to believe that, her mind flashed to their kiss and the feeling he gave her when she fell on his face, leading to a complicated mixture of feelings as she looked down. "If you can, please, I don't want to hurt anymore. Can you tell me what I need to do? Otherwise, if it's something she's not prepared to do, I won't give her false hope." "There's only one requirement. When you break through, she needs to be in physical contact with you. Skin to skin, or to be put more simply, hugging you naked. Nothing else." Asura was a little taken aback, but most of the extreme emotions related to anger, shock, fear, and those that might cause him to become unsightly like the prince earlier today or Cedric. He hid those reactions for now and slowly adapt to them as each day he felt a new sensation because of his growth. "People used to only mock or laugh at me, some even beating me. Now some people seem to cheer me on." He looked at Zavada, whose purple eyes watched him with wonder, her hand refusing to release his as she grabbed the edge of the seat with the other, causing it to turn pale from the pressure used. "She seems to want to heal herself. I can, but it involves something that might make you angry. Let's go to your room and talk in private." Let's go, but don't do anything strange." She stood from the bench, and like she was oblivious to other people's eyes or words, the dragoness of lightning didn't release his fingers, instead intertwining them in a lover knot, making many people who saw get the wrong idea. Once the pair arrived at her dormitory, she guided him up the stairs while blushing from the dorm mistress and her strange look and smirk. "Here, bad guy, don't look for my underwear. Who would look for them? Aren't you already wearing the best pair?" For the first time, she released his hand, showing a look of regret before she doubled down on her anger and frowned at him, rushing to the bed and sitting down, bouncing with a loud squeak as she watched Usura with narrowed eyes. Tell, how to heal curse. I can't heal it all, but if we keep doing the same things until the assessment, I can help clear most of it, I promise. Zavada looked at Usura with shining eyes the moment she was cursed. The man called her uncle claimed only he could heal her, the man who betrayed her father and someone she would never forgive. So she was in despair at first, believing it was a weak curse. But the more she traveled to the academy, the less magic and power she could use, until she was almost struggling to walk, and then she met this boy. I will. Do it. Okay then. Let's get started. What should I do? Her eyes sparkled like amethysts in the moonlight as she leaned forward and looked expectant for his answer as he unbuttoned his tunic. She felt a strange atmosphere but remained calm, her hands grasping her sheets. First, we need to get naked and embrace each other. Zavada POV. Good, let's get started then. The male who caused her brain to suddenly short-circuit began removing his clothes in full view, lacking any sort of shame, and glued her eyes to his tight muscles and smooth abs that were thick and powerful and made her heartbeat thump rapidly. Zavada tilted her head, then looked down, to her left and right, as if the darkened windows and lavender blinds might hold the answer she needed. What is he saying while suddenly removing his clothes? Naked, is he going to do something unmentionable to me? Why does his body look and smell so good? Badman, I will bite it off. Come on, Zavi, if we aren't holding each other naked, then you won't get any benefits and the curse won't be removed. His voice didn't sound commanding, and it wasn't as if he was fooling her. She could sense his sincerity, but the situation was moving too fast for her mind and mouth to synchronize, while her body moved on autopilot, slowly unbuttoning her uniform. The sound of her clothes sliding down her body filled the room. He tossed his clothes against the wall. Zavada couldn't help but swallow at the sight that dangled in front of her, causing her fingers to hasted, unclipping her bra and letting the silk lingerie drop to the ground. An enormous dragon, in a forest of raven trees. Could my teeth even bite that off? It might choke me. Let's. When her mind caught up with what she wished to say, I already bared her body for him to see. Wow. Your body is so beautiful, and your belly and hip scales are really pretty. Naughty man, why are you so obscene? Do you not know the significance of complimenting a female's delicate scales? This is just to get rid of my curse. Not mating, not lewd, nothing like those dreams. Your dragon is nice and thick and long. Zavada's mother said never to speak about a man's phallus so openly. He is nothing like father-sighted dragon's sense of beauty, and humans are different. No. He's a dragon, it should be fine. Yes, idiot. Who brags about that when you're about to make me do such embarrassing things? Brag to your maid. No, don't let that woman see. A moment of confusion almost caused her head to overheat as the male moved towards her, his muscular body approaching before sitting beside her. He didn't seem to feel the awkward feelings and thoughts she did. Standing in the slightly cold room, feeling the tingle of frigid air on the tips of her bosom, making her small pink cherries rise towards the sky. Her skin filled with slight bumps, trying to block the silky purple hair with her hands and the small pink scales framing her alluring and sensual feminine areas. I feel nervous. There is a fireball in my gullet. I might burn this room in embarrassment. What do I do? Shall we begin? The bed squeaked as Usura sat on the bed, his naked body now invading the space she usually slept, his prideful face looking at her from behind as if to admire a priceless artwork. Can I touch you? His question caused her body to jump, looking away with her eyes widened and trembling as countless questions and situations moved through her mind before his body leaned forward, and she felt a strange feeling. His fingers slid across the soft pink scales that framed her large buttocks, pressing the flexible flesh until his fingers sank into her meaty rump. Hugh, my ass. He's touching my ass. I thought he meant. Why, it feels so hot wherever he touches. The curse is being drained so fast. Why does it drain faster from my ass, compared to my hands? Is this a lewd thing? Am I a lewd girl for enjoying the warm feeling in my crotch? Zavada squeaked as her mouth released a purple flame filled with lightning before she covered it with both hands and stepped back. Her bottom fell onto Usura's lap, with his hand now trapped, holding onto her supple butt cheeks, squeezing her springy and flexible scales as the flame continued to spew from her soft lips in her shock. It's touching my butt. The hard, long dragon is, Usura POV. The moment her body fell onto his lap, Brian told him he should take action now to start the process, otherwise, Zavada might pull away and cause irreplaceable damage. Gently hold her and shift her body to face you. Let her wrap both legs around your waist and form the lotus position. Do not penetrate her, as if I would suddenly penetrate her. Look how nervous she is. She is vomiting flames while covering my thigh with her messy fluids. Zavada, I'm going to move you into the position now. Try not to be so shocked, okay? Her muted response trembled as her body quivered, probably thinking it might be something different to what she thought, as his hands gently wrapped around her soft hips, the smooth purple scales almost soft like flesh as his fingers sank into her curves and lifted her body. Ah. A small surge of purple fire shot past Usra's face as he lifted her slowly. Seemed to struggle for a moment before her eyes matched with his, fluttering her long lashes, almost like instinct. Her legs extended and wrapped her soft thighs around his waist and crossed them around his back, and her arms wrapped around Usra's neck. This, bad, no, it's so warm and feels amazing. NNN. The pleasure of her entire body being drained of the curse caused Zavida to lose her focus with a red face. Her eyes became wet and dreamy as jolts of pure ecstasy filled her body, melting her resistance and brain. Good, this is too good. As her buttocks shifted forwards, a wet feeling spread from her crotch and dribbled across his stomach and crotchal. Though she looked completely confused, Zavida was releasing a sweet-smelling fluid from her vagina, making Usra's heart beat faster as Brian explained what was happening. This girl, is she a born slut? Damn female dragons always go into heat the moment they smell a wonderful male of the same race. Brian said with a hint of amusement, and scorn. Usra could feel Zavida's soft body squirming as she rubbed her crotch against his, as if to seek more intense stimulus, her eyes becoming a little distant as her voice let out a low moan. Bad guy, it's so itchy, deep inside. Although Usra wanted to touch her soft breasts and kiss her puffy lips, Brian warned him that if he did anything sexual, that would break Zavida's mentality instead. Usra needed to concentrate on draining the curse from her body and mana, while his second mind would start the breakthrough process. Focus on her. The more you resist the desire, the more you can help her. With a deep breath, he gripped her back as if to reassure her and let her feel comforted and secure. NNN, I won't. Forgive. HMPH, it's pressing against me. Lewd dragon, it is a lewd dragon. A very lewd and big. Brian, nothing. Start, you damn fool, or she'll be a mess by the end. I will keep watching you, my eyes will never leave you, and I will remove the curse that makes you suffer so much. NNN, the next moment, a powerful suction and gravitation force began crushing both of Thima's. Usra began the creation of his outer core. The process would allow his body to evolve further. The lightning from Zavida's body resonated with the strange phenomenon of purple lightning, now zapping his body at regular intervals, as if to bore into his body and fuse with his muscles, bones, and brain. Brian told him that absorbing the lightning from Zavida's body would increase the speed of creating his core, allowing Usra to create a strong connection with her and reduce the chance of failure. However, this also increased the danger. The curse within Zavida's body was powerful enough to affect Usra's devil arts, attempting to corrupt his body and change his evolution path and turn him into a mindless demon or beast controlled by the curse. Brian explained that since Zavida was a young female dragon with a purity and innocence that the curse had tainted, the curse was weaker in some aspects, but stronger in others. It attempted to control Usra's body with lust and carnal desires while attacking his mind with evil thoughts. To Brian, this was merely a test, and if Usra failed to resist his temptation and took her purity, then he would fail and damage his core. Brian believed Usra would fail, however, as Zavida's body continued to release the cursed energy, mixed with her purple lightning, changing its composition, and Natureth curse became less harmful to him and more beneficial to his body. Stop. But this twisted lightning that poured into his body was a double-edged sword, as the curse for females made them resist pleasure and more frigid, only seeking the one that cursed them or could cure them. They knew this curse as the dragon's honey trap. Male dragons with this curse would lose all reason and mate with any female found, regardless of race. Thus, Brian, or the Black Phoenix, worried he would become addicted to this woman whose body was completely compatible with him in both shape and sensation. Damn hussy, worse than that red bird. However, as Usra struggled to resist pushing his hips up to penetrate her unguarded Eden, he was unaware that Zavida was having an even harder time. The curse within her body was causing her to try to embrace the pleasure and submit to her desires. She felt elated while resting inside his arms was too comfortable and relaxing. The feeling when their bodies rubbed together caused her mind to blank out, and all the pain, suffering, and loneliness faded. Hold on, Zavi, I will take all the pain that makes you suffer. Hold on a little longer. Usra's gentle words made her heart pound wildly, and every word sent shivers through her body, making her release even more fluids that made their friction and movements even smoother, sometimes feeling his dragon almost entering her body, causing a jolt of excitement and bliss only for it to slip past her body and leave her with a sense of loss. Bad guy, Usra, please don't. Zavida is losing herself. NNN. Zavida's voice became soft, her head moving forward as their foreheads touched, and their noses rubbed together. Usra noticed her tears dripping onto his cheeks as her arms tightened, her lips smiling as he felt the process starting for real. A huge cage of lightning began forming inside his body, the purple now tainted by the curse and his bloodlines turning into a dark black with deep purple outlines, as it caused his flesh to tear apart and repair rapidly and transform. The muscles and sinew were stronger and more durable, but the pain caused Usra to scream out, his eyes almost rolling back while he gripped onto Zavada's back until blood oozed from her creamy skin. The pain was intense, and Brian told him to endure as lightning cage was forming perfectly within his body, and the curse within Zavada was reacting, attempting to flee her body and flood into his like it found the perfect host. However, Usra's body rejected it violently, the lightning cage attacking the curse and trying to consume it. Brian told him he must hold on, and this process was crucial to his evolution. While Usra fought internally, Zavada felt her body spasm and tremble, her mind becoming hazy as the lightning within her body was being sucked into his body, and the curse weakened, causing her to regain her clarity and senses. She was drowning in pleasure, but the moment of clarity allowed her to realize what the pleasure was as she saw Usra suffering. The more her curse was lifted, the more his skin cracked, bleeding, and his flesh tore with blood oozing all down his body. Even the black scales that grew around his pelvis were damaged by the black lightning. "Stop, Usra, stop hurting yourself. It's okay. Zavada doesn't have to be cured. It's tainted with such evil, vile energy. Bad guy." Even though she said these things, her lightning was flowing into his body and her body convulsed with the pleasure of her mana being purified and becoming denser, while the curse rapidly devoured her body, once again her mind becoming blank. The lightning cage within Usra's body grew larger as it expanded, and the curse tried to flee Zavada's body and flood into Asura. Brian told Usra that the more he resisted and endured the torture of his flesh tearing apart and repairing, the stronger his core would become, so he forced himself. Even when his instincts screamed to douse the burning flames in his abdomen, he bit his lips and tightened his hands till blood oozed from his palm. Brian explained that the more Usra endured, the more Zavada's lightning would accept him. This meant that if Usra failed, Zavada would suffer as her lightning would reject him and might backfire, meaning he would fail the process. Thus, Usra resisted, ignored the burning dragon in his crotch that wanted to burst forth and plunge into Zavada's paradise. Instead, he gritted his teeth, enduring the lightning piercing his body and the curse attempting to flood his body and corrupt his mind. He pushed his hips upward, shifting Zavada's body until her crotch started pressing against his stomach as she whimpered and moaned, but this allowed him to rub her soft lips against his raging dragon, helping relieve Zavada's desires and causing her lightning to calm down. Usra's core was almost complete, with his body reaching its limit and the curse almost flooding into it. The core finally formed, her lightning now completely fused with his mind and the devouring bloodline. But it spent his power as he doused her back in a large amount of warm, sticky fluid, causing Zavada to reach her limits. With a loud sigh, Usra's head dropped as his vision blurred and his consciousness faded. "My back is all sticky. It's dripping down my butt. HMPH, idiot. It smells too strong." Zavada's cute voice weakened. Usra's body was exhausted, and he could not open his eyes or speak as the process had finished and he had succeeded. However, now his body was recovering, and his body would undergo another stage of evolution. In his sleepy state, a gentle hand seemed to brush along his body, cleaning him with a warm cloth as the scent of lavender and vanilla filled his nose. He could smell Zavada, but his eyes wouldn't open. And he couldn't move well, only able to feel the warmth of her naked body lying against his side, exploring his body with her fingertips and the warm cloth. In the silent room, there was a single area filled with a fresh scent of berries and fresh vanilla as they entwined their bodies on a gigantic bed, hugging each other tightly as their mana was visible in the air, dancing together. A mixture of red and blue swirled around the purple lightning as it slithered through the gaps to form hundreds of lovely flowers of the three colors wrapped around the male as if a loving kiss from the female's body. Mana from her body began to vibrate and pulsate before it entered Usra's body through his crotch and came back out of his pores. Now more vibrant and refined a moment later, caressing her silky skin before slithering around Zavada's body and entering her crotch. It seemed the jolt of pleasure that filled her every fiber caused her to leak a gentle moan, arching her back with a light gasp as her body seemed to glow for a moment as the enhanced anima improved her body completely. The strange phenomenon had been repeating for several hours since the pair both lost consciousness at the peak of Usra's breakthrough as he broke the limits of his monoliths. Now, a little more mana, and he would reach the second stage in all of them. Ba dump. Ba dump. In the quiet room with only breathing, 4 hearts beat in sync, following each other's rhythm as their deep, resounding sounds formed a baritone melody. Zavada's lips curved into a smile as she leaned against his chest, feeling nostalgic as the memories of being a young girl on her father's lap surfaced in her light consciousness as she awakened. Her thoughts filled her body and mind with a sense of relief and safety, and with the curse now barely 20% of what it was before, there was nothing negative in her heart as she hugged Usra tightly, snuggling against his chest. Time slowly passed as Usra was still fighting off the last of her curse energy that had fused with his brain when it fused with her lightning element, causing him to fall into a deep moment of unconsciousness. He could feel the jolts of electricity shooting through his body as they attacked the curse with the fire and ice from his heart, causing him to wake up slowly, and now understand why Brian told him to choose Zavada instead of Muzu to break through with. I imagine he will suggest I break through beside someone with a strong earth affinity for the third layer next time. NNNGH, Morning Papa. The sudden, gentle, and sweet voice of Zavada caused Usra to freeze while his eyes adjusted to the current situation as he looked at the naked body of Zavada, covered in sweat and impurities, but their lower bodies were almost joined. You smell so good. She continued before hugging his neck, seeming too lazy to open her eyes, like that bad guy and his stupid, enormous dragon. Once she finished speaking, it was like time froze for the pair of them as she opened her eyes, first realizing she was naked. Me, bad guy, why are we naked? Then the long thing between his legs had inserted its tip inside her. Not enough to cause damage, but her eyes widened as she felt the sensation of being stretched, and a foreign object a few inches inside. But she didn't scream or shout because a sudden feeling of pleasure washed over her from the constant channeling of his thick, pure anima being used to improve her own mana density, capacity, and affinity each moment he was even slightly inside her. She felt like her mind was melting because of the pleasure. It's tight, warm, and wet. Usra couldn't help but honestly speak as her forbidden garden wrapped around him before the two slowly pulled apart with a quiet smack as his tool, covered in excess fluids, flopped to the side. The next moment, she kicked him off the bed and found himself on the cold ground after crashing into her dressing table. All of her clothes and underwear were now covering his body as she looked at him in shock with a bright red face. Bad guy, you took my first time, this silly girl. Completely misunderstanding it was just the tip. A big tip, but she still has her hymen. Brian, when we're women, rational creatures, help me get out of here. Usra's body felt amazing, was sure that despite minimum visual changes, on the inside he was like a sword made from mithril, but his exterior was a basic iron sword. He climbed off the ground, picked up his pants, and started dressing while trying to fix the situation, wanting to explain. Zavada, have you noticed? But the current Zavada seemed strange, as she was both extremely flustered and embarrassed, but equally angry and shocked as she kept checking the bedding for blood and looking at Usra with a strange look. Bad guy, take responsibility. Her eyes were like a wronged princess as she wrapped herself in the soft blanket and flung onto the bed, looking at him with her pretty purple eyes before he couldn't take it anymore and moved away. Go away, don't come back, she shouted cutely. Her actions dumbfounded Usra as he left the room and closed the door behind him, unable to understand her reaction before he heard Brian's laughter in his mind. Ha ha ha. What's so funny? Usra frowned as he walked towards his dormitory room. The time was late. He worried that Muzu would be angry about making her wait until they went on a date tomorrow, but he wasn't sure what kind of mood she would be in. Zavada reacted like that because her anima has combined with Yorsh, is currently experiencing the effects of having another person's mana inside her body. It's exactly as you just imagined, as if your thing is deep inside her. Why doesn't Muzu react so strongly then? I would have thought she spent almost daily as Zavada did for a few hours. Because it's like that, she's ready to accept you anytime, anywhere, like an all-you-can-eat buffet. The shy and cute little dragon girl is like a rare restaurant that opens to only certain people at certain times, and she was shocked by both waking up to find you inside her physically and the strange feeling of so much of your mana inside her. Brian. You seem very experienced in this field, old man. Usra sighed as he arrived at his dormitory room door and unlocked the door, walking into the dark room where Muzu should be sleeping. But as he stepped inside, a slight breeze blew past him, and he suddenly felt something tackle his waist and forcefully pull him towards the bed. Before he could react, Usra fell onto the bed and saw Muzu above him, wearing a pink nightie that was loose around her neck, revealing her lovely, perky breasts as the moonlight shone down on her, highlighting her beauty. You are so late. Sniff sniff, was that Zavada girl that much more interesting? Muzu seemed teary-eyed as she sat on Usra's crotch, rubbing her soft buttocks against his lower body as she sniffed the air. I can smell her. Why do you smell so much like her? Did you too do dirty things? Muzu's expression became sadder as tears seemed to flow down her cheeks before he hugged her against his chest and began stroking her hair. We might have done dirty things, but you should know the reason and result from feeling my current magical density and pulse. Muzu's ears twitched as she pressed her head against his chest and listened to his dual heartbeat and magical pulse, freezing for a moment as her tears stopped flowing, and her mood changed completely. You reached stage 3. No 2 MN I broke through with her held, and not only that. Look, I asked Zavada to help mirror affinities match perfectly. His fingers crackled with dark lightning, different from Zavada's, who seemed more aligned to the light element with a bright purple color, sometimes pink, while he was dark, with a slight black color added to the deep violet hue. So you did dirty things with a thunder hussy. Muzu mumbled quietly as Usra heard Brian laughing in his mind again as she grabbed his hand and sucked on his finger, her tongue flickering around his fingertip as she replaced the thunder with her ice element, costing his hand before she stopped with a wide smile and nod. My element suits you best because you are my master, my husband. Muzu's eyes were a little strange as she gripped his hand tighter, making it hurt slightly as he worried something had changed his gentle and cute maid forever. Yet somehow her strange mood swings kept him keen. Usra didn't say any smooth lies or try to change the topic as he saw her looking at him with those obsessive and worried eyes. Extended his right arm and caressed her cheek, sliding his thumb over her silky smooth cheekbone, wiping the slight layer of tears as he pulled her closer with his left arm that grabbed around her waist. She's so cold. Her magic is constantly manifesting and leaving her so cold. Zuer, you're right. I am your master and husband. Her big azure eyes were glowing brightly, showing how much mana was active within her body as he placed his forehead against hers. That will never change, and you will always be my number one. He whispered those words slowly and clearly so she could engrave them into her heart. But Zuer, Usra continued as he gently cupped her chin and lifted it so their eyes would meet. Never forget that I am the master here. If I am with other women or have things to do, you cannot become like this and hurt your body, make yourself so worn out in fear I won't return. Muzu's body shuddered, her lips opening with a slight smack, but you might not. Her eyes widened as his lips cut off her words, kissing her without care, knowing that she would say he might not come back, so he wanted to reassure her with his actions, to affirm her importance to him. His tongue intertwined with hers, tasting the faint minty flavor as her arms wrapped around him, pressing herself tightly against him, wanting to feel everything she could through the touch as her eyes turned to blissful orbs of azure light. Their kiss was loud and wet as she seemed to pour out all of her frustrations and worries, filling the gaps with her jealousy. She sucked on the tip of his tongue, almost tearing it from his throat. The mana radiating off Muzu's body became hotter, more passionate as if fusing with the flames inside his body. Usra felt his skin burning as if her jealousy was trying to consume him whole. Not bad. He liked this feeling as if melting into one with Muzu, feeling all of his monoliths tremble with ecstasy as they all began filling rapidly with their ardent kiss. This kiss lasted 4 minutes before Muzu finally separated, gasping and panting loudly, drool dripping down her mouth as she looked up at Usra, seeing his calm face but burning eyes that made her shudder. I love Zuer the most, as always. Her cool ice and soft body is the only thing that can calm the flames inside me. Ah, master, don't, we have to date tomorrow. He wrapped both arms around her body, enjoying how she changed once the slight, intense feeling vanished from her eyes, now melting into a soft and cute Zuer like always as their naked bodies were pressed together, the warmth, elasticity and suppleness making Usra unable to resist. He couldn't wait until the morning. After all, Muzu's body was addicting. They kissed again, more gently this time, as he laid her down on the bed, his hands wandering freely across her body, touching and teasing as she turned bright red, her black tuft of fur glistening with silver threads of fluid. Such a cute girl. Were you worried I would run off with Zavada and never come back? Muzu nodded shyly, biting her lip as she shivered when Usra leaned over her, placing his lips on her neck and nibbling with his teeth, his fingers rubbing against her black tuft of fur, pushing one finger inside as he heard her moan softly. Be a good girl in the future. Don't get mad and just kiss me. I will always return if Zuer is worried. Come find me, and I will accept all those insecurities and feelings in your heart. Muzu moaned again as Usra inserted another finger, thrusting slowly as his kisses moved down her chest, planting butterfly kisses all over her pale white skin that glistened with beautiful icy blue beneath the surface, showing her emotions. Let's sleep together tonight. Tomorrow is our first date. Muzu nodded as Usra slid his fingers out, lifting her hips as they hugged each other, her lips quivering as she felt his thick fingers leave her body, the heat replaced by his dragon pressing against her cleft as they wrapped each other in the quilt and gently kissed before falling asleep in each other's embrace. A brisk sound of steel cutting on the chopping board while a young woman's melodic hum filled the room, causing Usra to wake up with a pleasant feeling. His body was cool, and the window was brightly lit from the morning sun. Today, I will finally have the first proper date of my life. No illusions. Sitting up from the bed, the sheets slipped down his chiseled body while he fixated his gaze on the adorable woman practically dancing around the kitchen as she hummed to herself, cutting the chicken and pork before placing it into the searing hot wok and pan, her bare buttocks visible with the lewd maid only wearing her apron once again. Zuer, your cute little ass is shaking freely. Hee hee, it's not little. Her hips began swaying, demonstrating the allure of her large rump jiggling and clapping together. See. You love a nice big ass, right? I caught you staring at the maids while growing up, Fufu. He climbed up from bed, the sound of his bare feet slapping the wooden floor before reaching the car echoing as her cheeks suddenly tightened, and she looked back at him with a shocked look. Zuer, what do we do? I don't think we'll get to enjoy our date if you tempt me so strongly from the moment I wake up. Ah, why so big? Asura wrapped his arms around her back and lowered the heat of the pan as it almost spit some boiling oil onto her fair skin while his other hand landed on her hips, adjusting her so his morning glory slotted between her smooth, elastic cheeks. Master, he leaned closer to her ears, which were turning bright red, because Zuer and her little butt are too sexy, and I became your prisoner for life. His tongue slipped along her ear before nibbling the tip and enjoying her body trembling from his actions. How will you help me feel at ease, Asura? Breakfast is almost ready. In the thousands of illusions about that bitch, I had experienced various situations, from moments like this where I was the one seducing her to being overwhelmed. I was happy these things made my cute Zuer react this way. Rather than feel shame over his past of being fooled, he would use everything he learned for this girl in his arms, now frozen stiff and emitting icy magic crystals from the feeling of his cock between the crack of her buttocks to her shimmering huge eyes that seemed to want more of this. He learned this morning that Zu was weak in defense despite her vigorous attack. Don't worry, Zuer. I want to enjoy the entire day with you, he whispered. Let's not rush anything, as he kissed the back of her neck and pulled away from her cool body. His mind refreshed from the mana gained from dual cultivation as he headed towards the bathroom to freshen up while humming the male part of Zu's song, causing her stunned face to show a warm smile. Their morning interaction was a great start to their special first time. Asura and Zu left their room shortly after breakfast and shared a brief kiss before heading towards the royal city. She wants to meet near the first sword of Silvara. Shortly after leaving, Zu asked if they could go to the city separately. Her cute face with a light layer of makeup made her even prettier than before, making it impossible to say no. He watched her lovely black dress with dark red shoes skipping away towards the eastern exit while he took the south exit slowly and casually. The effect of surprising me just putting the tip inside Zavada. Be careful. It will change forever when it exceeds a certain penetration level, especially if it's when you break through the intense pleasure and feeling of your dense anima as it reaches a new level. It will cause their feelings and affection towards you to become too strong. What do you mean? It's not some shady technique that makes them my slaves. If so, please remove it. Don't worry. It's nothing like that. Instead, it brings out their hidden feelings for you. If they like you, it will be amplified, and they won't be able to hide it anymore. For those that don't even hide it, it might become a little strong like Zu this morning. How was she a little crazy and seemed to want to kill Zavada? Yeah, but worry not, it won't be constant, and only for a short duration after that kind of cultivation. You should focus on training through battle and keep the two separate. He walked faster, heading towards the meeting spot, and didn't need to feel worried because, in his heart, he couldn't do it that way because of his trauma. That act was something special that he only wished to do out of love and affection. He changed his focus now that he knew the feelings were genuine and only those that the girl had initially felt for him. Although I won't deny as a male, it's appealing to grow more powerful during sex. However, it's not something I'll do to get stronger, only if I want to be connected to my loved one, and the power will just be a side effect we enjoy together. Good. I knew you would be like that. Those acts are sacred, and the feelings you have now have been important. The moment you use the women you love to get stronger is the moment you have fallen as a man and cultivator. Asura didn't respond as he felt amazement each time he came to the capital, even if he had seen this sight hundreds of times, the bustling streets of vendors and tradesmen selling or advertising their wares. The wide paved roads were full of carriages, and people walking around as the smell of cooked food, perfumes, and spices filled his nostrils. He walked leisurely until reaching the first sword of Silvara, a monument built to honor the goddess of war, the first queen Athia. It's huge. Sword was several dozen meters in size, and was almost taller than the castle itself. The blade was pointing down into the ground with a constant stream of thick and powerful mana being expelled into the air, filling the capital with a powerful density of mana, increasing the rate at which people grew as mages and warriors. She changed clothes. Asura exclaimed as the beautiful Zu stood in a dark red dress. Her hair seemed glossier and shimmered in the reflection of the blue magical aura of the sword. He froze for a moment as she waved at him with nervous fingers. Zuer. Her dress was beautiful, with a strapless dress with several layers and a sweetheart neckline. The long ballroom-style dress fluttered as she stepped forward, causing him to feel shocked. Her hair seemed to be pale white because of casting the magic that entered her body as Asura rushed forward. Asura wore a black sleeveless tuxedo with a white undershirt, jacket, and iron fixtures over his shoulders. Zu giggled as she saw Asura rush forward, his handsome face showing shock and confusion, making her smile. Is there a problem? She twirled around with a bright smile as the skirt spread like a rose, allowing Usra to see the high heels underneath, making him look shy as he took her hand and held her close. You are the most beautiful existence I have ever met. Never leave my side or Saitai refused to let you part from me, as if their roles were reversed from the morning. Miuzu's heart this time fluttered as she felt his hot magic flooding into her, causing her hair to remain silvery white because of her magic's strange aura and overaction. Usura, am I pretty? Miuzu asked nervously as Usura smiled, cradling her cheek as he leaned closer and kissed her lips softly. Of course, you are the most beautiful. Nothing comes close to my Zuer. They stood before the sword for a few minutes, enjoying the feeling of magic entering their bodies, enhancing their growth speed. Its visual look from a distance made it seem like the pair were in the middle of the ocean, but that thick ocean was in the face of the magic and mana, expelled like a thick smoky energy by the sword. Miuzu raised her head and looked up at Usura's calm face with a smile. Should we head towards the restaurant? Miuzu nodded happily, holding Usura's arm with her hands as they slowly wandered towards the noble restaurant he booked using the Academy Terminalsh, enjoyed the stares of jealousy and desire from many of the female passers-by, causing her to giggle happily and swing his hand. Usura, can we come here every week? Usura thought momentarily before considering the future. How about we make it a special monthly event? Once training starts, it will be hard to get more than a day or so off. Miuzu nodded, returning to the training program the teachers had announced. They planned to begin in 2 days to allow everyone to rest after the 2 events, and it wouldn't be easy with the training regime set up. Promise, promise, Usura replied with a smile, enjoying her clingy behavior. He felt happy as he held Miuzu's soft hands with their arms locked together. He noticed a familiar figure approaching with an uncomfortable expression, but just sneered and held the soft waist of Miuzu even tighter. While she only noticed Usura right now, her blue shimmering eyes watched his face, fingers filled with pure bliss. It was the prince, walking with a limp and his waist wrapped in a thick layer of bandages, but Usura and Miuzu ignored him before entering the private and elegant restaurant for nobles. He didn't have the poor taste to make any trouble for the restaurant's hard-working people as he took the reservation parchment and his noble signet ring to show them, but the staff was amazing and seemed well studied with his noble symbols. Welcome to our restaurant, Lord Usura, Lady Miuzu. A tall, elegant waiter greeted them with a deep bow, leading them towards a reserved table. The prince clenched his fists in anger, glaring at Usura with rage as he watched them enter together happily. My prince, shall we eat elsewhere? His maid suggested, trying to help the angry prince, but he refused. No, I'm going there. The prince limped forward, ignoring the stares of the guests, as he arrived at the entrance and demanded a table next to theirs. The manager frowned but couldn't refuse and led him towards the nearby table, causing Usura to frown but ignore him as Miuzu sat opposite him. The menu was expensive and delicious-looking dishes, but it wasn't what caught Miuzu's attention. Instead, it was the view. Usura, this place has such a superb view of Silvara's sword. Does it? Let's see. Well, it certainly is beautiful. Miuzu exclaimed happily, looking through the window with a childish smile and sparkling eyes, causing Usura to nod and order several dishes as he tried to block out the annoying presence gazing at him like a betrayed lover. Usura ignored the prince and focused on what was important to him while using his parallel thinking to monitor the prince and his actions. What would you like to eat, Zuer? His voice seemed more charming, speaking like a prince from a fairy tale as she looked at him with shimmering eyes. Usura's mature voice enamored Miuzu, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she pointed to various dishes. These. Her adorable voice made his heart pound, and he ordered many dishes containing meat or fish and vegetables. Miuzu didn't care about the prices, smiling at Usura as he signaled for the waiter. Anything for you, Zuer. Following this restaurant etiquette, he snapped his arm and fingers, and their VIP attendant came over with 2 glasses of wine, water, and some bread. My lady and lord, are you ready to order? The polite male waiter asked, wearing a light blue suit and jacket with a small cap. I would like to order some appetizers. Can I have a mixed platter of roasted meat, fish, vegetables, and cheese? Usura requested politely, and Miuzu nodded along with his requests, her lips almost drooling and trusting his choice. Understood. In the main courses, the waiter questioned with a smile, noting down the request. We will have 1 signature fish dish and 1 of your pork and beef signature dishes if possible. Usura requested politely as Miuzu looked at him with sparkles in her eyes, amazed by his maturity and choices. Of course, sir, and desserts. Usura glanced at Miuzu, who shook her head. May we order after eating the appetizer? I think my lovely wife doesn't know what to eat. There are so many wonderful choices. Also, may you bring a bottle of each of the wines. I enjoy their taste very much. Usura explained, causing Miuzu to blush lightly as the waiter nodded professionally. Of course, sir. I will get your appetizer soon and bring the drinks momentarily. The waiter bowed deeply and left gracefully, causing Usura to lean back against his chair as Miuzu gazed at him lovingly. Usra poured Muzu some water to avoid getting drunk too easily, causing her to hold the glass, but she didn't drink, but stared at his handsome face as he drank some himself, causing Muzu to bite her lip. Usra noticed her stare and leaned forward, taking her soft hands as he rubbed her palm. Are you okay, Zuer? I just realized how much I love you. Muzu replied honestly, causing Usra to look stunned momentarily as he squeezed her hands and reached towards her cheek, rubbing her soft skin as she blushed. Me too. Their intimate atmosphere continued as Usra kept massaging her palm and cheek, causing her to relax and close her eyes with a satisfied expression. MNN. Muzu relaxed into his touch, causing Usra to enjoy the scene as the appetizer arrived moments later, but Muzu didn't notice as she opened her eyes. Usra released her hands gently and served the appetizer. Would you like some cheese or meat, Zuer? Muzu nodded and looked coy. It was always her serving him as a maid, and now her heart and chest were filled with a bubble feeling, like millions of tiny butterflies and doves were flying around, causing her to become so excited she couldn't help but shiver lightly. Usra sliced some of each and placed it onto her plate with a smile. Here, Zuer. Muzu smiled happily as she picked up a piece of cheese on her fork, the slightly melted cheese dripping down onto her roasted ham, while Usra took a slice of fish. Watching the adorable actions of the woman who had been by his side for so many decades, Muzu ate slowly, savoring the delicious cheese and ham, causing Usra to sip his wine and watch her reactions as he did the same thing. This is good, I like it. She beamed at him, her little glass of red wine empty as she finished her ham. Muzu ate another cheese, pairing it with a small piece of tomato and roasted bell pepper, causing Usra to nod. Let's try a bit of everything, shall we? The meal was a wonderful time for the couple for the first time. Both of them could experience a real date, the feeling of the music gently playing in the background, the hushed conversations of different couples together, while their whispers and signs of affection constantly traveling between each other. Muzu ate delicately but quickly, savoring every flavor, while Usra enjoyed her reactions and occasional smiles, causing them to finish the meal in just over 1 hour, with Muzu choosing mint ice cream and chocolate curls as her dessert. It was my pleasure, Zuer, Usra replied, standing up and offering his arm, which she immediately latched onto. They left the restaurant together as Muzu looked up at Usra happily. Where to now? Shall we take a walk? Usra asked as Muzu nodded happily, enjoying the warmth and gentle magic flowing into her body from Usra. They strolled around the capital, ignoring the prince, following them with his maid, as Muzu pointed to different things she liked. The day had been so wonderful that she was still struggling to breathe. Her heart hadn't stopped dancing since they left their room together. After walking to let their dinner settle down, the pair were standing at a large crossroads. Zuer, can you take this card and wait for me at the location? I have something to deal with. I will be a few minutes, okay? Usra handed her a small golden card and pointed towards a hotel in front of them. Wait for me there. Muzu looked confused but agreed, kissing his cheek gently as she skipped away with a bright smile, causing Usra to turn and pretend to ignore the prince before entering a dark and narrow passage. Valo saw Usra vanish as he rushed towards the area, even though his maid sighed in dismay. Master, we should head back. He ignored her and entered the alleyway where he saw Usra waiting calmly. So you followed us. It startled Valos at how Usra knew he was there, causing him to straighten his back arrogantly. However, before he could even speak, a fist smashed into his face, filled with a strange flow of electricity that stunned him, causing him to collapse to his knees. Do you understand why you are kneeling before me? Usra asked coldly, his gaze turning dangerous as Valos felt his soul tremble under the pressure. Bang. Usra didn't play today was a date with his beloved, the woman he wanted to make his first wife, and this insect was following him around all day, almost ruining their meal as his knee smashed into the prince's face, crushing several of his teeth and busting open his lip. Blood leaked down Valos's mouth, causing him to glare upwards. How dare you hit me? Usra kicked him in the stomach, sending him tumbling backwards as his maid watched in shock, her eyes widening as Usra stepped forward, lifting Valos by his collar. I will do more than hit you should you ever come close to her again. Valos was terrified as his lost teeth oozed blood before it dribbled down his cheek when his maid finally reacted, drawing a short sword. Release the master. Usra turned his attention towards the maid, who froze at his terrifying killing intent as she dropped the blade and fell to her knee, urinating herself in terror. This woman was the only one to be made into the prince's toy for money and vanity. Usra returned his attention to Valos, who was trembling in fear. Do you understand? Valos spat out some blood, nodding his head. Why, yes. Usra released him and vanished, causing the maid to rush forward and help the prince, who was bruised and covered in blood. Prince, you're soiling yourself again. The maid wept as Usra was already stepping into the hotel. In honesty, Usra knew the king would not punish him as the plot to take down the Phoenix domain needed him to stay alive and not alert his father. That's why he didn't take the prince's rubbish. The place where his princess awaited, sitting on the red sofa kicking her legs and looking around before she spotted him, and her face lit up like the kingdom's sky on the anniversary of Althea's death. "My princess, forgive me for being late." Usra bowed to her as she stood up with a brilliant smile, filled with anxiety and anticipation of what the night held for her. Unknown Villa, Royal Capital. A black-haired woman was lying on her red sofa. Her beauty was enchanting, with a small beauty spot beneath her left eye. There was a sense of feigned worry in her gaze as she looked at the blonde male kneeling against her thigh with tears in his eyes. "Oh, my dear prince, who hurt you this time?" asked an alluring and husky female voice. It's your damn fiancé. He keeps beating me. Perhaps he knows of our meetings and is angry." Valos was nothing like the confident, woman-eating Prince of Loringstead. He seemed like an innocent virgin boy within the grasp of this woman's palm as she stroked his messy hair. "Fiancé? My dear, who are you talking about? I cannot seem to remember." Her words paused at the right moment to make the prince's heart race, her feigned ignorance inflating his deflated ego and machoism as he recovered from his slump. That phoenix bastard who was born with no core, however. Even that seems to be his father's lie, as he can use magic just fine. If Usra were here, his eyes would show great delight at the thought not just him, but even the prince was a prisoner to the illusions of the future Duchess of Drakkar, currently still the heir as her father was yet to pass. "I see. Forgive me, prince, I did not know. That is an arrangement by my father, and I have no control. Why you won't think badly of me, right, my dear future king?" Through honeyed words and her skillful manipulation, the prince was already her prisoner and couldn't even notice that the real Varana was sitting on the single, throne-like chair watching the prince interact with her clone, a sickening smile and a mockery on her face. "Silly prince, even if you were the only male on earth, I would never let you touch my body. But that phoenix boy, he isn't a no-mag. Interesting, my mother's spy swore there was not a speck of magic inside his body." Her voice wasn't as sultry or seductive when speaking with this body. Did she lie, or maybe that boy is special? "Fufu, I want to know. Let me meet my future husband. The prince is getting boring anyway." She stood from her chair, swaying her hips like it was second nature to charm those around her, and left the room as the prince continued to spill his secrets, woes, and inner feelings to a mere clone. Even the clone showed disdain towards him at this point. Meanwhile, in the upper suite of the hotel, Usra was guiding Muzu's hand, her eyes stunned by the elegance of the beautiful inn. "Usra, this must be expensive. Is it okay?" He could only turn to her lovely face and smile, different from the woman who demanded the best and most expensive delights. Usra adored how Muzu was happy with such simple pleasures in life that he wanted to show her the world's beauty. "Even if it cost my entire fortune to make you smile, I would gladly throw it away." Usra's hand led her onto the large balcony bigger than his room. He gently pulled her along as she stepped on the smooth marble tiles under the silver moonlight and the azure glow of the Silvara sword. "It's so beautiful. The moon and sword look like they are dancing together. Their beauty cannot compare to yours, my dear Zur." His body wrapped around hers, and she was captivated by the radiance from the sword, creating trails in the sky that created the appearance that the two were dancing together, while the distant sound of slow, classical music echoed from the distant palace. "Zur, would you dance with me?" Usra whispered in her ear, his breath tickling her neck as Muzu shivered and nodded. "Oh, okay," she responded with a cute voice, intoxicated by the atmosphere. His arms wrapped around her waist, twirling her body like he was accustomed to this, her eyes fluttering with a purple and blue light intertwining as Usra matched her steps and guided her through the dance under the stars and sword. Muzu was lost in a dreamlike state, unable to recognize reality as she trusted Usra. She spun and danced across the floor as her hair flowed elegantly into her dress. "You're like the brilliant argent moon, guiding my steps in the night," Usra whispered into her pink ear as she leaned against his chest. The dance slowed into a waltz as the music changed, and she closed her eyes, feeling Usra's heartbeat as he held her close, their steps echoing in the silent evening. "If I shine, it's only for you." Her pink lips opened, and she turned bright red, feeling his grip tighten around her waist, feeling like the world existed for only them. Muzu rested her head against his chest, listening to the music as they danced together. She was unaware of time as the Silvara sword's blue magic illuminated the sky and city below, the palace celebrating its anniversary under the divine weapon. Usra lowered his lips towards her pink ear and kissed her cheek. "Zur, do you want to see something incredible?" Muzu lifted her head from his chest, met his emerald eyes, and nodded. Her face flushed as he held her hand and guided her to the balcony's edge. "Trust me," she said. It was like magic. A few moments after they stopped, like the world was in his hands, beautiful fireworks shot into the sky, brilliant, bright, and colorful, as her eyes widened and her mouth wide opened with a smile. Usra looked at his beautiful companion, slipping a small box beautifully ordained with gemstones, both amethyst and sapphires twinkling as he tapped the beautiful maiden's shoulder. She turned and Usra kneeled on one knee, opening the box to reveal a beautiful ring containing both gems. "Muzu, will you marry me?" The moment his words ended, a huge firework filled the sky, and the same words, written in blue and purple, entered Muzu's eyes as she realized he meant it when he asked her to be his wife. Her eyes trembled as tears formed, falling down her cheeks like shining gemstones, and her head nodded violently as Asura slipped the ring onto her delicate finger. Muzu tackled him to the ground, smothering his face with kisses and hugs. Yes, yes, I will. Asura embraced her tightly, holding her warm body in his arms as she cried into his chest, overwhelmed by emotions. They stayed together for almost an hour until Muzu calmed down and helped Asura stand, wiping her tears and blushing. Sorry. Asura chuckled and cupped her cheeks, kissing her forehead. Don't apologize. This is the happiest moment of my life. Muzu blushed harder, hiding her face behind her hands. Mine too. Asura hugged her once more, feeling her heartbeat as they stood under the Silvara sword's divine light, admiring the city. Asura caressed her sparkling light blue hair. Zuer, you are mine forever now. Muzu gripped him tighter, nodding her head. Always, I won't let you go. Ever, ever. He could feel the strangeness in her eyes and smiled. Acting before she could become stuck in that strange mood lifted her off the ground, his arm under her knee, and walked towards their room, carrying her like a princess. The final fireworks exploded behind Asura with his every step away from the balcony. Her eyes shimmered with wet tears once Aginch looked at the huge argent moon now so close to the planet it was larger than the sword, as if they were embracing, leaving Muzu with a sweet smile. Muzu looked at Asura's gentle face, her body filled with warmth from her delight from his proposal, and the feeling of him carrying her like a princess as they slowly approached the elegant room. With each step, she felt the expectation and desire in her heart spike, increasing like a balloon being filled with air constantly until it was ready to pop. Once they entered the room, Muzu's eyes sparkled in awe once she saw that it was even more luxurious than she expected. Before, when entering, she was too shy and embarrassed to look. It's so beautiful. Did he go to such efforts just to propose to a lowly woman like me? The walls were decorated with gorgeous patterns, while the bed was made with the softest material Muzu had ever touched, and she couldn't help but feel moved by how much this should have cost. There were also multiple beautiful decorations placed around the room. Her heart pounded harder as Asura carried her over to the bed, gently placing her down on it. Asura stared at her, his expression gentle but also full of passion. Why do you look at me with such loving eyes? Since the day you changed, the doubts I ever felt were all snuffed out. Those eyes are so committed and filled with your love for me. I am but a maid, yet you make me feel like an empress. She found it difficult to explain her feelings, these thoughts hidden in her heart that made it race like she was about to die, but Asura's lips moved and caused even her mind to become chaotic. You are the most precious woman to exist in this world, no matter where you come from or these scars that show your unyielding efforts to protect your family. They are not ugly to me, but show your divine beauty. His soft fingers slipped her dress down to her elbows, the smooth velvet bra hanging from her chest as he stroked the barely visible scar near her heart, a place where her family's killer pierced her and thought her dead. Why can your beautiful crimson eyes look at my scars and shameful past, and see only beauty and innocence? She asked in her heart as he gently pushed her to the soft bed. Her dress slipped further down, revealing the lovely silk underwear with laced patterns. Muzu's body was not soft like other girls, but filled with tight muscles and well-formed abs that quivered. Asura's fingertips traced along her belly, teasing each small wound or mark, his soothing touch as if connecting them all and accepting her heart was ignited with feelings she had never felt before. Ah, God, it's ticklish, but feels good. This is why you made me wait, so you could tease me and make me feel so important. To fill my heart so much there is only room for you and our future child, a naughty man, but you are my man. Her cheeks turned red as the man of her desires, dreams and reality all aligned as one beautiful raven-haired noble, a mere boy who saved and cared for Herno grown into a man. His gentle caress was so skilled, making her heart tremble and worry she might not be his first, despite spending all her spare time watching or guarding him. Please don't abandon me after making me your prisoner. Asura leaned forward, his crimson eyes smiling at the lovely Muzu. Before kissing her abdomen, a jolt of shock made her stomach roll before his kisses traced along her stomach up to her neck, his warm breath sending tingling sensations through her skin. Muzu could feel herself getting wetter, her body growing hot as Asura pulled off her dress and then undid her bra as two soft white hills flopped out, swaying with her erect nipples dancing in the air, her arousal exposed to the world. So beautiful and cute, my lovely Zuer. Asura, it feels nice. Don't think I'm a lewd woman. It's only for you I get this aroused. He didn't tease her bosom, only gently wrapping them in his hands, softly rolling and caressing them with a hot gaze looking into her eyes, causing Muzu to feel as if his burning desire was melting her insides. She wanted to kiss him, to embrace him, but Asura smiled tenderly, refusing her attempts and leaning in, his warm tongue licking her earlobe, followed by nibbles that sent shivers down her spine. Asura, don't tease me anymore. Muzu whimpered, her ears sensitive as Usra continued to lick and nibble on them, his breathing making her moan. You want me? Of course. Then say it, Usra said huskily. Beg for me to take you, beg for me to fill you, beg for me to love you forever. Muzu bit her lip, her legs quivering as Usra blew hot air onto her ears, his hand moving down and rubbing her panties that were soaking wet, rubbing his fingers together as they slipped inside, causing her hips to rise from the sudden sensation she always desired, his fingers teasing her small pin bud, rolling it between his fingers and thumb. She drowned in an electric jolt, her soft lips gasping as Muzu couldn't withstand this tantalizing pleasure anymore, her hands gripping Usra's back as she pleaded, Take me, Usra, fill me to my depths and give me your everything, let me be yours forever. Good girl, Usra praised. His skilled hands slipped off her underwear, exposing the thin, light blue hairs atop her pubic area, his fingers spreading apart her lower lips, showing her sticky petals parting and thick nectar dripping onto the bed sheets as Usra licked his lips and spread Muzu's legs apart. Muzu blushed, watching as he removed his clothes, tossing them aside and showing his well-toned physiqueth sight of his member rising upwards, standing tall and mighty, caused Muzu's heart to skip a beat, her mouth salivating as Usra positioned himself in front of her entrance. Are you ready? Yes, take me, Usra, now. Please take me, Muzu cried out, pulling Usra's head down and locking their lips together, her tongue slipping inside his mouth, their tongues coiling together, drool dripping from their mouths as Usra slowly entered. A soft gasp and wet squelch sounded as his thick tip spread apart her soft, sticky tunnel, causing Muzu to gasp, her legs spreading out as she felt her tight insides being expanded slowly. She trembled, feeling a strange sensation filling her body as her mind became distant. Usra. Tight. Usra's hands gripped Muzu's waist, their bodies pressed against each other as he thrust deeper, inch after inch invading her soft, silky tunnel, making sure not to rush or hurt her. Enjoy the warm, slimy juices that oozed from her smooth folds wrapped around his member, the tight hole offering a slight resistance as he was halfway inside. Ah, it's okay, I'll be gentle. A slight grimace on her face before she began sucking on his tongue, incessant lithe small barrier, blocking him from going any deeper, was completely torn, with a thin trail of blood seeping down his shaft. Muzu moaned, her legs wrapping around Usra's waist, pressing her heels against his buttocks, pushing him deeper as she broke away from the kiss, moaning in his ear, Give me more, Usra. Sur looked at her beautiful face as both eyes were glowing bright blue, almost shining with ice magic flowing through her veins, her hands gripping Usra's back tightly, nails digging deep as she said, Give me all of you, Usra. Let me feel our love. He knew Muzu was different, something hidden inside her had been slumbering all these years, and her emotions were strong, but it seemed they were unleashed the moment he crossed this line and made her into a woman. Ah, that's it. Hurts, but it's good. With each thrust, a thick and powerful torrent of her mana flooded into his body, the monoliths and his heart working to transform it into anima as it flooded back inside her, the pleasure assaulting her mind and driving Muzu crazy. Each thrust caused her body to shake, her legs wrapped around Usra's waist as he, too, lost control. His heart was filled for the first time in both lives. The feeling of Muzu was the best thing he had ever felt, though she warmly accepted him inside her wet tunnel. Usra Zur, this is the most amazing feeling. Her soft folds wrapped around his tip as if to keep him from leaving, a hot, passionate pleasure causing him to slam his hips in seek of more of this warm, surgery feeling that filled his empty heart. I can feel you, here, in my heart, pumping through my body with your searing hot love. Each powerful slam penetrated deeper inside Muzu, her toes curling, her body trembling as she felt this foreign sensation of being connected as one. Usra, deeper, faster. Drown me in your love, Muzu begged, tears spilling from her eyes as she kissed him, her tongue dancing with his, coiling around each other like serpents in a desperate moment of copulation as he thrust. Hard sound of flesh slamming echoed inside the room, followed by loud smacking sounds as fluids dripped between Muzu's thighs, coating Usra's member with thick, sticky nectar. Usra, something's coming. Zur, I can feel you. Usra, feel me, let it all out, give me everything. Muzu cried out, a rush of energy swelling up inside her body, her mind unable to handle this raging wave as Usra pushed into her depths, his member twitching as it exploded like a volcano, releasing the hot white lava into Muzu's deepest parts, mixing with the energy that was causing her body to react. Her azure mana and Usra's frigid anima combined into a new kind of energy that flowed throughout Muzu's veins, a scorching hot feeling as it swirled inside her abdomen, pooling into one spot. Allah! Usra, feel me, Muzu moaned in ecstasy, her mouth wide open as she gasped for breath, sweat dripping from her body as Usra rolled his hips, pouring out everything inside her. Zur, take all of me. Usra moaned, a burning pain assaulting his arm and back where Muzu dug her nails, biting on his shoulder, tasting his blood as the energy merged and then entered her womb, a fiery orb appearing, changing her entire body and core. as she did for him. His essence flooded her entire core, creating a small flame orb containing the essence of a dragon and phoenix forming a small egg inside Muzu. Their energies connected, hearts entwined, and bodies united. Their souls thundered as their climax ended, and the burning pain subsided, leaving Asura panting for breath, his face buried in Muzu's hair, smelling the flowery scent with a hint of blood lingering. Muzu lay panting for breath, a wide smile as Asura gently slipped out, a long trail of semen mixed with blood connecting from her pulsating pussy, dripping onto the bed. Hugged Asura's naked body, tears falling down her cheeks as she whispered in his ear, "I finally fulfilled my promise and made you mine." Asura kissed her cheeks, their sweaty bodies pressed together as he closed his eyes, smelling her sweet scent, and held her until sleep claimed Muzu, his lips slightly trembling as he watched her sleeping peacefully, knowing his wish had been granted. Muzu, the girl he lost and never realized his feelings for until she died. Finally, she became his first real woman, and now a small seed formed inside her core, a budding flame that would soon grow into something interesting, causing him to laugh. "So you do snore in your sleep, Zuer," Asura whispered, lying next to Muzu, his mind drifting as he closed his eyes, falling into sleep, a genuine smile on his face. In her dreamy state, her only thoughts were, "He made me whole this time, we will forever be bound by fate, I won't let us be parted, even if death separates us, we shall be born again." Meanwhile, inside Asura's spirit castle, a beautiful black-haired woman no longer hiding, as lovely raven feathers dangle from her arms and cover her breasts like a makeshift dress. She watched Asura's sleeping face on the screen while her veins were filled with black fluids, gradually absorbing from the monoliths. "You look so happy, I am happy for you, little phoenix." At first glance, it might seem she was stealing from his monoliths, but the only power she was draining was the cursed filthy mana from Zavida and Lorum. Her body didn't grow weaker but stronger. For her, this was a great tonic, but for her beloved who sleeps in the arms of another woman tonight, it was stopping him, limiting his growth, and so every night she would take it into her body. Then when it was filtered, cleansed, and healthy, it flowed back inside, which was why the monoliths were always balanced fully. "I will do anything for you, Asura, and I approve of this lovely girl, Muzu. I wish you both eternal happiness together." There was no jealousy in the female's eyes but gratitude. When she looked at Muzu, there was respect, and the small flame in her core, for some reason, felt more like the aura from her than Asura. "Silly boy, taking her first time as a male phoenix before you have awakened. It's a good thing I am here, but now this girl, she has become my sister, a nostalgic feeling. I await the day we can meet. I only hope she can accept me and not try to kill me out of jealousy. Fufu." Once again, the female's lips began to ooze vibrant blood as the process of siphoning and cleaning the mana was agonizing. Her lower feathers were all soaked in this vile blood that smelt like corruption and death. "As I said, I will do anything for my family, especially you, husband." Asura began to feel the movement of Muzu, opening his eyes slowly to see her perky buttocks swaying in front of him as she was getting dressed. "Such a perfect rumpurly, the gods created her just to tempt me into crime." He held back the desire to reach out and pick the soft cheeks and instead started to wake up himself while enjoying the slightly awkward movements of Muzu as she tried to walk normally, seeming to have a slight limp. "Good morning, Zuer." "Ah, Asura." She turned around, slightly grimacing before almost jumping forward and hugging him tightly. Her hair and body seemed brimming with magic like a small Silvara sword. Her body was now refined to the limits when using ice magic. "Asura, I can use magic so easily now. It feels so good just to move it around my body since we did that. I can feel it enters me so much faster and becomes a very pure magic. How will you thank the kind master who gave you such a nice gift?" Muzu's eyes widened as she turned bright red, looking down momentarily, which confused Asura. He wondered why she was looking down before she climbed to her knees and looked up at him from his lower body. "It's my first time. I will try not to bite." Asura felt his heart racing with both lust and admiration for this cute girl who was offering a man's most loved action that wasn't sex. I want to enjoy her warmth, those silky lips, and her hot, slimy mouth, but not now. However, he gently stroked her glowing hair, which was silky smooth and cool, pulling her into his arms as the pair hugged tightly. "Although I would love to enjoy that service, Zuer, you're still sore from last night, right? NNN. His fingertips began to stroke through her glossy hair, removing the slight knots and kinks using a small flame to heat his fingertip and nuzzling her nose with his. "Then let's wait for those kinds of things. I don't think I could hold back if you were to give me a blowjob now. I'm too crazy about seeing your lovely ass." The honest words from her master and husband caused the quite shy Muzu to blush deeply and bury her face in his chest. Realizing that he saw her dancing, her hands began to hammer his chest softly before looking up at his handsome face. "You look so manly today. Is it because I gave you my first time? Or am I so in love with you that I am too far gone?" She's getting more confident and makes cute little jokes. "Now I am glad. I want you to shine like a princess, Muzu." Asura didn't answer. Instead, stroking along her back, he listened to her heart beating while she listened to his. Asura, why do you have two hearts beating at once? Are you sick or some kind of fairy? Silly girl. Why do you think that Dragon Girl seemed interested in me? It's because somehow I have inherited dragon blood, and when I reached stage 1, I kind of evolved as both a human and a dragon. NNN. Will our babies be half dragon then? Who knows, maybe they will be even more special. After all, the cutest queen of the fairies is in my arms right now. Ha ha ha, hee hee, am I that cute? I wish these calm and happy days with you by my side could last forever, Zuer. Please, allow me to enjoy this movement, Athia. Let me enjoy the first morning with my wife before the world begins to move. I want to embrace this lovely woman just a little longer. Tomorrow, the pair would be split into their teams for the training given by Loram and Lucretia, but he knew that because he was now an anomaly, there would never be an easy week ahead of him in this survival training with Zavada. Her uncle may be the prince. Any of their enemies might target them in a butterfly effect, and thus, now was the time for him to remove these warm and fluttering butterflies from his stomach to focus on what comes next. War. Zavada POV. Meanwhile in the academy, walking down the quiet hallways, a girl with a cold face was moving with light steps. She had been to visit a certain person's room several times, but had no luck making her heart feel a strange emotion. Where is the idiot? Stupid. Sees me naked. Makes me feel good. Then vanished. She didn't want to be angry, but the thoughts of that moment the evening they shared caused her heart to beat in different rhythms and made her chest hurt. Or so she told herself desperately. This is not love, this is not lust, just sickness. There were rumors he was spotted in the city with his maid. The very mention and thought of this caused Zavada's body to crackle with lightning. A strange thought passed through her mind that she tried to remove but failed like a constant loop. Why is he not with me? He is my mate. No, that's wrong. But why is he with another woman? I don't care anymore. Zavada whispered as she entered the library, looking up the strange feeling she had since the night they spent together. She wandered the shelves, looking for different books with varying genres. One book was called I Think I Can Use Another Element. Another was a sexual education booklet. Because she felt him inside her, she was concerned. The final book was related to dragons and was written by a female dragon in the distant past who explained her feelings completely right now. Why does my heart beat out of sync when I think of you? It was a steamy romance novel about the blue dragon meeting her spouse before the great dragon extermination war with the southern barbarians who believed in the old gods. But it revealed that the only reason a dragoness will have her heart beating out of sync is from a single existence, their mate and powerful feelings regarding that mate. Zavada didn't start with this book as the huge love heart and dragoness kissing a human made her feel strange and irritated, and she chose the educational book first. Will I lay an egg? Dad said not to do that with anyone but my husband. Stupid Asura, tease me, then leave me. See if I don't beat him up with my new earth element. Thus, on the morning that the pair who swore themselves to each other were flirting and enjoying a lovely breakfast together before they fell into bed and lost to their endless passionate youth, ignoring her soreness and filling the bedroom with the beautiful cries of the Eastern maiden. A lonely dragon was studying magic, men and her feelings inside the quiet library. There was a sudden curse as the cute dragoness had an open page showing an image of two people having sex. Ironically, the same position she did with Asura. Stupid Asura, just you wait, I will beat you. But why is the thing in the book so small and short? Loram POV. Loram was standing in front of a small group of her class. Today was the day to start the first week of training, during which she would be in charge of half while Lucretia would train the rest. However, she felt irritation in her eyes. Her gaze passed over Asura Phoenix, and Muzu fixed on her stomach, and the sensation she could feel inside. It seems this idiot gave his first time to this Blade Knight, and now she will become even stranger with the power of Phoenix flames in her arsenal. She didn't have any problem with it, but felt this would be such an annoying waste of potential if given to her. No, her thoughts stopped on that idea as she shook her head. This change wouldn't make her a phoenix or change her greatly, but now, along with her amazing affinity with ice, her fire affinity was at least a B grade. Good morning, everyone. It seems you all don't want to die and turned up today. These damn cute kids, why are you smiling so brightly? Don't you know the hell we are going to make you endure? War is coming, and I don't plan to see any more of my students dying because of people's greed, even if it is my own king. Good morning, instructor. Asura was the first to give a suitable response. His eyes were focused and filled with fire. Morning, instructor. Muzu followed as the other members greeted them in order. Well, of course they would. He probably spent the entire weekend having sex with the girl beside him because of how luscious her hair and skin were. She looks like Lucretia after breaking through to the next stage, all soft, fluffy, and sated. Do you remember that half of you will be going with Lucretia, who will be a little late as always, and then the rest with me? The students nodded, so Loram leaned against the blackboard and tapped her fingers. Zavada and Phoenix pair up, Muzu and Vila, Griezmann and Cedric. Like this, they were arranged in their groups while Loram took Zavida and Usura along with Cedric and his partner while stepping away as Lucretia finally came to the classroom a little out of breath and looked a little over. Sorry, I'm a little late. I drank too much last night. Foo-foo, shut up and get your students. We're going to the portals. How hasn't this woman been fired yet? Her body stinks of alcohol and her pathetic masturbation. Imagine a woman known for her charm and sexy dances is a complete virgin because of the cultivation technique she has. Even the damn Duchess of Drakkar isn't this stupid and chose a technique where she could have fun. Loram seemed a little more cheerful as the group left the classroom and Lucretia, and her group stood a little dizzy as Muzu's eyes watched Usura leave with a nostalgic and devastated glint before they turned slightly dull. Ah, this boy stuck his penis in a crazy chick. She thought to herself, seeing the look that Muzu gave Usura and Zavida, who held hands as if it were natural. But this kid, why is he making moves of the future demon queen? Doesn't he realize that makes him a big target? Whatever, let's make him tough enough to survive their knives in dark corners. Usura POV being separated from Zur after we spent the past 2 days together feels strange, and I rarely leave bed. She looks so lonely I can feel her icy magic forming from here. Zavida grasped his hand as she looked to the ground. Sometimes her eyes would peek at him with a strange glint as they walked towards the teleportation booth. Why is she holding my hand so obediently today? He didn't resist or flick it away. Looking back, he saw Muzu's crazy look and could only give her a bright smile and blow a kiss using one hand. This seemed to work, as she blushed and covered her face before vanishing from his sight. So each of your groups will be sent to a different place where we have tamed and controlled various ranked monsters. First, Cedric, you are going to Zone 2A, which is mostly filled with Stage 2 monsters, but don't think it will be easy as they are intelligent and numerous. Yes, instructor. Cedric had learned from showing off in the past. Now he was quiet alongside his male partner. Prince Velos and Sarah will be sent to Zone 2C like 2A. It is dangerous, and you will probably struggle early on, so make sure not to make light of it. The prince looks pathetic at the moment, haha. I think the last beating did a number on his body. Usura Phoenix, Zavida Bahamut. You too, well, the zone you go to has a nickname, and that name is Hell. You two powerful partners can easily take care of it. Hey, that's all we get. What's that ominous name? Before he could speak, they arrived at the teleport room with more than 10 booths. As Loram stepped forward to confirm with the knights and technicians, Usura and Zavida returned to their awkward state as she suddenly spoke. Usura, did you have a good weekend? It was the first time she approached, and he was shocked and worried about how to answer her. Do I say it was great? Why is your smile so much feminine today? Usura had no way of knowing the lonely weekend had changed Zavida's thoughts, and the feeling of not being forced to suffer pain to live because of her curse also caused her to think of the one who helped her, along with the books she read. It was true for some reason Zavida he met today was much less prickly. Even when he was holding hands with Muzu, there seemed to be nothing wrong as she smiled at him for a greeting, and now, I had a wonderful weekend, but it would have been nice to have seen your face. His words were just lip service. They weren't lies, though, as he felt this way. Seeing her was somehow soothing as she was so small and adorable. Really, her voice was filled with excitement and so loud that the other pairs suddenly looked over towards them. The prince scowled at Usura before they met eyes, and he began to whimper and look away. Is something wrong? Knight Sarah asked it. Her voice was quite mature and tomboyish as Usura waved his hand. Ah no, it's fine. MN, fine. Ignore. Zavida added as she looked at Usura with her small white tail hidden beneath her skirt swaying happily. Usura didn't want another issue because Loram seemed ready. Her stern gaze called up the first group and looked at him with a look that seemed to mock him. Strange woman. Zavi, I did miss you though. You're really cute today. Did you change your makeup? Ah. Zavida's face became bright red because she only followed the tips in the books. No, her tail was almost making her skirt turn over as her little hand gripped him tighter after a short time of waiting. It was finally their turn. With Loram's call, the sweet moment with the tsundere dragoness was over. Yo, Lovaboy and his lizard wife, your portal is ready. The black and silver one in Bay 4. Here we go. Make sure to watch each other's backs. Usura looked forward, trying to ignore the sweet smell Zavida was giving off that tickled his nose. She seemed nervous as she nodded and gripped his hand even harder. If you die, I will kill you myself. Then I will live and keep holding your soft little hand, Zavi. Idiot. Dumb, Zavida muttered with a radiant smile. Usura dragged her forward towards the teleport pod. The doors slid downwards as he pulled her into a tight embrace, worried they might be separated before the void swallowed them. Transporting them into their zone, the infamous Hell, unaware of how radiant and delighted the dragoness was in his arms, the amount of essence flowing into him was much greater than usual. What happened with this girl? Why is she suddenly in love mode with Usura? The reason this place was called Hell wasn't some buzzword to make the first years feel scared or add excitement to training. It was the only word to describe where Zavida and Usura were sent. A red world with black rotting trees and soft, murky mud below their feet, the pair found themselves in a rotting forest filled with the stench of death and decay. We should get ready for combat. Usura's words were cut short as a long black leg penetrated his abdomen, the sharp appendage coming from a deformed insect like a huge mosquito with eroded wings and black tar covering its body. Ah, damn, it hurts. My abdomen is burning. I can't feel my right arm. There was no mistaking that the creature was above stage 3, and that the pair had zero time to respond due to the nature of this random teleportation. It was all down to luck as a dirty, volatile substance began to fill the wound, dirty black tar bubbling as the leg tore from the wound with his blood spraying. All of this happened in a matter of 1 second. A jolt of purple lightning flashed before the body of Zavada, covered in dark purple scales, appeared above the monster. She had jumped into the air, transforming midway, using her wings to throw her forward as her claws ripped at the monster's back, tearing a thick chunk of the dirty purple meat and black sludge before her hands pushed out a loud crackle before lightning began to envelop the monster with a sharp bolt. She felt her abdomen hurt, pulling the muscle due to her anger and bad positioning before the lightning was shot. NNN. Usura's dull eyes saw the flash of purple lightning before the sour scent of cooked meat that had spoilt filled his nose. Ha! His lips struggled to breathe as the strange fluid was slowly devoured by his body and turned into whatever it could. Usura, this is a nasty toxin. Make sure your little partner doesn't get it in her body. He couldn't replay but nodded, trying to straighten himself, but the sudden attack had damaged the muscles connecting his right side, setting him off balance as he regenerated. Zavada landed, her foot slipping in the sludge, her head leaning back as a long, sharp tongue snapped at her former position. When she looked to the right, a sense of horror filled her chest as dozens of glowing eyes watched them from the darkness of the blood forest. I should have activated my armor. Why was I too conceited? He cursed, watching Zavada's eyes filled with shock and something he never expected from her. Fear. There was a moment of hesitation before her body glowed purple as the magical glow wrapped around her feet, and she used it to shoot away, grabbing Usura's arm. He felt her arm almost crushing his bones as she lifted him and began to race at max speed. The world began to distort as her lightning propelled her faster and faster until that murky swamp and the black rotting tree vanished. She desperately tried to escape, but the eyes were still watching, peering in the darkness. How long did she run for? Usura didn't understand. Normally, it would be fine for her to use that ability, but after cultivating with Usura, her breakthrough to stage 3 was delayed to make her foundation and body improve to perfection. I can feel her muscles and body trembling. Forgive me, Zavada, we were too full of ourselves. The forest began to fade, and they approached a rocky clearing with a huge mountain of rocks and crags. Usura had remembered the horrors and experience of that month-long assessment that he locked away, eating dirt to survive, hiding and urinating himself when a stage 4 beast passed by. Through the pain of his torn abdomen and muscles restoring themselves, he vomited over her shoulders more than half a dozen times, the image of a cool badass or cheeky classmate long gone now. He hated the dirty feeling of this forest as they reached a small cavern. Ha, ha, ha. Zavada was pouring with sweat. Her veins were bulging under her skin from overusing her magic as she collapsed to her knee. Fine, okay. Even now, as her body was covered in small cuts and wounds from the monsters and sharp objects as the pair escaped, her beautiful eyes, now dull and tired, cared for his safety first. It made him feel angry at himself. I should have been ready. Yuye, fine, don't look. Zavada desperately tried to tell him as her pale face and weak body leaned against the wall. He ignored her and began to prepare lemon water, some basic medicine for mana sickness, and of course, a fresh set of armored leather like hers was destroyed. When she killed stage 3, I got some essence. Usura knew that their lives weren't guaranteed here, and the only thing that was for sure was the timer on the teleport was 7 days. Thigh's hell was genuine. The small scar on his waist was a testament to that. Let's not make the same mistake again. He was filled with anger and self-reflection as he wore his black wolf mail, completely replacing his college outfit with a full leather armor and then that metal armor that Muzu had made. Zavada, Usura called out to her as she staggered inside. NNN. Her eyes were no longer with any of the fight or rejection, barely able to stand or walk as she fell against his black and red-plated armor, seeming soothed as she rubbed her forehead on the cold chest piece. I will close the helmet once I am done. No matter how angry she got later, he decided this was the best way to help heal her body and mana core, which was likely damaged from overuse. Usura lifted the chin of Zavada. Her eyes seemed as pale as her face as she looked at him weakly, a smile as if happy he was okay. He grabbed the small bottle with the lemon water and medicine mixed before taking a large gulp, keeping it inside his mouth, before leaning down and kissing her lightly with his hand, holding the back of her neck to stop her from resisting and thumbs against her lips to keep her mouth from closing, transferred the lemon liquid before separating. Zavada was too weak to fight, so she swallowed the sweet but sour liquid and medicine, and she coughed and retched as Usra took another gulp and repeated the process twice until he felt her tongue fighting against his. So she has recovered enough strength to push me. Zavada wanted to reject Usra due to the fact she had vomited and worried about her breath, but he didn't show a bad face and kept coming back, so she began to forget her fatigue and sore body as his anima entered her body, revitalizing her from the core outwards, mixing with her magic element before entering her brain. After transferring a few mouthfuls of lemon water with medicine and anima, Usra separated. He saw her blushing face, no longer pale, and eyes brighter before he placed their foreheads together, checking for a temperature. Her amethyst eyes just watched him, her hands wrapped around his back now with more strength as she felt his strange power flowing through her body, and once again, the pleasure of him draining even more of the last bit of her curse. "Are you feeling all right, Zavi?" His voice was low and gentle, and seemed more charming as they were close in a dark cave, her eyes never leaving his face as she smiled gently. "Good, I was worried you might become sick or hurt," he thought, stroking her soft, silky white hair didn't stop until her racing heart synchronized with his. During her moment of fever, both of them were racing so fast he thought she might die as they burst from her chest. "I'm going to go hunting outside the cave. I saw some edible monster scan. You wait here and start building our camp here. I have some talismans that ward monsters, safety candles, and blankets in my storage." Usra told Zavada with a commanding voice but still allowed her some leeway to choose. She looked at him like an abandoned rabbit before she pushed out her lips as if to say it was okay if he. This time, without the medicine or an excuse, he leaned in, pressing his lips gently and kissed Zavada, their lips wet, warm and gentle as he opened her teeth slightly. He shared a deep kiss where her tongue entered his mouth, something he never imagined her ever doing of her own volition as she began to explore his mouth, wrapping her tongue around his and drinking his saliva. When he separated after 5 minutes of gentle French kissing, Zavada seemed dazed as if forgetting everything except this strange guy, and she just watched him with half-closed, expectant eyes watching his black wolf helmet close, leaving only his attractive red eyes glowing with a tracing light as he turned to leave. "I'll be back within an hour." I'll wait. Lumerous Nova, it's time to hunt. I will help locate the enemy and slowly leave things to you." "No, Brian, I will fight alone. Otherwise, I will never learn and always rely on you in the moment of need. In emergencies, then." With that thought, Usra once again stepped into the dreaded hell that awaited him, but this time he wouldn't be unprepared or overconfident for a single moment. He realized the forest beside the kingdom only had domesticated and tamed monsters. Here, they were all wild, violent, and filled with hunger. The surroundings were filled with sharp rocks and patches of grass before leading into the dark forest, a sense of dread lingering from that dark, rotting forest of hell. He noticed the sky was black here as if the sun could never shine, the only light coming from the blue luminescence and light from magic particles flowing from the flora. Usra took out 10 light stones in front of him, high senses stretched to their maximum as he slowly walked through the soft ground, placing a stone every few steps to remember his path. Each footstep seemed to sink as if swallowing him. His helmet and armor helped give him night vision, but he had taken out extra stones anyway due to how dangerous this place was, and how dark it got. All sounds disappeared other than the slight fluttering breeze that left goosebumps on his skin. Devour arts. Blood Reaper. However, with a flick of his right arm, something strange came from the bushes as an invisible wave of black energy burst from his fingertips and served like an eerie claw ripping through the bushes and sinking into the meat of the strange creature. I wasn't wrong. Instantly, a huge amount of vitality and power began to siphon into Usra's body as the creature attacked. Using the momentum and opportunity, Usra turned his body left, crouching as a wolf-like creature filled with tough armor and large, vicious spikes burst towards Usra's former position, its maw opened with green spittle flying. Usra wasn't caught off guard as his body exploded away from his current position, the power of his magic surging rapidly. Thrusting his sword lance towards the monster's gaping mouth, a vicious metallic sound screeched as the force threw Usra behind the beast. A sharp screech of anger and pain left the creature's mouth as a sharp line of blood poured from the cut along its tongue, its thick fur matted as purple blood began to pour. Raarg, the creature charged Usra in its pain-filled state, aiming for the kill as Usra slid along the muddy dirt ground, creating a trail before standing up. His right arm punched the creature with a right hook, the power causing its body to leave the ground for a moment, its spine twisting before crashing against a large stone spike, its large body bending the rock. Usra wasn't merciful as the creature's guts spilt out from the impact. He pushed his right hand onto the creature's head and began to devour it, but the monster's broken spine stopped it from struggling from the intense pain of being sucked into the devouring glyph that shone on his palm. Minutes passed as the creature slowly faded from the world. Usra stood up, cracking his fingers. A sudden surge of energy burst into his body, one down, a whole forest to go, huh? His words carried a sense of irony as two sets of eyes watched him. It seems that combat will keep attracting more. How exciting this is intense training. Devil arts. Soulfire blade. His eyes watched from within the helmet with a crimson light oozing as he began to use more magic, creating a surge of red and black flames from the tip of his fingers like a dragon and phoenix. The illusory flames danced around the handle of the long spear before forming a raging fire around the blade. Time to hunt, boys. A savage roar left Usura's throat as the flames lit up his entire armor like a man wearing a suit of dragon flame armor, carrying a long blazing sword lance of flame's darkness. Around seemed to recoil at the sight as his confident figure stepped towards the endless dark forest. Only Usura's laughter, accompanied by the clash of steel, flesh, and roars, remained as hours passed. Zavada POV. Within the cave, Zavada waited. Her anxious amethyst eyes gazed at the various tools and items placed upon the small table with a candle melting, creating flickering shadows across the dark walls. She also added several light stones in the deepest part of the cavern and discovered it was blocked off with only one entrance and was the perfect stop to set up their base. I wonder if he will be safe. She wondered whether Usura would be all right, worried that the forest was filled with those stage 4 monsters that caused her to shiver, remembering the moment he was stabbed and trying to suppress the memory. Breathing heavily and closing her eyes, she laid her back against the cold cavern wall. She missed his warmth after she kissed him a few times, remembering how gentle Usura had been since they first met. He was the first person to take my side since my mother died. And he only wanted to hold my hand or tease me. At first, she was terrified he was one of her uncle's hidden men, aiming to trick her. What made her even more scared was that spending time with him and how he could remove her curse felt too perfect. The more pleasure he gave her, the more she felt resistance in case the next day she might wake up and realize it was all a lie. However, the night he stayed in her room, those feelings and thoughts began to fade, and her heart began to accept her feelings towards him. This was due to her misunderstanding that she might give birth to their children. The information on the dragon's copulation was rather lacking, and she didn't understand the complexities and that they didn't go all the way. Regardless, to Zavada, the entire thing and the tip were the same, especially when she compared the image size and what she saw between Usura's legs. I hope that he comes back soon. I want to kiss again. A silver light flashed before lightning and steel cut through the throat of a huge deformed bear monster. Usura killed another creature. With purple lightning surging from his body with his sword lance, piercing another monster covered in poisonous skin before penetrating the skull and ripping the top of its head open. Blood and brains splattered across Usura's armored face as his helmet seemed to glow due to the bright green blood. Ha, ha. I should head back. At least 10 monsters with edible meat and some interesting fruits seem safe. Usura wiped the green blood with his arm before noticing several eyes watching him. Dozens of creatures followed Usura, hoping he would drop any of the monster meat and fruit after cutting it down. It seems they finally see me not as easy prey. Well, whatever, let's give some to them. Grabbing the sliced bear meat from his spatial ring, he tossed the huge chunks of dark purple monster flesh into the darkness and heard a rush of footsteps scrambling. Usura turned and began to sprint through the forest. His body easily dodged attacks and killed several weak stage 2 monsters that lacked intelligence, his palm draining them before using them to leap across the trees before finally reaching the safe zone where his lights were placed. Oh, she's already set up the barriers. Is she better? Let's hurry back. In his haste, he missed the wet clothes upon leaping into the entrance as he found the cave was warm, less dirty, and there was even a nice bed. However, his gaze looked to the right. Oh my, what a sight. Zavada was looking at him with her big eyes, completely naked inside a makeshift bath. She seemed to have brought it herself as she tilted her head, watching his black helmet opening, revealing his handsome face. Isn't she going to start shouting or get mad? Welcome home. Are you okay? He was confused at her current state, nodding to her as she spread her arms and seemed to beckon him, her soft pink cherries and swaying mounds causing ripples in hot water, steaming with bubbles. Come join me, she asked in a cute tone that surprised Usura. Is she under the influence of drugs or something, or was it some weird monster plant she ate? He thought perhaps this was some strange illusion or trick, but her honest gaze told him it was reality, and he didn't need to ask twice. Those soft pink scales that shimmered in the dark cavern light were enough for any male to have their desire ignited. I'm too tired to care about the consequences. Usura was exhausted, his armor slowly folding as he tossed the leather tunic into the washing basin and quickly became naked. Like what you see, the moment his armor clicked and began to release. It was her throat that swallowed her saliva like a horny teenager, never removing her gaze from his body for a second. Love. Her red face whispered before hiding under the water and bubbles. Usura looked at the pretty body of Zavada and smiled before climbing into the small bath she had brought. The water was hot, filled with a bath bomb with a sweet and calming scent. Did you get hurt? Zavida asked with a gentle look, her body moving close in as the water began to swish, revealing more of her alluring belly and soft, swaying breasts filled with small flesh-color scales that covered her large areola and nipples. I'm okay. I am glad you recovered so soon. Usura's eyes narrowed as his smile broadened. Her body is so sexy, different from Yuzu's. The way her pink scales hide part of her breasts makes me aroused. Is it the dragon blood in me? I can't stop the blood pumping into my crotch. Don't stare. I felt that her words were different to what she wanted. As her legs parted, her lips are so pink, puffy, and cute. They are too pretty to look away. His words caused the dragoness to turn away, her lips pouting while her cheeks turned pink, the dark cavern hiding her embarrassment as she subtly pushed her arms together so he could see her breasts better. Look nice. Usura needed to swallow his saliva as her nipples were finally exposed. They were silky and shone in the light due to the bath water and looked glossy as he moved closer, the feeling of that night when they cultivated together and their resonating bloodlines causing his heart to race in sync with hers. Her body is so erotic, the soft bumps along her skin from the cold air and the way her tail slides between her buttocks, parting her soft lips. You look beautiful. Usura reached out, his hands gently cupping her exposed breasts, the tips of her drooping flesh elastic in his fingers, as her hard nub rubbed against his palm. Her eyes widened from shock before he bit her lip and let out a sigh of pleasure from his caress. NNN, just a little bit, touch a little, ha, MNN. Zavida closed her amethyst eyes, the water bubbling with her wiggling hips before his rough fingers pulled lightly, and rubbed her nipple. She's left hand supported her back before he suddenly kissed her neck, making the cute dragoness feel a jolt of pleasure travel down her spine with his lips moving to her mouth. HMPHN, knew him. Usura suddenly kissed Zavida, his tongue sliding into her mouth before intertwining with Hurst's soft tongue. Of Zavida squirmed before she started sucking it with his fingers, caressing and twisting her perky nipples between his index finger and thumb. Haya, knew. Her breathing began to become heavy from his touches and kisses. She moaned inside Usura's mouth as pleasure rushed throughout her body. Is her dragon blood reacting to me like mine does to her? I want to feel her scales. His hand released her breasts, which jiggled and pressed together, before his fingers began to stroke her belly, teasing her soft abs and the silky scales leading down to her fluffy crack, touching her pubic hair before separating her tender slit. Nah, MMPH, Zavida gasped as Usura sucked on her tongue, his right hand grabbing the back of her neck to stop her from escaping before pushing their bodies together, feeling the softness of her large breasts between them. I want to kiss her forever. The intense lightning that fills my body feels so good. The dragoness blushed as Usura continued to kiss her. His middle and index fingers explored her soft, pink entrance as it leaked sticky lubricants, making it warm and wet. His fingers rubbed her lower lips before caressing her pearl. Zavida's breathing intensified as her toes curled from intense stimulation, with their tongues continuing to dance. Usura inserted his fingers, her tight tunnel clenched as her wet muscles enveloped his fingers, creating slippery noises. Her tongue stopped resisting, and she seemed to enjoy kissing as he massaged and stroked her shallow, wet Walshi's fingers moved in and out of Zavida until her thighs began to quiver. Zavida's back began to arch, Usura supporting her as she squirted, spraying their bodies as he watched her cute, lust-filled face. So cute, I want to do this more. Zavida is mine alone. You came for the first time. I guess dragons' girls come quite hard. My fingers were almost torn off, huh? Usura chuckled. Zavida glared at him before gasping as his right hand pulled her fluffy buttocks. Mean, bully me. Zavida bit her lips as she parted her legs, allowing Usura to grab her firm roundest cheeks. Her body raised as his left arm held her back, rubbing their chests together as she wrapped her arms around his shoulder. Her large bust wrapped around his face as her pussy became fully exposed, dripping. Zavida POV, I am so wet. MNH, I think I will pass out from him just touching me down there. I can feel my womb trembling and tingling. The book didn't say it would feel so good that I would pee myself. It's still sensitive, but I want to feel more. Her cheeks flushed and she felt embarrassed as Usura rubbed his nose along her cleavage, his left hand pulling her waist as his fingers traced along the curves of her hip. She arched her waist and shivered when Usura began to stroke the small scales of her lower abdomen. His tongue. MNN. Zavida tried to escape his pleasure, standing up as his face pressed against her abdomen, the hot breath from his nose blowing against her soft petals and tickling her clit. Her moaning increased. His soft tongue licked her dripping juices, causing her knees to shake. Her hand grabbed Usura's hair, watching his handsome face gazing at her private place before he began to suck on her soft petals. It's good. The book never said. Licking me would feel this good. More. Lick more. Her breathing grew ragged as her legs lifted, resting her weight upon Usura, sitting on his shoulders while leaning her feet on the dark cavern wall so he could not escape. His tongue darted, spreading her flower lips apart, the squishing and slippery noises sounding like thunder inside Zavida's ear. She's lips kissing and sucking while tasting her secretions, savoring it before thrusting his hot tongue into her passage. I can't anymore. Usura. Zavida's hips trembled as her tail began to wrap around something long and fierce, throbbing in her grip as she began to move her tail. The feeling of it rubbing against her scales made her pleasure grow, especially the soft pink scales underneath her tail. I feel so hot. Usura is licking me so good. It feels like something is about to tear open down there. It feels. I can't. Usura, I like you. I like you. Her mind blanked as Zavida orgasmed. She squirted upon Usura's face while her tail continued to rub and squeeze his shaft, feeling it twitch before white liquid began to spurt from the strange fleshy rod, each jet of the hot goo covering her soft, round ass and between her the cheeks. It's so hot. His sperm. He smells so thick and masculine. Is this supposed to go inside me? It feels so good. I think I want to breed him so he won't look at anyone else's. Usura POV. Zavida panted, Usura carrying her, ignoring the sticky good dribbling from her large buttocks and tail, kissing her sweaty neck and whispering in her ear as she continued to hold onto his shoulders, the strength left from her lower body, the young dragoness slipping into the bath with a splash, as Usura smiled, gently helping her wash. I almost ended up going too far. The lust for people with matching bloodlines is too intense. He helped her dry off before wrapping her in a warm sheet and placing her in bed, thinking about the words she said clearly when she reached her second climax. You like me. I always thought you disliked me, cheeky little Zavi. Usura didn't sleep for a while, his hand stroking her soft cheek as he began to change his thoughts on this girl. A simple invitation to the bath had changed their relationship more than when he broke through. I can see why Brian said it was dangerous to seek more power using the women close to me. A bit of foreplay gave me more aura than killing all day. Now I just need a tiny battle and I can reach stage 2 on all my monoliths. Even that strange one seemed that it might finally awaken. It's good you are reflecting. Remember to think about her too. She not only lets you touch her but lick her. It seems she began to change from the night you cultivated. Take responsibility, Usura. It's not about responsibility. I always felt attracted to her, and since she told me her feelings, they are mutual, so you won't just sleep with her. No, I discovered with Muzu the importance of timing, location, and feelings. I don't want to sleep with her on a whim or accident. Zavida is more important to me than some cheap moment of pleasure. She gave me her lightning, so I will give her everything. With these passing thoughts, Usura hugged the sleeping Zavida in his arms all night, keeping her warm and safe, listening to her childing mutters and sleep-talking. He gently stroked her soft white hair, whispering in her slightly pointed ears, I like you too, not noticing the smile on her face as he closed his eyes. He slowly faded into darkness, hoping Muzu would accept his feelings for Zavida. In the shadows of his spirit palace, the sleeping Usura was sitting in front of the Devouring monument, his eyes reading through the first stage passage with a serious look, while jotting things down on a piece of paper his mind conjured up. Can I not change how the power of Devouring works during those acts? Maybe a way that can benefit my loved ones a little more. What are you doing this late, letting your parallel mind do the resting while your main mind is in this lonely place? Brian's raspy voice sounded as Usura turned to him slowly with a focused gaze. Oh, it's Brian. I wondered who was lingering around me. I wanted to see if there was a method that would stop this happening in the future. It is far too tempting, and I hate getting these benefits from doing those acts with my loved ones. His face seemed downcast. It reminds me of my past life's shame. I don't want to become like her. The shadow of Brian moved around his body, seemingly confused as to why Usura was so conflicted, although it caused a smile to come to their face, knowing that he had taken the advice and warning to heart this much. You cannot stop it, but with a solid mind and heart, you can control it to benefit you both in a more tangible way right now. You struggle to see their gains as they use the old cultivation system. If you change how it's used slightly, then it will be a great boon for you and your loved ones. Allow it to refine their bodies, mana, veins, and magic so they might deem to keep up with you in the future. What benefits would that have for me and them? He wondered, ensuring he got the most from his devouring ability. First, it would allow your women to all eventually cultivate with the same system as yourself. Their bodies, organs, and bones would all be evolved, empowered, and tempered to the stage where they can take the first step. In return, you would also gain this benefit, constantly improving your body, making your anima purer and more dense, while condensing all benefits into something that keeps your foundations perfectly stable and tight. Usura felt this was better after being beaten several times. The importance of a strong body and magic density was all too vital. Also, he could have more control and enjoy the act this way without unwanted thoughts. I like the idea, and maybe it will open new paths for us all in the future. Turning to Brian, he looked resolute. Please, can you show me the way? Having control would make his heart feel at ease. No problem, kneel before the Devour monument, and I will help you. This is something you would have learned a little later on, but it weighs on your heart. I will help you learn it earlier. He followed the old man's orders, kneeling before the monolith, and closed his eyes, feeling the warmth pulsating from the black obelisk and wrapping around him like a mother embracing a child calmed his unstable mind. I feel so at ease. Once the monolith performed this action, Usra was as if sleeping and would only awaken if Brian were to touch his body physically. POV. Brian watched the handsome Usra, his raven hair gently swaying from the light breeze of the monolith. With each step the old man transformed into a beautiful maiden, the black feathered phoenix form that she normally hid when he was present. Do not worry, this was the next stage of your devouring cultivation that would have become clear to you anyway. Now your women will surpass those known as geniuses in the mortal realm, and you no longer need to think of anything other than enjoying sex with them. I look forward to the future harem you create, and how they choose to use the gifts you will give them. A strong body, endless magic with a density they could only dream of in the future. Even with a lifetime spanning millennia, I still learn new things about Yao. How delightful. The change she would make would simply stop his cultivation from increasing from the mana and anima shared between the couple, instead condensing it to slowly improve everything about both parties to avoid damage to their foundation. This would lead the female to gain an extra cycle of anima to temper their body, organs, mana veins, and magic density. Then the last remaining anima would increase their cultivation slower than before, but overall their gains are more than double. In return, Usra would gain the same benefits but with an emphasis on his magic affinity and body tempering, and his anima would be refined further than the female, causing his magic density to grow longer and more passionately he loved his women. It had nothing to do with focus or his technique, but the more pleasure they gave each other, the better the technique would resonate for the pair. At the same time, his passive devouring ability would be amplified to cover the loss, meaning when he holds hands with Zavada or Loram, he would absorb even more curses in half the time, and now devouring enemies he killed would be close to instant. As for the minor cultivation when he kisses the girls and Muzu, refining her ice element, that would also be greatly improved. I don't want to lie, but it's just a little white lie. Okay. Her hand reached out as if to brush the bangs from his face, however. Before touching it, she pulled back as her fingers trembled while the devouring monolith continued to pulsate from her left hand placed on the black stone. With this, you don't have to feel guilty for taking from them and gaining so much. They will gain just as much as you do for some of them. They will gain even more in the future and won't face the same bottlenecks that would hamper their progress. With a flick of her fingers, a strange runic tattoo floated from the monolith before swaying through the air and seeming to enter the body of Usura, causing his skin to glow a faint purple due to the devouring element being linked to his thunder. As Usura's body began to convulse, the huge monolith at the back of his palace began to break the seal around the obelisk, now with a huge spider web-like crack running down from top to bottom. The moment this happened, the entire palace seemed to tremble as a light shone from the outside, and the entire citadel began to expand. 5 wings, 5 monoliths. Each one vanished before appearing in a different area of the citadel. I did not expect this. What amazing luck. I just wanted to improve his control. When Brian removed her hand, her form turned back into that old man before vanishing and sitting beside the master wing, where the phoenix monolith now stood. The words were still jumbled, but the words could not be denied. Usra was on the brink of awakening. Never did I think you couldn't awaken your true bloodline because of this lump in your chest. Ha 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 ha, my dear spouse. How stupid. Lovely. Kind and wonderful are you. Usra's body was now lying on a gentle bed in the eastern upper wing of the citadel, where the devouring monolith gently glowed with a warm heat. Life was finally beginning to appear in his once dead and dreary citadel. Loram POV. Meanwhile in the citadel, Loram watched the screens that showed each training ground with a location and coordinates. Of course, Loram wouldn't send them to such places without being able to find them within minutes. She had not moved for a moment. When Usra was stabbed, or when Muzu almost killed the princess who mentioned meeting with Usra in private, or the prince was submissive to the knight he was traveling with. However, this isn't what she cared about right now. Her eyes were fixated on the cavern where Zavada and Usra were sleeping. You, it's you. A flutter of red and black plumes and feathers fluttered around his body as Usra levitated several meters, a mystical spectacle. To think a true phoenix bloodline existed. But his family, no, that is only his father. What of his mother? Where did she come from? She began tapping through the kingdom's database, trying to discover information about Usra's mother. But there was nothing, even with the highest level of clearance in the kingdom. Nothing. Why is there no information on where she was born or even died? Loram began to take deep breaths. She couldn't change this, but the truth was before her eyes. The male phoenix she had been waiting for was the same young man who could heal her illness. Imagine I missed this important man because of thinking he was a no-mag, and I didn't remain in the academy. The weather of the Hell Zone was always temperamental as the rain and thunder hammered the forest. Mountain water began to drizzle down the entrance, causing Usra and Zavada to stir. I feel so good. The feeling of her mana flowing through me feels amazing. Their bodies wrapped around each other like two snakes as their hearts Sinsedge snuggled tightly on his naked chest, causing Usra to reach out. At the same time, his eyes opened due to a sudden burst of anima and magic rushing throughout his body. Usra didn't realize the amazing feeling was her lightning mana, tempering his organs, bones, flesh, and mana veins constantly at a pace more than triple the past. What's going on? This is different. So much of her mana is rushing through my veins, and the amount of lightning magic in my body is double the normal. His eyes looked at Zavada, who was hugging him tightly, her lips kissing his chest as she let out quiet whimpers, her body trembling as her tail wrapped tighter around her thigh, tightening as she bit down on his chest, letting out a loud gasp that echoed through the cave, her eyes opening as she turned bright red. Not a naughty girl, Zavada mumbled before falling asleep again, her legs shaking and unable to contain herself. Was it Brian? No, Brian wouldn't meddle. What's going on here? This is the only other method. You will no longer increase your cultivation, but the rate at which you bond and improve their bodies is greatly amplified along with your sensual devouring perk. I worry for the future. This poor girl reached her limit several times just hugging and kissing your chest. Before you complain, this way, the ladies will gain even more than you. Dothies makes your heart lighter, right? Damn, Brian. It's like he knows my mind better than I do myself. Usra shrugged his shoulders while looking at the smiling face of Zavada, who seemed extremely happy and noticed that her side of the bed was rather damp. So he rolled her over onto his side while tucking her in. I should make something for breakfast before we go and fight. He was happy to have the devouring monolith as it helped him sort out the items of a monster corpse he needed or wanted much better. The juicy breast meat of the female corpse he stored was thick and juicy with only a small amount of fat. I wonder how to cook these things. It looks like pork, so should I cook it on high heat to kill germs for around 30 minutes? Once the outsides are browned, try to lower the heat, and the time seems right. Don't forget to season the meat lightly with salt and pepper near the end of the 30 minutes. Taking advice from Brian, who continued to guide the young Earl on his cooking adventure, the scent was a mix of bacon and gammon while the meat was a little tougher, but the flavors of its melting fat were delicious. In an tasty smell. I want some eggs. Ostrich egg. A soft feeling spread across his back as Zavada, wearing nothing but the white blanket, pressed her body against his back, rubbing her nose against his neck and hair affectionately. While yawning, her hand reached forward, grabbing the cooked breast meat before nibbling, slurping, and making a mess. Hot, yummy. My lovely new dragoness seems to like ostrich eggs and the strange pork-like meat. Usra felt her smooth breast squish against his back and realized that even now, the remains of her curse were being devoured into his body while the tingling wasn't so intense. It felt pleasant to stay close to her as she ate behind him messily. Can you get dressed, Zavi? He asked with a smile on his face. The dragon girl just gazed at him before putting the breast meat down on the wooden cutting board and spreading her arms, completely revealing her soft pink scales, large breasts, and the alluring scales that lead south to her puffy mound, hiding her most private place. But you like seeing me naked, why hide? Zavada asked in a cute tone with her innocent amethyst eyes. My adorable and mischievous dragoness, you seem much braver when you are naked. He didn't bother arguing as Brian seemed to suggest she might grow anxious and distance herself if he disagreed right now. Fine, Zavi. Let's cook the rest of breakfast together, then go hunting, okay? Usra asked while stroking Zavada's head. She nodded while pressing her head against his chest affectionately, wrapping her arms around his waist and hugging him, leaving messy bits of grease on his body. Cook and eat together. He gave up, but honestly, it felt nice to spend time with her, not pushing him away or being strange. She only pushed you away or acted strange because she didn't understand the feelings that were irritating her. Now she seems to understand better. The pair spent quite some time cooking the meat, as it seemed both were very hungry. While the atmosphere between the two became more naturalis, she took a piece of cooked meat and sniffed happily. Her eyes seemed like wild beasts, knowing the exact moment it was cooked perfectly, then taking a huge bite, filling it with her saliva before passing it to Usra, watching him bite into the same place with her cheeks bright red. Usra felt weird, but knew that dragons must have some weird culture and habits when eating with a spouse. Brian suggested this might be one, as her eyes glowed with lightning each time he ate the parts she had bitten. It doesn't taste bad. Zavi has sweet saliva anyway. He thought as their meal eventually came to an end. Will you touch? Her cute eyes were like a cat as her tail swayed, biting her lower lips as she stood before him with her legs parted. She had a look of shame on her face as she looked away with blushing cheeks. Please. Usra was surprised by how submissive she had become compared to yesterday. Brian confirmed this wasn't abnormal behavior, even though she might turn shy and rebellious once she wore clothes. After all, dragons liked showing off their partners while protecting them with everything they had. Let's make a deal. If you manage to kill 3 monsters daily, I will do that before bed each night. Usra negotiated. Cunningly, Brian seemed impressed at the deal, since there would likely be fewer problems between the couple if she understood killing beasts daily helped them both progress. Zavada stared at him for a few moments. Kill beasts. Husband touches. Husband. Is that how she recognizes me now? Brian, are dragon females this straightforward? I believe she is one of the more honest and adorable, maybe. They are normally cunning and sneaky. Usra nodded his head. Zavada felt extremely excited and rushed to the back of the cave, her naked figure rushing towards the small bag she brought while looking back at Usra bent over, shaking her behind as if to keep him watching. This girl, was she always like this? Well, you've awakened her adult and sexual instinct. Once they choose a spouse, much like all great beasts or divine beings, they don't change to another for life. After making a bet and teasing him for a while, Zavada wore her leather armor, which Usra noticed had been repaired to full strength. He asked her how, and she then took out several weird devices inside the bag as he checked the various talismans, potions, and magic tools inside her storage. You were very prepared, huh? Hee. My husband praised me. Papa left this bag and said it would fix the broken things or kill the bad guys. It seems she loved her father, a bronze dragon, huh? I remember reading about him during my research. He tried his best for his people no matter what race they were. For some reason, I placed my hand on her shoulder, gently grasping her as she looked up at me in her full equipment with those lovely amethyst eyes. Let's make a place where anyone can live and be happy, like your dad dreamed of. Husband is the best. He knows about dad. Her soft cheek rubbed his armor. Not the black wolf mail, but the academy training armor, because today he wanted to train his devil powers. Dragons seem a troublesome and cute bunch after all. Zavada hugged him tightly before separating with sparkling amethyst eyes. Usra patted her helmet, which wrapped around her dragon horns, protecting them as he equipped her spatial ring on her left hand's third finger while smiling. Today, 2 dragons would unleash havoc in the Hell Mountains. Zavada rushed forward, her hands pulling 2 daggers shaped strangely. It seemed they were designed to maximize her lightning magic in close combat. Such a wonderful posture and balance. Is this the difference between a natural dragon and myself? Her body started crackling as the first monster lunged forward as if to match her movement, a huge wolf around 2 meters long and quite tall with sharp fangs longer than her daggers. But the next moment, a second and third followed the leading wolf in a triangle formation. Dragon magic arts. Dual thunder lance. 2 streaks of electricity seemed to dance in Zavada's grip. Launched forwards in a zigzag pattern before throwing the daggers towards the leading wolves as the tips sparked. Huge energy released suddenly formed an electric current, connecting the blade tip with a target as electricity surged with a loud crackle. The leading wolf then electrocuted the other 2 like a chain reaction, while Zavada's body slid under the front wolf, grasping her daggers and slicing the stomach of the wolf, letting its guts flop onto the ground. Zap, zap, zap. A strange screech left the monsters as Zavada grinned. However, due to her rushing too far ahead, 4 wolves that were hiding nearby watching leapt towards her unguarded. Usra was there. Devil arts. Liberación la primera forma incomplete. With an explosion of power, Usra's left eye turned black, with a golden pupil, and his left arm turned black, with strange bloody runes along his skin. The eerie feeling caused Zavada to gasp before rolling out of danger. His right hand thrust the blade lance, smashing into the ground to split the group of 4 apart while he grabbed the leading wolf with his hand, the sharp claws locking the ferocious beast in place as his muscles began to bulge, fighting against the wolves. Devil arts. Absolute ice. Instantly, the wolf began to growl, trying to escape Usra's grip, while Zavada rushed to the right, dealing with 2 of the 4 wolves. The temperature around Usra's body dropped below freezing rapidly as his left hand was coated in extreme frost before shooting a spike of black ice through the wolf's skull, killing it instantly as his left eye gleamed. Dragon arts. Absolute flame. The black fire appeared around Usra's right hand before dancing around the sword lance as he tossed the frozen wolf corpse into the air. It shattered into powdered crystals, and the gleaming eye had already devoured all the anima remaining in the wolf, increasing his progress to stage 2 even closer. Usra's body leaned back to dodge 2 wolves, trying to tear at his exposed throat while he missed grabbing one. He switched, grasping the sword lance now blazing with a black and red flame, twisting his body like a whirlwind, creating afterimages. His lance swung at the throat of the remaining 2 wolves. Zavada's body charged with purple lightning as she arrived at Usra's left, blocking her last wolf's bite and creating sparks from her daggers. Her eyes narrowed like a delighted cat as she shot her right leg up into its snout with a loud crack, knocking it off balance before stabbing a dagger towards their skull, killing them. Ha, ha, so fun. Her eyes were filled with joy, delight, and desire as she watched the huge blade of Usura tear two wolves in half, their guts and organs bubbling and dropping with a thud. "Ha, really, being with you is fun, Zavada." Usura winked back at the dragoness, taking a breather, as the pair backed away, preparing for the next attackers. The dense mana and thick scent of meat and blood attracted more monsters. "I won't ask. I would tell you anything you ask me," he replied, his hand grasping hers as she felt a sudden jolt of pleasure and magic power flooding into her bodish moan like when his fingers teased her. "Ah, no." Zavada trembled while looking up at Usura with blushing cheeks. She's right palm stroked her helmet with a gentle gaze that made her realize. "Bully. Who said this was bullying? You feel great and have more power, right? Amazing. The amount of increase that Brian caused. Now I can refill nearly a third of her empty magic cells with a small touch. But now it seems that choosing sensual link is a bit harsh, as it makes them feel triple the pleasure in such a short burst. NNN, but wet. And sticky, let's finish soon and I'll give you that reward." The moment she heard his words, her body exploded with thunder like a lightning storm, her figure leaping several yards into the air as she pushed out both arms. Her mouth seemed to be sucking in the air. But the crackle and purple light flashing inside caused Usura to look amazed. White dragon arts. Vanquishing Dragon's Breath. A brilliant purple streak of electricity launched outwards, targeting three monsters that seemed to rush and tear towards Usura. They suddenly seemed confused, lowering their head at the strange purple and white lightning before exploding as if they were hit by a semi-truck, earning Usura time to dodge to his right. However, the lightning dragon breath continued forward for another 20 meters, destroying trees, grass, rocks, and several other monsters before ending. Zavada landed while breathing heavily before raising her thumb. "Nice shot. White dragon arts, huh?" Usura watched her proudly while stroking her back. The moment he touched her armor, a pulse of pleasure made her legs quiver and she leaned back. The young Earl held her so she wouldn't fall. "Strong girl. NNN. Husband praising. Makes me so happy." Zavada turned bright red, holding Usura's chest armor before panting as she felt more energy flowing into her. "Ha, husband. It's so strong. Even a simple touch is doing this. Brian, you damn perverted old man." Her body shuddered as the effects of absorbing mana from him felt so intense and good. "Husband." Zavada's face was bright pink and glossy, and she looked almost rejuvenated as she only followed with the words, "Good, never mind." Brian, seeing her so happy, "I would rather be a man that pleases them too much than one that doesn't. You are a good wingman." 2 hours later, the couple were sitting on the rocks, more than 20 corpses lying on the ground waiting to be harvested. But right now, neither cared about anything as their tongues were entwined. Her tail swayed as if enjoying petting before Usura finally separated, allowing the cute dragons to sit on his lap, embracing her soft rump. Hee, so comfortable. Her eyes filled with satisfaction and contentment as she gently bit his neck, moaning. As the feelings and vibrations of him completely refilling her magic made her reach a wonderful height. "Husband, so strong and big. She is drooling on my neck. Is this good or bad? I feel like her affection is growing extremely fast. Well, so is mine." Usura began to stroke her back, now able to lower the amount transferred with simple touches slightly. But when she pleaded for him to make her feel tingly, he would turn it to full like after they finally finished. She asked him to make her feel tingly. Thus, he transferred magic with a kiss, forcing her to change her pants while looking sad, saying, "I didn't pee. It's not pee. Believe me. Well, at least she's happy. And so am I, Zavi. Shall we go inside, make dinner, and have a bath?" Her soft nodding filled Usura's heart with happiness. He enjoyed her company since Zavada truly made him feel relaxed and free of worry while also making him want to spoil her. "Yes, please touch and make me feel good. I will use tail." Usura looked away as he tried to pretend that the soft scales on the bottom of her tail didn't feel great, as his little brother started to agree loudly in his pants. He couldn't deny that it felt amazing, but he didn't have the strength to resist her charms and not push her down. He was very old-fashioned and wanted to give her at least a wonderful date, but slowly he was starting to realize Zavada might want something different from Muzu, so he swore to pay attention when she seemed completely ready. "We'll see. Let's bring the meat in first and place the barrier again. NNN, I feel stronger. Strange. I didn't increase my rank, but my lightning and punches were stronger. Must be our bloodlines mixing." Zavada seemed to believe Thish enjoyed hearing about him being a dragon, and their bloodline mixing seemed to mean something else as she blushed, her hand touching her stomach. Hee. The pair had done this kind of thing for 2 days now, and with only 4 days remaining, they were getting used to their time in this hell zone. Maybe because they were dragons with higher tenacity and endurance, but they only had trouble when large groups of stage 3 monsters came. Husband's scrambled egg and sausage breakfast so yummy. Zavada was resting with her head against Usura's shoulder as he struggled to calm down after finishing the little dragon's late-night massage. All his stages reached their limits and were on the borderline of evolving to stage 2. However, it's like some kind of thin elastic film is covering them. Damn, it's frustrating. Zavada's mouth was holding a sausage as she began to chew it, watching the face of Usura for several moments before the sausage vanished, and she felt a sense of emptiness. Asu, before she came on this trip, her meals were whatever she could find in the fridge or what the maids prepared in the cafeteria, but the food made by Usura made her mouth water and feel so happy eating it. Darling. She wiped the grease from her lips, sucking them clean to get all the delicious flavor of the strange stage 2 pig monsters they slaughtered the day before while still watching his strange face. Honey. Her lovely long eyelashes fluttered as she moved closer, her breath blowing along his cheeks, yet he didn't notice her movements. His eyes slowly closed, and she made her move, hoping that it made him feel better like when he did it for her. Bad guy. Since he didn't reply, she pouted before kissing him deeply. Her tongue slipping inside as she caressed Usura's teeth and gums, tasting his saliva as her hands gripped his shirt while climbing onto his lap before starting to press both hands on his muscular chest, while she felt his hands grasp her fluffy buttocks. Bad guy mmmmhhmm. Her tongue was sucked on intensely while Usura pulled Zavada close, his grip so tight she almost felt her back breaking, yet the pain and pressure somehow felt nice. Halfway through the kiss, Usura's dragon blood suddenly became thicker and evolved to a high prestige, causing Zavada's eyes to sparkle as she became intoxicated by his delicious scent, saliva, and the huge dragon staff pressing on the scales between her thighs. Dragon Monolith Stage 2. Devil Monolith Stage 2. Devour Monolith Stage 2. Usura Monolith Stage 2, Monolith Stage 1 Awakening. Usura's body began to burn as he was evolving all 5 monoliths and bloodlines, causing him almost to devour Zavada as he pressed her against the soft bed, his hands now pulling her soft buttocks apart and kneading her flexible cheeks between his rough hands, causing her to gasp and whimper into their kiss. As Usura's lips sucked on her tongue, draining her magic relentlessly as she was drowning in pleasure like never before, her legs spread while pinned down, stroking his chest filled with hard black dragon scales. Damn, what's happening? A strange euphoria is filling me. Wait, no way. Congratulations on merging your bloodlines. Now there will be less of a gap when switching arts and magic. But why is it with this girl? Such a lucky lizard. I couldn't hear Brian's words. The world became magical. Euphoria and bliss filled my body as I reached a climax unlike anything before. His left eye turned black with a golden pupil once more as he lost control, and his left arm transformed as if in his liberation state. NNN, more, MMMMH, wings, force, void, devour, rebirth. What the hell is going on? I made my evolution choices in a blur. Suddenly his devil bloodline seemed to merge with his dragon blood, causing the entire cavern to tremble, and Usura could hear Brian shouting in his ears. But the words became like static and faded, as his back began to writhe in burning and stabbing pain as he pulled apart from Zavada with a thick bridge of drool linking their lips. Stage 2 Dragon Bloodline Evolved Unknown Bloodline Devil Dragon Bloodline. Stage 2 Devour Bloodline Evolved Unknown Bloodlike Devouring Usura Bloodline. Rebirth Monolith is beginning Bloodline Awakening. Zavada POV. Zavada's eyes opened wide as she watched in awe. The pleasure of her body made her feel numb from the neck down, while the transformed Usura was so handsome, so wonderful in her eyes. As he tore off his shirt, suddenly she felt her heart racing as from his back 2 pairs of wings sprouted. One pair jet black with bladed tips, claws, and scales like a black dragon, but along the smooth flaps were beautiful plumes of black flaming feathers. Then a second pair sprouted from between Usura's shoulder blades, which seemed as if coming from the frozen void itself. The color was pure darkness that made her heart freeze, as the feathers seemed to be made of flames as cold as permafrost. Yet she felt so happy looking at his wondrous form, and she saw his devilish left arm transforming as black scales started to intertwine with the red runes, and his hands turned into scaled claws. It was a perfect fusion of devil empowerment and dragon scales. Ba dump, ba dump. Both of Zavada's hearts were racing as she looked up at his face. Her 2 hearts were almost popping out of her little chest as what mounted her was a dragon. His beautiful wings were spread behind him as his gorgeous feathers ignited flames. Zavada couldn't help but gulp as she touched his cheeks. Hee. His 2 hearts are beating at the same speed. Bad guy, you are so handsome. I can't hold back anymore. Usura, darling, is so wonderful. Husband, I want to see more of you. Why do you hide your dragon form to look like a human? Husband is even more handsome, even if he has another bloodline. Her heart shouted as she stroked his smooth black scales that bordered his face, her lips opening as a pleasure equal to when his fingers were inside her exploded from her core as his thick anima surged into her body. Stage 2 White Dragon Bloodline Evolved Stage 3 Devouring White Dragon Bloodline. Zavada felt so happy as her dragon bloodline evolved. The pleasure made her mind blank as she was unable to think. Her hands reached out and stroked Usura's cheeks while his wings spread, causing her to feel so safe and warmed too, were as if enraptured in a dream as for several hours they embraced. She had reached her zenith many times as Usura's anima filled her body over and over until her new bloodline was completely purified and filled her entire body. Her body, the bed, and him not soaked in sweat, her juices and other fluids from little Zavi, who forced him to keep a secret with a red face. Usura was empty of anima and stamina the moment they finished as his body reverted to normal. However, now he was like Zavida, with soft black scales along his pelvis, and his sideburns were now sleek, glossy black scales. The change made Zavida swoon at how gorgeous they were. Watching him sleep, she felt strange feelings in her chest as her hands wrapped around his face. Zavida wasn't stupid, she was very smart, but lacked contact with humans, so her language was too simple. Zavida's mouth opened as a deep but gentle growling and guttural language began to leave her lips, both ethereal and soothing, as her scales now covered more of her abdomen and cheeks, but they were beautiful and pink, soft and silky. You gave me something I can never repay again. How can Zavida ever return this feeling of happiness and bliss to you? Dragon's speech. I haven't even become yours, and you have given me so much. Dragon's speech. My body, my hearts, and soul, they belong to you forever. Usura Phoenix, my only husband, because of your bad things and naughty hands, I love you. Dragon's speech. Zavida kissed Usura's lips before hugging him tightly as her anima gently flowed back into his body, a slower and inferior rate to his, but enough to help him recover. Of course, so much pure magical energy was sure to draw something that was far beyond their current abilities. Zavida was tending to Usura when she felt a huge wave of magic oscillating from below the mountains. The tidal wave of magic caused her eyes to widen and her body to tremble. Sheer density was enough to cause her body to feel the weight. I cannot fight that, but Usura isn't able to run. What should I do, husband, after I vowed to you? Will it end like this? Dragon's speech. She tried to steady her body, but her left nostril began to drip with blood before her body began to deploy her half-dragon form with beautiful pink and purple scales covering her body. Zavida struggled to stand firm, looking towards the entrance as the barrier stones crackled and exploded like pop rocks in a bucket of water. Her heart began to tremble, both of them beating rapidly with a deep thud as if to force the blood and anima through her veins as she stepped towards the exist. The monster cannot find Usura. I will fight, devouring white dragon arts. Thunder raiment, lightning blitz. Zavida's body crackled with two intense trails of lightning, one white and the other purple, as it arced around her entire body with a loud zap, empowering her muscles and flesh with the white lightning inside her body, while the purple lightning was thicker, striking even her bones as her eyes began to glow brilliant purple, with small lightning bolts dancing inside her pupils. But there was a deep terror of facing the enemy outside. With each step it came closer. Her bones and soul seemed to tremble in terror. I will fight, I will fight, I will fight. The moment she spoke, her foot kicked off the ground as she shot from the cavern holding two knives now glowing bright purple. Her Stage 3 evolution was in full swing as her body wore lightning-like clothes. Thud. Her entire body was wrapped in thick purple scales, her teeth sharpening as two huge horns extended from her current smaller ones that she began to hide after noticing most people didn't have them. Sizzle, however, now the pink, curved horns crackled with lightning as each step she took caused electricity to jolt from her feet. As she tore through the air, close to the speed of sound itself, her eyes glowing for each moment, she grew closer to a dragon, her eyes finally spotting the monster. A tall, dark, bipedal creature, almost humanoid, looked dormant with a body covered in an earthy brown exterior. May the dragon gods praise my hunt. I will kill his enemy. Dragon speech. Zavida's body shot towards the creature, her arms pulled back as two beautiful white wings expanded from her back and propelled her towards the creature with a loud sonic boom. Its eyes glowed dark yellow, watching her with a slow, dull reaction. Usura POV. Bang, there was a sudden shock to the entire cavern as Usura's eyes shot open, still partially black and yellow, his body jumping up as he felt a tingling sensation on his skin. He felt a sudden feeling of dread. He felt a moment of fear as powerful, dense magic washed over him like a tsunami, almost enough to weigh him down. Zavida, Zavi. His screaming voice was met by another fierce explosion that sounded like a stone ballast shot into a rock wall and exploded hidden missiles as the cavern trembled with the insides almost collapsing. Where is she? No, I can. Usura, don't lose control. It's impossible. You cannot. He heard a female voice that was not Brian, yet something told Usura that she was him, and the worry and terror in her trembling voice were genuine. Sorry, Zavida is irreplaceable for me. Zavida, I am coming to save you. Just wait for me. Devil arts. Liberation. Usura's body began to tremble as anima surged from his twin hearts working overload. dense magic pulsated and oscillated around his body while he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. La segunda forma. His eyes opened as an explosion of anima different from before erupted from his body, cracking the cavern walls. Usura's feet dug into the floor. His eyes were black with golden pupils glowing, and his left arm was now a mixture of dragon scales, red devil runes, and sharp claws. In contrast, his right arm was white, beautiful like snow, with black lines leading from a black sphere in his palm. The lines went to his shoulder with 3 lines and then to each finger, creating raven claws. The white arm was a mixture of his Usura and the Devouring bloodline. Like a miniature typhoon surrounding his body, the air and magic density reached impossible levels for Stage 2 as his eyes narrowed, darting left and right as he could see and feel the collisions between 2 powerful creatures. Bang! The weaker creature was smashed against the wall, as their magic density plummeted. Thud. Stepping on the ground, his body fired from the cavern like a bullet, his eyes not leaving the huge mana density as his arms pulled back, one covered in a freezing flame, the other a raging fire of destruction. He wanted to help Zavada, but the only way to do that was to make this bastard interested in him alone. Zavada, wake up, Zavada, hurry and run, activate your talisman. Usura didn't speak or think anything but to crush this enemy as his left fist, burning with a frigid and intense flame, smashed towards the monster. Abyss, the monster spoke the moment it saw Usura. A monster spoke. Usura dodged. Boom, there was no time. Usura was sure his fist hit the target. He was sure. But the moment he realized something was wrong, an intense blow caused a sound like something detonating. The world suddenly began to spin rapidly as pain exploded all over his body. He smashed into the cavern wall, his back torn apart as the black scales as hard as stone and metal were crushed, torn and destroyed like paper. His right eye was damaged with his jaw hanging loose, blood oozing from his damaged eardrum and shattered cheek. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz, the sound of humming, like static in a high-pitched scream while his vision spun rapidly. What? Bzzzt. Duh. The monster suddenly appeared in front of the wounded Usura and began to hammer him with barrage after barrage of brutal fists, the sound like a rock hitting a bag of flesh, followed by a loud crack and explosive sound as blood poured from Usura's mouth. Bah! With a final blow, the monster smashed his head into the forehead of Usura, knocking him down to the ground, where he landed on the bloody and injured body of Zavada. The sight of blood leaking from her mouth caused him to panic more than his injuries as her talisman finally flickered. Zavada, be careful, fool, I am coming. The concerned voice of Lorum sounded from the static talisman as his vision almost completely turned black. Ah, with this she will be saved. His fading thoughts sounded. Abyss. The monster roared, beating its chest, as a huge amount of earth-type magic began to gather density, making it hard for the pair to breathe as it stacked above them. Huge pillars of stone aimed to crush them. Usura, don't sleep. Usura Phoenix. The hysterical voice of the normally mature and melodic Black Phoenix from his spirit palace sounded as the sky was blotted with rock pillars. A soft hand squeezed his, despite his arm being crushed and twisted the wrong way. Ah, Zavi. I can feel your concern, but I am just a little tired. Usura's mind faded into the voice as she tried to embrace his back, with tears dripping down her face onto the destroyed rocks. Bad guy, wake up. The world was broken. The wonderful citadel was covered in flames. Even the black obelisk showed cracks and damage as Usura's body lay under the final monolith that flickered with embers of flames and strange black plumes. Am I dead? It hurts to think. Even this place is falling apart. Usura's body was covered in bloody cracks, his lower body destroyed along with many of his organs, only kept alive by the vigorous healing of his twin hearts. Alas. They were damaged by the torrent of blows from that Stage 4 monster that had torn the arteries and veins in various parts of his body. Why did you ignore me again? Just like last time. A gentle but scolding tone sounded. The voice was beautiful, like a melody from an angel singing praise. Who are you? Why is it so dark? His eyes, once able to see almost 200 meters without focus, now struggling to see a few centimeters. A flash of pale skin, lovely golden eyes. Black feathers that were glossy and soft. Who are you? Where is Brian? Don't move. Don't speak, just relax. I will take care of everything. Now I can help you. Each time she spoke, he could feel the newest bloodline that began to awaken differently from the others. He could sense this bloodline was special and felt as if it encompassed his entire being, not a foreign bloodline, but it's like it was there from the start. There was a sudden pain in all of his organs as Usura's body began to flail and convulse, but the woman's soft hands gently caressed him, holding him in place. Usura continued to struggle, his tongue almost bitten off before she used her arm to block his mouth, allowing his sharp fangs to bite into her flesh. That's it, do not fight it. Let my blood help you. It is all I can do for you now. Her soft voice never scolded him, and only soothed and affirmed him as her spare hand stroked through his raven hair while humming a familiar but strange melody. Like heated wine, delicious and warm blood flowed into his mouth, a sensation he felt when cultivation with the other girls began to circle through his body. The woman's blood slowly healed his broken veins and bloody organs as he screamed and wailed from the pain of being burned by 1,000 suns. More, I need more. Asura felt a desperation he had never felt in any of his lifetimes. In fact, because of his peaceful first life, he lacked a truly needed component for a warrior, the will to fight and the desire to survive to fight once again. He had been stopped the moment he felt that monster's density. The first time he was utterly powerless and dwarfed. It triggered the memories of his lowest point and caused his entire body to shut down. Then, he was utterly destroyed within an inch of his life. I want to fight, I need to go back. Zavada is waiting. Stand up, Asura. I cannot be this pathetic. The rebirth monolith seemed to be reacting to his intense feelings. It began to pulsate with strange alternating flames, one fierce as if made to destroy the world, burning everything in its fiery path, and another, rejuvenating, protecting, and invigorating the earth and surrounding air. Suddenly, with a loud howling boom, two flames danced around the single obelisk, a black flame filled with dark raven phoenix plumes, and another red flame filled with crimson plumes like two huge wings. They spread into the sky of Asura's spirit world as the broken citadel began to recover. The crushed bricks, smashed glass, and even the damaged monoliths all hummed and vibrated as a link of black and red feathered chains connected them all to the rebirth monolith. So you managed without my guidance. Always, my dear other half, you never surprise me. To this phenomenon, the beautiful raven beauty looked up to see its dark but enveloping glow and smiled gently. I must fight. Even if my bones are broken, my organs are crushed. I have to fight for myself and the women I love. For the future, no. I will fight because I want to fight. Dark Phoenix Arts. Ode to the Waking Phoenix, a song of annihilation and rebirth. Lorem POV. When she saw Zavada's call for help, her body dashed from the break room and rushed to the teleportation device to react to each of their talismans. Why did the camera malfunction? A moment before the monster appeared, the entire system went down, and she was forced to reboot it from scratch completely. Her eyes were blazing as she currently ignored the pain from her curse, seeing the glimpses of that creature in a fully manifested elemental armor. It was clear to her that the enemy was a Stage 4 Abyss Walker. Those bastards aren't meant to appear in our protected zones. Who the hell let one inside, and why at this time? Lorem was panicking because she had finally found a male phoenix to heal the pain she suffered by removing her curse. To her, the appearance of Asura resembled more than just a rare mate. He was a symbol of her redemption for failing to protect Athia all those years ago. In the distant past, she had committed a critical failure in protecting the first queen of Silveria. Even the current royal family had no idea other than the one who took the crown, who would be given information from the first queen and each successive ruler upon taking the throne. The truth was that the first queen did not have any children, and the person who continued her rule was an orphan whom she raised into a powerful and faithful warrior knight. And the first queen's maiden name was, in fact, Phoenix. Althea carried the Phoenix clan's main bloodline. However, at the time, the Phoenix clan were filled with strife and bloodshed due to greed and hatred, and thus, Athia took a large portion of her bloodline and gave it to the person she chose as her successor. That successor was the current queen's ancestor and the princess's great ancestor. Although she was stunned watching the sight, Lorem believed that Asura was her fated partner for another reason, which made her heart tremble even more. A familiar past, his distant but similar looks, atmosphere, and name. This must be fate. No, it is fate. He is my destiny, and somebody tried to kill him. Somebody who is in this academy. Ba dump, ba dump. Lorem's eyes were closed as she felt the nostalgic feeling of the talisman sending her through space and time towards the place it was opened. Even now, she could feel a high level of magic density, almost trying to close this portal down by force. Insignificant worm, do not get in my way, she snarled in anger. Her hair began to flutter, two red feathered wings fluttering as the density that seemed immense was crushed. In an instant, she began to materialize, but more than half a mile off target. No. I won't make it in time, Scarlet Phoenix Arts. A sudden force began to swallow her powers. Like a waterfall, her power was devoured rapidly. Lorem's power was taken. Her raging flames started to build as she was about to blow away the huge earth spell about to smash into the two students. Yet something ate her power, her arts. Suddenly, a broken body stood with half a leg missing, his right arm severed. Asura, you are so tattered, run. Lorem's body shot forward, using all the power she could muster after being drained. But the huge chunks of earth began to drop like comets from the sky. Flames exploded from her entire body. Even her tears began to burn with a scarlet tint, as if her blood was burning along with her magic. She could hear a male's song. like a chanting verse. The feelings filled her with an eerie sense of the end. But a warm and gentle feeling like a lover's embrace as everything returned to the start. Dark Phoenix Arts. Ode to the Waking Phoenix, a song of annihilation and rebirth. In the embers of despair, a broken form, Usura's hymn, a phoenix I transform. A dance with shadows, a song of strife, guarding love's flame, the essence of life. Through the abyss my spirit does soar, eerie whispers of an end, a love to restore. The flames of destruction, crimson and bright, yet in their midst rebirth takes flight. Oh, hear the echoes of this fervent spell, a lover's embrace where destinies swell. From the embers, a rebirth devotion, defying darkness with a blazing emotion. In the hymn of the waking phoenix's call, my resilient rise endures through all. His chant was constant as flames began to swirl, the huge rocks closing in as his left hand pushed forward, broken fingers bent and twisted while a black flame danced around his body. It was a mystical scene with layers of feathers forming a mantle. A violent red flame formed a violent ball, devouring the mana from the world, a simple orb of pure destruction aimed towards the incoming rocks. The monster was caught off guard by the huge pressure of Lorem's magic and flames, burning away its power and resilience as they billowed and burned his body. Dark Phoenix Arts. Flames of annihilation. The moment his palm thrust forward, the ball of flames exploded into a massive explosion of fire and destruction. Its power shook the ground before shattering the incoming earth spells as the rocks turned into dust and ash. Crimson Phoenix Arts. Flames of rebirth. No, abyss. Must return. The monster screamed, trying to create a strange black portal, but black flames and feathers tethered it to Usura's body. Lorem's body flew forward, her arms open as she watched Usura begin to fall backwards. His body was beyond repair. His organs were barely functioning as his two hearts were damaged. Yet there was a sudden flicker of black fire that swallowed his body and wrapped the monster like infernal chains, devouring it into nothingness. Leaving only ashes, Usura, Lorem's arms grasped his body, her body landing with a crash as Zavada, who was slowly recovering from her critical condition due to the blood of Usura pouring into her wounds, barely opened her eyes. Bad guy, you are a cheater. Zavada's eyes closed as Lorem looked at her wounds. They were already healing as Usura's blood was inside her. But when she turned around, the entire body of Usura was now enveloped in a mixture of crimson and black feathers. A sudden sensation of relief and attraction overwhelmed both women as he devoured the entirety of the Stage 4 monster after stealing Lorem's flames to boost his own on instinct, causing his bloodlines to refine, purify, and synthesize over and over and over until the energy was completely devoured. You, damn man, I won't forgive you if you die. Usura was floating in a dark sea with his eyes closed, and the warmth enveloping his body flickered like gentle flames around him. However, he felt strange when he opened his eyes, as if trapped in a dream. He looked around only to find the much larger citadel, surrounded by this beautiful blue lake as his body floated closer to the entrance. I was supposed to be doing something. There was an urgent thing I had to do. Usura's body felt extremely heavy as he walked through the citadel, however. The moment he reached the main hall, he saw 3 women. Their bodies were transparent as if he saw ghosts. One was lovely with her fair white hair and beautiful scales. She looked back at him with amethyst eyes and muttered, "Bad guy. Wake up." He didn't understand, but the beautiful scales along her neck and cheeks were very pretty. "Why do I always see you 3? Then you just vanish." Sitting on the stairs in a white and blue Eastern robe, a lovely black-haired girl with azure eyes and an atmosphere of cold, her lips always smiling at him as she didn't urge him on like the dragoness. "I'll wait for you. Come back when you feel better, master, master." Why does that sound so strange? It should be husband. Finally, sitting on a throne, a raven beauty. Her hair was long, glossy, and soft, her golden eyes filled with a sadness that made Usura feel like crying. Felt a deep pain in his chest upon seeing this woman he couldn't even guess her name, as her 2 ahoj fluttered, finally matching eyes with him. Beside her was a large black throne and a huge obelisk made from black marble stone. It seemed to have the words Rebirth and Phoenix of the End engraved in beautiful runes, yet why Usura could read it, he felt vague, like his head was filled with fog to protect him. How many times has this same thing repeated now? Normally, I would turn around and go outside again after meeting them to a world with only trees and that huge ocean-like lake. Usura shook his head and began to look around clearly, doing his best to forcibly clear the mist of those blurry obelisks just like the one behind the throne. All of them were linked by chains, thicker than his arms and black and red feathers. Bird feathers. No, something more grand and special. His eyes looked at the main throne, where that empress-like figure sat with her soft raven-feathered dress and closed wings, never speaking, never moving. Phoenix feathers. Suddenly there was a desire to do something different. His feet began to step forward instead of retreating to what he knew. At first he visited each obelisk. Dragon. Devil. Usura. Devouring. Voinex. He visited them all and felt the fog and haze slowly fading. but with that came a deep pain inside his body like he was being torn apart by something he couldn't control. Asura endured the sensation of his arm being snapped, then became a reality as the bone cracked and twisted. Damn. However, he didn't stop. There was one last monument for him to visit, the largest and most powerful one that was constantly pulsating with two flames. A black flame that seemed hot enough to destroy Asura with a single touch, and a red flame, gentle like a mother's kiss. Step by step, he reached closer. The grand stairwell leading to the huge throne room, elevated above the rest, was filled with exquisite decorations and murals of two birds. There was one red and the other black, but they seemed to be vying for the affection of one bird. Two males and one female, or two females and one male. It's hard to tell with just their bird form. Finally, you came to me. A beautiful song-like voice sounded from the woman, her eyes that were forlorn now glowing with a sense of hope and concern. Asura stood confused. The feelings from this woman's body no man could misunderstand. A feeling of affectionate love so deep he might drown in her pure emotions, but he felt something. In his chest, two hearts were beating faster with each step he took towards this woman. I don't know your name, but I should know it. That was the feeling his heart and soul were telling him, that this woman and the ones before were special. He thought they must be extremely important to appear in this palace as he finally reached the throne, brushing his hands along the arms as the cool, smooth marble created a slight vibration along the surface. What's the matter? Her gaze watched him as he seemed to pause, fixated on her face, only breathing slowly with no emotions shown. He just stared into her eyes. I know you. The woman who waited, who supported. He felt his mind ache as the current scene superimposed with another. The lady on the throne became a little less mature, sensual, and more cute, adorable, and the world completely changed into something Asura had never seen. POV image of the past. A young woman is sitting on the top of a strange metal boxed memory, tells Asura that this thing is a car and used to travel much like a horse and carriage. Like the lady on the throne, he watches as the woman sits quietly, looking into the stars. The difference is their clothes. One wears an outlandish outfit, and her wings are used like a cape, while the other is the woman on the throne. You're late of all the places in Neo Tokyo to make me meet you. Why this place with neither di-fi nor a nice moonbucks? Asura suddenly found himself playing the role of the male rushing up the hill, but he couldn't move or change anything, like an observer forced to watch his actions in a dream with full clarity. Ha ha ha, but it's beautiful, right? You've already heard the planet is no good. Soon those monsters will arrive, and this world will be destroyed too. This might be the last chance to see this beautiful scenery before you leave on the rocket searching for a new world, right? Ha, why are two speaking like you're on a date? Another woman, her figure blurry, but the fiery red hair he could never forget. Sura is my fiancé, HMPH. How can I never forget? Who is she to me? Are these memories of another life? The fiery woman came close to Asura, the man in this image, and life looked the same as he did now, except for the feathered black wings on his back. He looked at the two girls almost like the opposites and couldn't help but smile with his handsome face. The image became fuzzy, a little distorted as if his memory wasn't fully encoded, but Asura tried to listen in to get any information he could before the handsome male named Sura gave a chop to the red-headed woman with bright red feathers, making her squat before he seemed to scold her. What are you talking about? I never said I wouldn't marry Helia. You will both be my brides. This guy is too timing so confidently. However, neither of the girls denied him. They looked at him with bright eyes. But the moment was cut short before something began to fall from the sky. Hundreds, maybe thousands of huge black obelisks dropped to the ground. Somehow I can feel his emotions. The moment he saw those things that are identical to those around me now, he felt dread, reluctancy, and devastation, and then the memory faded. No, these are not someone else's feelings. They are my memories, my emotions. That's why I can feel them so intensely. Asura found that he was no longer standing near the large throne, but standing over the beautiful woman, his face close to hers, almost touching their lips as her golden eyes stared back without speaking. I can almost feel the anticipation in her body, the feeling of her aura and this strange feeling. It's her. This is the girl from the memory, the one with black feathers. Countless memories from before that date began to flood his mind as two solitary tears flowed down each of his eyes as he saw her react for the first time, with both hands gently stroking his cheeks, wiping away the tears. I was with them, and when the end came I couldn't leave with them, tricking them onto a one-way journey, thinking I would be there waiting for them. I made you wait a little too long. Sorry, Helia. Helia's eyes widened, but the moment she was about to speak, his figure vanished from sight, as the entire citadel seemed more lively, the 5 monoliths all flickering with a beautiful array of lights and magical elements. It seems you've recovered. Will you even remember this when you awaken, Sura? It's fine. You are the same man, and the lump in my heart and the restraint causing me to hide is gone. We have all the time in the world to remember our past and enjoy our future. The female figure faded as tears pooled down her cheeks, vanishing along with the citadel and the obelisks. Asura's eyes finally opened. Found himself no longer in the forest or dying. but inside a room, wrapped in a strange glass cylinder inside a messy room filled with a thick scent of a woman's odor. He was floating inside a black cylinder with strange tubes and other screens that seemed far more advanced than anything he had heard of before. A strange gel enveloped his entire body as the makeshift screen began to make a loud warning sound, and the gel was slowly drained. Patient Usra Phoenix has awoken. Treatment complete. Patient Usra Phoenix has awoken. Treatment complete. This place is. He experienced a strange feeling of waking up completely healed, all the while feeling immersed in the strange memories from another world that merged with his own. Usra climbed from the container and landed on a soft wooden floor covered in strange cables made with monster fibers and strange hide. Someone created the black box he was inside with monster bones and various stones that were clearly from somewhere special. A luminous display like the monoliths flashed, showing the strange text he saw in those memories. Strange technology. The magic was mixed with architecture to make strange objects that can perform magic automatically. It feels like a primitive version of that world's technology. Suddenly, the door opened from behind, and a woman cheerfully humming sounded before she stopped as the sound of wood and other objects dropped to the ground. He turned around and noticed that the woman was Loram. "Oh hey Loram, you look as nerdy as ever." Her crimson hair shone in the light from the dusty, rustic blinds while her white shirt was full of creases and dirt, revealing her voluptuous chest with several scars and wounds. It seemed she was wearing an eye patch to cover her right eye. The moment he spoke, the tone and deep tone caused her body to tremble for a moment before she quickly recovered and squatted down to pick up the various items that seemed to be used to make breakfast. Those memories were so vivid I spoke like Surah in my memories. Loram looked shaken by my words. "Usra, you naked. Can you wear the clothes on the side? I may be much older than you, but I'm still a woman with needs. Your body is like damn poison." He felt her words were fair and turned around, noticing that someone had cleaned his clothes in the hell zone and neatly arranged them on hangers for him to change. At first, he thought she would be fine being an adult, but he saw her fingers trembling, almost dropping the bowls and various items on the ground while glancing at him out of the corner of her eyes. Once dressed, he noticed she had disappeared again and was likely getting some ingredients. Usra noticed that the bowls and other utensils were dirty, so he organized and cleaned the table of messy clothes and other documents. He then picked up a warm, triangular piece of cloth. It was silky like velvet with a black frilly outline. The scent is a little sweet and earthy. Hell, Usra turned back to Loram, who was looking at him with a completely red face while trembling as she placed the food on the counter and pointed at him with a strange look of anger on her face. "The hell are you doing with my underwear? But it's like string. How does this cover that?" Moment he said that, his eyes looked towards her large, round buttocks, which were something that most men would dream of belonging to their wives. String. For the first time, he felt that Loram's voice turned inside out as she rushed towards him to grab them from his hand. However, Usra simply moved them away from her grasp and sniffed them again. It's quite pleasant. Maybe I should try wearing it. Don't you dare." Immersed in the memories, Usra didn't realize how he was acting wasn't normal. And the man before her caused Loram to lower her guard as he trapped her mind in the past. She remembered when Surah acted similarly to tease her and often stole her underwear to tease her back when she was weak and could only compete with her intellect and skill with magic. "Ha ha ha ha, you're so cute, Loram, no wonder I fell for you." Was that moment when the illusion shattered, and Usra realized that, at some point, he was being dragged by the nostalgic feeling of those memories, and the same was true for Loram as she stood frozen on the spot. Her eyes widened as she stepped back after snatching her thong back from his hand. "You, don't speak nonsense. Get out." Her voice trembled as she looked away with closed eyes as if holding back intense feelings, and Usra realized. He messed up. "Loram, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." "Get out, I don't want to hear it." Seeing her tears falling to the ground, Usra silently left the room. He knew he messed up big time and needed to apologize to her, but he also felt confused. What if those memories were a mere inheritance from the monoliths? If so, he was trampling on both of their hearts. But what if it wasn't? His name, the feeling of it being him taking those actions. A sense of confusion filled his chest as he left the teacher's wing to find two people waiting for him. It was the lovely Muzu with her calm purple eyes watching him happily while matching the dragoness beside her as they looked at him with teary eyes. Usra felt like they had been waiting to meet him for a while as Zavida recovered, and the two girls somehow seemed very close. "You girls, hee, don't worry, Usra. Let's go back and eat something first. You look so pale. Me and Zavida did a lot of talking in the past week, and I know what happened." Muzu's face showed no signs of jealousy or the strange thing her eyes did instead. She seemed balanced, as if the little dragoness beside her was completely fine. "What's going on? She told me never to get new women. Husband, Sister Muzu taught me how to cook," Zavida proudly said as she held Muzu's hand, and Usra realized that the little dragoness had lost all traces of hostility and was now calling her sister. "Women are scary. he thought while walking with them towards his shared room with Muzu, her body pressed against him as she whispered into his ear, "Fufu, are you shocked?" At first, I wanted to gut her, but for the past week, she would visit Instructor Lorem, bringing you trinkets and gifts to recover faster. Even her attempt at cooking, her hand slipped into his while squeezing tightly and kissing his cheek. Honestly, she is too cute, and I realized how much she already loved you, so she swayed my heart. Don't neglect me. Lover boy, I will punish you for nearly dying on me after we finally went all the way. Usra watched as the two girls became more excited and active, knowing he was fine being dragged around before they sat him down on the bed. The moment they reached the room, the little dragoness pointed at him with a huge smile. "I will go cook now, just wait to enjoy, hee. Let me help you, Zavi." Muzu followed behind as they left him to his thoughts. He still couldn't believe he survived that moment, being beaten so badly and then awakening his new monolith. But how am I unscathed? Didn't my body get destroyed? Because you were reborn through the rebirth monolith in your flames of nirvana. It was no longer Brian's voice, but the beautiful and gentle empress-like figure in his memories, Helia. He worried again about those memories and the things he saw, but her voice sounded again, making both his hearts beat faster. "It was you. I had already done all the checks when you began speaking like him in your sleep. Or rather, from the moment I met you, I believed you were the same person. Don't you think it's funny that your name means the same thing in the language of two countries?" One is mine and the other Lorem's. He was about to speak, but she interrupted him once again. "Forgive me, but please, can you give her time? Despite being rough speaking and acting touch, Lorem is very brittle and sensitive. Unlike me, sealed in these monoliths for eons. She has lived a lonely life waiting, hoping that you might somehow survive and come to find her one day. I understand. We all seem to need time. Plus, I am Usura, not the Sura you knew. Forgive me, but I won't be his second fiddle, even if it was my past life or incarnation. I understand, Fufu. One day you will realize why I am so happy to hear these words from you. For now, nice to meet you. Usura Phoenix, I have been watching you since you were born, my lovely little Phoenix Prince."